to help our sore butts. Neither of us had ridden much in our lives, and we were both saddle-sore. It was a dumb and wrong move. I ended up with one arm around her waist and put a smile on her face. I started humming an old Brooks and Dunn song, My Maria. When I got to the part where they sang, I love you, she pushed my arm away and muttered something under her breath. Chapter 15. Several miles north of the Walker farm. The two small children ran out of the woods and onto the dirt road. They were nearly trampled by our horse before he could stop. Kat and I started to pick the kids up when one yelled, "Dogs!" With all the commotion, I didn't hear Max growling and barking. What took place next played out in front of me in slow motion. Reflexes took over for Max and me. Several dogs charged out of the woods, and Max jumped on the first one. The dogs tumbled across the road with Max's jaws clamped to the other's neck. Max's quick action gave me the extra second I needed to draw and shoot the next two dogs. The gunfire scared the others away. They ran back into the woods as quickly as they had arrived. I turned to see the other dog was dead from a massive gash on his neck, and Max licking the blood from his muzzle. The smell of the burnt gunpowder and blood filled my nostrils as I turned to see if Kat was okay. Max was by her side as smoke swirled in a lazy upward spiral from her pistol. She was speechless and in a stupor. I pulled her to my chest and soothed her down while she trembled in my arms. I felt closer to her than ever, and hated myself for not backing away from her. That would have pissed her off and demonstrated that I didn't care for her. I was deep in thought when the children's crying shook me back to reality. The little boy sobbed, and his sister tried to calm him. She was only about 5 years old, but finally got him to stop crying. Kat broke free from our embrace. She picked up the little boy and said, "Whew, I think his diaper needs changing. Where are your parents?" Max growled, and I heard the bushes rustle deep in the woods. People's voices could be heard as they ran toward us. "Kat, take the kids behind that abandoned car." I took cover behind a tree and waited for the gunfight to start. Then I heard a woman's voice. "Jenny, Mikey, yell if you hear me." I took a chance and yelled, "Your kids are safe. They're over here." 2 men charged out of the woods with pistols in their hands. "Give us our kids," I said. "Lower your pistols, or you're going to die." They hadn't seen me yet, but the men knew I had the drop on them. Then they heard Kat say, "We have you in a crossfire. If the kids are yours, they will run to you." A woman stepped out of the woods and said, "Please let Jenny and Mikey come to me." The girl yelled, "Mommy, Mommy, they saved us from the dogs. Don't hurt them." The kids ran to the woman, and the men dropped their guns. I had Kat pick up their weapons and said, "You, the one with the John Deere hat. You look familiar. Don't you own a farm just down the road a piece?" "Yes, but sorry I don't recognize you. I'm Jim Thorne, and that's my son and daughter-in-law. The kids you saved from that damned pack of dogs are my grandchildren. I guess we owe you for saving them." I replied, "I'm Jason Walker, and my dad and mom own a small farm about 3 miles down the road and a mile or so east." "Hell, it's a small world. I've known Zach and Jan for years. You must be the son who joined the army." "Yes. I got back from Europe the day the grid went down. How are things around here? I came home a month ago, but I left quickly to go find my sister." "It's getting better in some areas, but worse in others. You can't trust anyone now. People are hungry and steal to feed their families. Our gardens are coming in now, and strangers are raiding farms as they walk through heading south. I hate it, but we've had to scare them away and even had to shoot a few. Hunger is a mighty strong force." I said, "It's not much better north of here. FEMA forced farmers to give up their farms and work on government farms to feed people in the larger cities. The leader was corrupt and running the camp like his own empire. Hey, Kat, Give them their guns." The man hesitated and then spoke. "That sounds like the rumors I've heard about a group of ex-army people taking over Murfreesboro and the farms close to the city. They say they will protect farmers from the thugs and strangers, but want a large cut of the crops in payment. We don't want any part of General Long's empire." I did a double take. "Did you say General Long?" "Yes. Do you know him?" I was sure the Long I knew was dead. "No, I don't think so. The Long I knew was a captain, and I'm sure he was killed a month back. If he lived, he would look like a monster with a crushed face." The man looked shocked. "That sounds like him. How well did you know him?" I saw my new friend fingering his pistol. "Well enough to help kill him. He worked for the general who helped FEMA subjugate the farmers north of here. I was sure he was dead. Now I'm not sure. Let me get my dad up here to meet with you in a few days. It doesn't matter who the man is. He still has to be stopped." The man's hand moved from his gun, and he said, "I'm looking forward to seeing Zach again." The Walker Farm, northeast of Walter Hill, Tennessee. The rise was just high enough to give him a good view of the Walker Farm. It was far enough away that no one would notice him spying on them. He had to throw a poncho on the ground since it had rained last night. He waited for one of the women or young girls to stray away by themselves so he could take one for himself. These people were well disciplined and always traveled in pairs. Usually, a man accompanied every female, and except for the priest, all were armed. He had just about given up on them several days ago when he saw the boy. The same brat had come to his grandparents' home with the woman. He wanted that woman, and dreamed about what he would do to her after he had her and killed the brat in front of her. She had embarrassed him so much in front of his grandma and grandpa that he'd went crazy and killed both of them. Billy Johnson had to die after he had his fill of her. Ray saw the Springer Spaniel sniffing the air and turned toward him. He knew he only had a few minutes to leave or confront several of the armed farmers. He quickly slid back into the woods and left the area. He needed some more toys to play with. That family north of Gladesville had died too suddenly. Their heads hung from the ceiling of his new home. It was an old cabin in the woods about 5 miles north of where Billy and her son Mark lived. The air was clean, but a bit humid due to last night's rain. Max led the way as usual and became somewhat excited as he caught faint whiffs of familiar odors. He smelled the older good woman, the woman and her daughters, and the man his Jason smelled like. He also smelled a couple of new people that he didn't know. None smelled with the stench of evilness, so he ignored them. Then he caught the smell of Father James and was happy. Max turned to Jason with his tail wagging and barked. He pranced around, happy to be back with Jason's family. The wind shifted, and Max changed his demeanor, stood rigid, pointing northeast, and growled. This wasn't his low warning growl. It was his about-to-bite-your-ass growl. "Your dog is so unpredictable," Kat said. "Hold on, Kat," I said as I slid off the horse and helped her down. I led the horse into a stand of trees and watched for whatever or whoever had spooked Max. I said, "Max doesn't spook easily. Something or someone is watching us from afar. Max caught his scent." Kat hid behind me with that huge .50 caliber pistol drawn. A noise came from the woods close by, and she wrapped one arm around me and poked the gun out by my side. I laughed when a rabbit bounded by. "Don't pull the trigger. The blast will fry our eyebrows and blow out our eardrums. Besides, don't you only have a few bullets left?" "Shut up.
I was startled and grabbed for my 9mm but brought out the Desert Eagle. We need to find some ammo for it. Hey, you changed the subject. Do you think Max caught wind of that monster that killed those people?
He caught wind of something bad. If I took him off the leash, he'd probably go attack it or maybe him. Max hates whatever it is. I've wondered if it's the same man who tried to molest Billy. Kat tucked the hog leg back into her waistband.
Aren't we close to your home?
I smiled. Yep. It's only about a half-mile that way. We were a bit more careful as we walked closer to my home after that rabbit scare. The driveway to the house was just down about 50 yards, and the driveway was about 100 yards onto the home. Max stopped and pointed into the woods. We heard a man's and then a woman's voice. I didn't want to eavesdrop, but these could be bad people. I motioned Kat to follow me into the bushes. Oh, crap! 2 naked people were doing what naked people do in the woods on a blanket. I couldn't see the woman's face at first. I placed my hand over Kat's eyes, and she promptly slapped it away. The man moved, and holy shit! It was my Maria staring me in the eyes, naked as a jaybird. I pushed Kat back and heard,
"Jason, you're alive!"
Kat was confused at first, but stopped me from pushing her through the bushes and said,
"Oh, my God. That was the Maria you were so hot to get back to? And she's doing a guy in the woods?"
I grabbed her arm and rushed her back to the horse. I wanted to be far away before they could get their clothes on. The funny thing was that I wasn't a bit jealous. Kat hummed the Brooks and Dunn My Maria tune for a minute, and then never teased me about Maria again. But she held me even closer as we turned down the driveway to my parents' home. A man I didn't know challenged us with a shotgun aimed at our bellies. Then I heard,
"Stop! It's Jason! Let them come on in!"
The man said, "But Zach said to disarm any visitors." Billy replied,
"You're just lucky he didn't take that shotgun and ram it where the sun don't."
Billy stuttered as she saw Kat clinging to me.
"Jason, I see you have picked up a new friend."
I turned my horse so Kat and Billy could meet. "Billy, this is Kat. Kat, Billy and her son are the 2 I told you about. You know, the ones I ran over in my cart the day after the shit hit the fan. Kat and I have saved each other's lives many times." I stopped in mid-sentence when I saw Karen walking hand in hand with my friend Murph in the distance. I saw them kiss and my blood boiled. Billy saw them and yelled,
"Karen! Murph! Jason's back! And he brought—"
Kat interrupted her.
"His girlfriend, Kat."
Billy looked puzzled. Kat replied,
"Jason brought me, his girlfriend, back with him."
Kat kissed me on the cheek and hugged me. I didn't understand at first, then played along. "I'm sorry. Kat and I hooked up a while back. I can't wait for her to meet Mom and Dad." I slid off the horse, helped Kat to the ground, and kissed her in front of the growing crowd. I said, "This is Kat and Max, and I owe our lives to her. I'm glad to see all of you, but need to see my—" Michelle nearly knocked me off my feet when she jumped in my arms. I saw a look that could kill from Kat. I said, "Michelle, I'm so glad you made it safely home. Kat, this is my sister, Michelle. Michelle, this is my girl, Kat." Kat's frown turned into a grin as Michelle hugged me tightly. I saw my mom and dad running to us. Mom yelled,
"My boy's home! Jason, some thought you were dead. I never gave up hope."
While all of this was going on, Max saw Tina run up and sit beside Missy. Max began whimpering and begging to go to see Tina. I said, "Go," and Max and Tina ran off to play. Kat said,
"Well, Max didn't introduce us to his mate."
I jerked my head toward Kat. "What?" Kat said,
"I guess they need some alone time."
That was too much info for me. I had enough trouble with women and didn't need to delve into my dog's love life. My mom and dad hugged me for a few minutes, and then I introduced Kat. Mom hugged her and led her to the house with Dad and me following. I noticed Karen looking on, but didn't say anything to her. I whispered to Dad, "I noticed several folks thought I was dead. Oh, tell your guards to keep their clothes on and eyes alert, and no one will sneak up on them and embarrass them." Dad said, "Damn it. I would have thought Maria and Pete could keep it in their pants long enough to help keep us alive." Dad, well, to be honest, Maria and I, son, that's TMI. Now, tell me about this young lady you brought back home. You left pining for Karen and come back with this girl. Dad, it's a long story. Give us time to settle in and I'll catch you up on Kat and me. And you can tell me about Maria and this guy Pete and Karen and Murph. Just before we stepped on the deck, Missy and Chrissy hit me from both sides.
Jason, we knew you weren't dead. We told Mom to wait. Jason...
I hugged both girls and said, "This is Kat, my girlfriend. Kat, these beautiful young women are Missy and Chrissy. They belong to my friend Karen. I told you about them." Kat gave each a hug as they looked at her with a confused look on their faces. "I'll see y'all later. I need some time with my mom and dad. Mom, can Kat and I have my old room?" I knew Mom wouldn't be wild about unmarried people sharing a room in her house, and secretly hoped she would separate us. Mom looked at Dad.
"Sure, Jason. Your room is just as you left it. I'll add some extra towels, and I think I have some clothes that will fit Kat."
I closed the door behind me after I followed Kat into my room. I took Kat by the shoulder and turned her around to face me. I kissed her on the cheek. "Kat, thanks for saving my dignity. Both women I thought wanted me obviously didn't like me enough to wait for me. Guess I was full of myself, and Kat said,
"Stop, Jason. You're a great guy, and any woman would love to be yours. I do. I know you don't care for me like I do for you, but I'm willing to play along to... Damn, I don't know what I'm doing. But I don't want you to show them they hurt you."
"I do care for you, Kat. It's just that I might care for you too much. I'm only used to one-night stands and friends with benefits. You are special, and deserve to be treated special." "I don't know if I'm able to do that," I said as I watched her eyes water. I pulled her close and hugged her for a while. "Kat, I don't want any other woman in my life. I'm just not ready to be what you need." I kissed her on the top of the head, picked her up, and laid her on the bed. I sat in the rocker next to the bed and tried in vain to sleep. Later, Mom poked her head in and thought we were asleep. I opened my eyes and looked up at her. She said,
"You two had better be getting married after you get back from finding you..."
She stopped in mid-sentence and realized we weren't in bed together. She said,
"I thought you two were a couple. Why are you sitting in a chair beside her?"
"Mom, I care for her a lot, but I'm not ready to commit to any woman right now," I said as I stroked Kat's hair.
"Jason, she looks at you like you hung the moon and stars. Is she a good person?"
"Yes, Mom. She is wonderful. She's smart, good-natured, and a hard worker. She's also stubborn, opinionated, and drives me crazy at times." Mom looked at me and said,
"Sounds like love to me."
"Mom, that's not helping me move away from her."
"Son, it's obvious to everyone else that you love her. Why fight it?"
Being outmatched and outgunned, I changed the subject. "Do you think I can find Michael? That's a lot of territory between here and St. Louis."
"Your dad will be going with you. If anyone can find him, you two can. Please don't take Kat with you when you leave. I'd like to get to know her."
Thank God Kat woke up and heard Mom, because I didn't want Kat to go along with me. Kat hugged Mom.
"Mrs. Walker, I'd like to stay with you and get to know Jason's family and friends. But Jason needs me to protect him. You're sharing a room with my son, so I guess you need to call me Mom. Jason says you're good at surviving, and you saved his butt several times. I'd like you to be my personal guard while Jason and his father are gone. Please.
Kat looked at me.
Jason?
I replied, as much as I like your company, you need the rest. And Mom needs the protection.
I guess your dad can watch your back while I stay with Mom.
My only thought was, oh, shit. This is starting to backfire on me. I'll be married and have 6 kids if Mom and Kat get together and plot against me. Tina's smell was strong and made Max want to find her. He whined to get his human's attention, but Jason couldn't hear him over the din of the other humans. Max heard Tina bark and was very happy to see her again. He looked up at Jason and begged to join her. He was soon rewarded with the command to go. He ran to her, and they ran and romped for a short time. They were quickly exhausted and lay together in the barn. Max licked Tina's muzzle and loved being close to her. He'd been with Jason and on missions since he was only a few months old, and had never had the company of other dogs. He was happy. Chapter 16. The Walker Place, Walter Hill, Tennessee. Max and Tina lay in the barn for several hours, resting, and then slept for a short time until the wind shifted. The odor hit Max's nose like a sledgehammer. He could never forget that vile odor from the evil one. He stood up and left the barn. Max looked around the area to the north and found the smell came from a stand of trees on a hillside. He started to go to find the evil one, but Tina blocked him and licked his face. Max led Tina to the house and barked until the nice lady let Tina and him into the home. He whined outside his human's door, but the nice lady told him to be quiet. He wanted Jason to go with him to kill the evil one. It wouldn't happen that night. Mom served a great breakfast, and all of us pitched small table scraps to Max and Tina. Mom said,
Your dog is very smart and well-behaved. He wanted in your room last night, but I told him to give Kat and you some alone time, and he went to sleep in our room.
I felt terrible because, for the second time in years, I hadn't thought about my best friend. I'd been preoccupied with Kat. Max had spent the evening with Tina, so I knew he wasn't lonely. I just hoped he was better with women than I had been over the years. Kat was busy stuffing her face, but said,
Max is the best dog ever. He's becoming my best friend. Well, besides Jason.
Mom stared as Kat shoveled another biscuit and jelly into her mouth. I noticed she was in awe of how much the girl could eat. Mom, Kat lost a lot of weight when she was captured a few months back. Says she's trying to regain her lost weight. I think she just likes good home cooking. I've never seen her eat like this before. Max placed his head in her lap and begged for another piece of bacon. Everyone asked Jason and Kat about their adventures, and they told them everything except how gruesome the children were killed. Most appreciated the hard decisions Jason and Kat had made on fighting back and killing people. However, Sister Joan was aghast at the killings. She couldn't wrap her head around the need to kill to survive. Kat started to mention a tough guy who Jason had dealt with. She said,
And Jason...
Sister Joan slapped her hands to her head.
Stop! Killing is sinful and murder. I have to get away from this,
she said as she stormed out the door and across the field to the woods. Kat started to follow her, but Father James stopped her. Give her time. She has to deal with her beliefs for a while before I give her counseling. Later that night, we sent a search party out to find Sister Joan without success. The prevailing thought was that she had simply walked away to find peace from all the killing. Dad and I knew she would probably be dead or captured by FEMA in a few days. No one wanted to sacrifice their lives to mount a major search. Dad was thrilled to see the old tools I'd found on the way home. He was beside himself when Kat gave him the handful of books on woodworking using the antique tools.
"Thanks so much for the tools. We'll need them to rebuild our way of life. I have something to show you," Mom said.
Let's let the men play with their tools while I take you around and introduce you to everyone.
They left with Mom towing a reluctant Kat away from the barn. Dad took me to his workshop and proudly showed me what he had accomplished since the lights went out. I was surprised to see a shaft running across the ceiling, anchored in bearings every 2 feet. There were several pulleys spaced out along the metal shaft. Dad pointed to an ancient hit-and-miss engine on the far end of the shop on the floor. It had a belt going from a round, shiny thing on the engine to the shaft above. I walked over to the engine.
"Dad, what's that thing with the pulley attached to it?" "Son, that thing is a centrifugal clutch from a golf cart. You can't just start the engine and let her rip. That would burn my drive belts as the pulley slipped."
"That was a stroke of genius," Dad chuckled and said.
"I saw this arrangement on one of those PBS shows on how old-timers made furniture. They had a steam engine and a set of clutches similar to what a car has. I don't have metalworking tools, so I improvised. That reminds me, we need to scavenge for more clutches and other items to make more of these Rube Goldberg machines. I want to expand by generating electricity and metalworking."
Dad showed me how one belt turned a drill fast enough to drill steel or wood. He had grinders, lathes, and saws powered by this maze of pulleys. OSHA would have shut him down in a skinny minute. That is, if they still existed. I thought for a few minutes. "Dad, don't we need to get some old trucks and cars working? I remember a cartoon about hillbillies up in Kentucky who had a truck up on blocks that had a belt running from a wheel rim to a sawmill. A truck engine would have a lot more power than an old putt-putt engine." Dad slapped me on the back.
"That's why I keep you around. Well, besides killing bad guys and other hero stuff."
"Thanks for the compliment. Hey, when are we leaving to find Michael and his family?"
"I'm surprised you want to leave that beautiful young lady here alone after what happened with Karen."
That was a sore topic, and I started to smart off to my dad, but thought better of it. "Dad, Karen and I never meant much to each other. Oh, I liked her and wanted to pursue a relationship, but, oh well."
"Son, what about Kat? You seem to have mixed emotions about her."
I shook my head and played with the stubble on my chin. "I think you described my dilemma. Kat loves me, and I'm warming up to her. Maria was only friends with benefits, and I had stopped seeing her before TSHTF. I started caring for Karen and her kids, so I tried not to get attached to Kat. Karen is a mature woman, where Kat is still kind of immature and impetuous. Do you get what I'm saying?"
"I do. You want Kat for fun and Karen to settle down with because you want a partner in life that is closer to your own mental maturity. Well, grow up. Karen is with Murph, and you have a young woman who adores you. I'll bet Kat would have never given up on you and moved on to another man. That's all I have to say about that."
"Thanks for the advice. Now, when are we leaving?" Dad spent the next 2 days making sure everyone knew what to do in his absence. He took Maria off to the side and asked her to focus on their survival and place her love life on hold during her stints at guard duty. His talk with Pete wasn't so polite, and Pete left promising to never be caught with his pants down again. Both Karen and Maria tried to catch me alone, but I made sure I either avoided them or had Kat clinging to me. I never said it aloud, but I felt betrayed by Karen and jealous of Murph. Murph did ask man to discuss the situation. We talked, and I let him off the hook. I told him I was now with Kat and that Karen had thought I died. I added that Karen was a great lady, and he should be proud that she would have anything to do with the likes of him. It made him feel better. Me, not so much. The 2 days passed quickly, and I avoided sleeping in the bed with Kat. The chair wasn't comfortable, but I'd slept well in worse conditions. Kat walked back from the bathroom with a robe on. She closed the door behind her and dropped her robe to the ground. My eyes bugged out as she lay down on the bed and looked so inviting. I dressed quickly when she asked me to join her. Tears came to her eyes, and then she started blubbering.
You only want Karen, don't you?
I placed my hand on her shoulder and said, "No, I want you."
Then get in bed with me now.
"No, I can't. Kat, I'm not a good person, and you need to move on and find a man worthy of you." Through the tears, I heard,
I don't care what's bugging you. I want you to love me and be with me.
"I can't," I said, and left the room. I walked down the hall and passed my mom on the way to the barn. Mom stopped me. She said,
You know your dad, and I heard every word of that conversation.
"Oh, crap."
Son, what do you mean by you're not a good person?
I hadn't discussed the worst day of my life with anyone but Maria since it had happened 2 years ago. "Mom, maybe one day I'll be able to talk about it. All I have to say is, I did something stupid and got 3 of my buddies killed and 4 others wounded. And no one but Maria and I know how much we fouled up. Please don't ask. I'll sleep in the barn. Mom, help her move on and introduce her to a good guy who will take care of her."
Jason, get your butt back here,
Mom said, as I walked out the back door to the barn. The next morning, Dad and I saddled our horses and prepared to leave. Kat didn't come out of her room. Mom hadn't spoken to me all morning, other than to say good morning and pass the gravy. Now I had 2 of the women I cared for ready to skin me alive. I tried not to piss my sister off that morning, so at least there would be one woman happy to see me if I returned. Dad and I said goodbye to everyone and were ready to mount our horses when Kat burst from the house, ran to me, and launched herself into the air. She knocked me back into my horse as she wrapped her arms and legs around me. She almost started a small stampede when my horse was startled. She kissed me about 10 times in 5 seconds and whispered in my ears,
Jason, I love you, and I don't care what happened in your past. I'll be waiting for you when you get back. I'm not Karen.
She kissed me again, and I got carried away and kissed her passionately. Yeah, crap. In 10 seconds, everything I did to run her off was ruined by one careless moment of lust. I'm sure glad Dad and I were leaving, or I would have carried her to the bedroom. Max was by Kat's side as I stuck my foot in the stirrup. "Come on, Max. Let's go." He looked up at Kat, and she dropped to her knees and hugged him. I had to say, "Heel," before he joined me beside my horse. I think my dog had fallen for Kat. I looked back and smiled at Kat and Mom. Mom punched Kat in the arm, and they both hugged. I wonder what the heck that was about, but had other things on my mind that day. I need to retrain Max and show him who his boss was. He trotted beside us as we rode away. I felt sorry for him every now and then and placed him across my lap to rest. I think he preferred to walk, but laid in my lap just to please me. Max, Dad, and I started on a much larger adventure than we ever would have guessed. I'll never forget leaving, or the welcome I received when we came back. Of course, Dad started pumping me for the reason why I didn't think I was a good person. I told him that I would tell him the whole story, but only if he didn't tell anyone, even Mom. Darn those thin walls at Dad's home. Okay, that's all the mushy stuff for now. It's time to get back to finding my brother, traveling to new places, and killing bad guys. Something I'm good at doing. I look back at what I've written about my early days, and even I realize that I'd be piss-poor at writing a romance novel. The mushy stuff happened, and I think I'd be remiss in not sharing the stuff that's fit to print. Of course, I left off the juiciest parts because my friends and wife might actually read this manuscript one day. Now, back to finding my brother and his family. On Highway 24, heading to Nashville, Tennessee. Dad, we have as much chance of finding Michael as a blind man in a paintball fight. Is this just a way to get Mom off your back?
Our chances are better than you think. Michael called me about 3 o'clock in the afternoon before the crap hit the fan. He said they were leaving then and should arrive before midnight. I think he made it at least just north of Nashville, or he would be on Highway 24, so we need to go the way he would travel and count on a bit of luck to find him.
My mouth opened before my brain engaged. Well, that makes me feel better. We only have around 100 miles of I-24 and 1,000,000 miles of back roads, dirt roads, and cow paths to search. The silence was unnerving. Dad stopped his horse and stared at me.
Did that worthless but obvious statement make you feel better?
The words I uttered were very feeble.
No, sir. Do you think they made me feel better?
No, sir. Dad smiled.
Now that you got that constipated thought out of your anal canal, can we continue our search for your brother? Or do you want us to sit under a shade tree waiting for your mom to think that we've been out long enough and go home without Michael?
Dad took a deep breath and waited for me to say something stupid. Dad, you know I will search for my brother until the world ends. Dad gave the time-out sign.
Son, poor choice of words.
Go on. I won't stop until we find him, or die trying. I just was stating the odds of ever seeing him again.
Thanks for clarifying. Son, I don't want to trade one son's life for another, but we can't quit before we start. Now, let's move on, and keep an eye out for obvious signs that Michael might have left for us to find.
Again, that 10-watt light bulb flickered in my brain. Dad, do you think Michael remembered what you said about when you're lost in the woods to leave signs in the trees to point the direction you were traveling?
You remembered, and Michael will also.
I started to open my mouth and say, what if 1,000 other fathers taught their kids the same thing? As though he read my mind, Dad said,
most people won't use beer cans to point the way.
I thought, damn, he's good at this father stuff. I hope to be as good as him with my kids. We planned to travel all the way to Grand Rivers on Highway 24, looking for Michael or signs that he had left. The going was slow due to the need to keep a low profile and hide from people. We couldn't ride at night if we wanted to watch for signs that my brother had left, but moving during daylight was much more dangerous. Most people we encountered were harmless and just trying to get by day to day. Several groups begged for food, but Dad turned them away. One small group wanted one of our horses to eat. Dad said,
sorry, these horses are our only means of transportation. Don't you have gardens?
No, that's too much work. We'll take both your horses if you don't give us one.
Max growled, and I said, watch him. Dad surprised me by drawing his .45 ACP and shooting the 2 closest men. I reacted and dropped the other 3 with 9mm bullets. They only got off 1 shot before they died. Max sprang into action when he saw another man wield a machete and swing it toward my head. Max jumped and bit the arm holding the machete before dragging the man to the ground. I yelled, bite him! Max obliged and chomped down harder on the man's arm. The guy cried as he begged me to call off my dog. I threw the machete into the woods and kneeled beside the thug. So, you plan to eat my horse? You know, Max hasn't been fed in a couple of days. Max, old buddy, how does this man taste? Do you want him for supper?" The man lunged to his feet to flee, but only succeeded to rip his arm wide open, since Max still had his teeth sunk into the man. I saw the blood gush from the man, and his face turned white. He said,
"Please save me. Apply a tourniquet, please."
I laughed at the man and said, "Max, out." Max released his grip, and I said,
"Watch him."
Max stood ready to bite as the man closed his eyes for the last time. Dad said,
"Son, check their weapons and take any worth having. Search the bodies for anything useful."
"Yes, sir."
I didn't find anything worth having and pitched the guns in the woods after pocketing the bullets. "Dad, we need to find some good people to ask about Michael along the way." Dad replied, "Yep, we do. But that exposes us to crap like them. Let's roll." I saw a red stain on Dad's shirt sleeve. "Dad, you were hit by a lucky shot from those men I killed. Let me look at it."
"I did. It's just a scratch, and it stopped bleeding."
"Damn it, Dad. Even a small scratch can get infected," I said as I tossed him a tube of Neosporin. Then I added, "Dad, we're going to travel through the suburbs in Nashville, and we'll be sitting ducks on these horses. We need some body armor. Let's stop at some police stations along the way and try to find some vests." And Dad was silent for a minute.
"It's too damn hot for body armor."
I started to say that it was too damned deadly not to wear body armor. "Dad, I wore body armor during my tours in Afghanistan, and it was 984 degrees in the shade. It saved my life several times."
984 degrees. Okay, we'll drink a lot of water.
The Walker Place, Walter Hill, Tennessee. Ray saw the two men and the vicious dog leave. This pleased him and fit well into his plans. He'd been watching the house for several hours each day, waiting on his chance to attack. He smiled when he thought about how lucky he was to have captured the nun. She was beautiful without the habit on. He'd made her dress in shorts and a halter top. She was chained to a post in his small living area. She would bring him many days of joy until he captured the other women. Ray knew he had to do something quickly because they kept adding people to the group. He was thankful most were women and children that could be sold or kept for his own amusement. Ray wasn't very smart, but did know how animals reacted in the woods when he tracked and killed them. Just as though a mother rabbit leads the predator away to protect the little bunnies, Ray would lead many of them on a wild goose chase, and then circle back for the kill. He had thought about nothing else for the past few weeks. Chapter 17. South of Nashville, Tennessee, on Highway 24. We rode on as though we'd just performed a routine daily task like taking out the garbage. The killing was getting easier by the day, and I hated it. I thought killing would be behind me once I'd left the war zone. Now the entire world was a war zone. We definitely needed the armor. We made a side trip over to the center of Smyrna to check out the police station, but were shocked by what we saw. The entire center of the city had been burned to the ground. We didn't understand how there could be such utter devastation until I saw the engine and tail assembly of a super jumbo Boeing 977 at the southeast side of the town hall. The FedEx jet just must have had a full load of fuel when it crashed into the city. The worst part of what we saw was that people were picking through the burned-out buildings to find valuables and food. Every time someone found something, the crowd gathered around them and fights broke out. We quickly rode away from the area in hopes no one would see us. We were too late. A woman yelled, and every head turned our way. I stopped and reached down to pick Max up. The streets were littered with glass and jagged metal. He couldn't avoid being cut if he needed to run full speed. We rode away at a good trot to avoid hurting the horses, but the crowd was still behind us, and we heard gunshots. A bullet shattered a window in front of us and pissed me off. I stopped and leveled my rifle at them. I took aim and fired 3 times. The leading 3 men fell to the ground. All 3 were gut shot. The vermin kept coming, so I shot 5 more times, killing 4 more of the filthy men and women. The rest tucked tail and disappeared into the shadows. Dad and I headed north on Highway 41 to Laverne. Laverne was a different story. We were met by armed citizens and a deputy sheriff. The deputy sheriff asked,
"Who are you, and why are you trying to enter our city?"
Dad replied,
I'm Zach Walker from Walter Hill, and that's my son, Jason. We're searching for my other son and his family. They were heading to Walter Hill from St. Louis.
The man had a sour look on his face.
"Then you need to be on Highway 24 and get out of our town."
Before Dad could speak, an old truck drove up. It had the word sheriff painted on the doors. A large man got out and said,
Zach, is my deputy giving you a hard time?
Dad walked up to the sheriff.
No, Ezra, he's just doing his job. My son and I are searching for Michael and his family.
Ezra said,
Why, I haven't seen your kid since 8th grade football.
I looked at the huge black man who had played linebacker for the Nashville Packers and said,
I'm Jason. I played running back for you.
I recognized you when I drove up. You're bigger, but look the same. Last I heard, you were killing Arab terrorists over in the sandbox.
I killed them all and was sent to Europe to kill more terrorists. We couldn't kill them fast enough to save Europe, I replied. Most Arabs and Muslims were peaceful people. The damned Russian, Syrian, and Iranian governments taught the hatred for the West and supplied the millions of jihadists to the ever-expanding fight for civilization. Ezra asked,
What can we do for you?
My dad said,
We need to borrow some body armor. We're riding the full length of Highway 24 from Nashville to 57, and every thug and starving person is taking pot shots at us.
Ezra snickered. Hell, man. I got some extra vests and a couple of old ARs you can have. I can give you about 100 bullets. I know it's not much, but that's all I can spare.
Thanks, Ezra. You are a good man, I said. Ezra shook our hands.
I have to say, your largest problem will be the people who will shoot your horses just to get some fresh meat. People are starving out there.
I guess we'll have to take our chances, Ezra said.
No man left behind. Hooah!
Dad and I both answered,
Hooah!
Ezra gave us the arms and equipment, and his wife gave us 2 bags with a ham, 2 loaves of homemade bread, and some canned goods. Ezra said,
Can I talk you into spending the night here? I have some J.B. Black with your name on it.
Dad replied,
I'd like some whiskey, but I can't help but think that Michael and his family are in danger and need our help. Thanks for your hospitality, but we really need to go.
Northwest of Nashville, Tennessee, on Highway 24. I guess the part of our trip that I'll always dread was the trip through Nashville on Highway 24. We knew from the start this would be the most dangerous, and even Dad questioned the chance of both of us being killed to save my brother. It's hard to describe Nashville a few months after the grid went down. Watching a Mad Max movie would help get one ready for the destruction of the city and the deprivation. The bulletproof vests were hot as hell, not as good as I had in the Army, but they would stop most handgun and low-caliber rifle bullets. I was still used to wearing the equipment and sweating so much you had to drink water constantly or die of dehydration. Dad, on the other hand, bitched about the vests. I know it was mean, but I acted like it was no big deal and told Dad he needed to chill out. Dad heard me say chill out and said,
I'll stick you chill out up your...
We were just northwest of Highway 24 and Highway 65 split when Dad was interrupted by gunfire coming from the western side of Highway 24. We got off the highway and rode down the embankment to a row of stores. Before we could react, several bullets hit a building 50 feet away. Then bullets hit in front of us. They weren't aimed at us, but had us trapped. I rode to a store and pushed the door open. I jumped off my horse and led him into the building. Max and Dad followed me into the building, which turned out to be a mattress shop. We took the horses to the back of the store and waited for the gunfire to cease before sneaking out the back door. The scene in the alley behind the store was sickening. There were a dozen bodies with their arms cut off. A few were still alive but bleeding out. We couldn't do anything to help the poor wretches, so we got the heck out of there as fast as we could. We found ourselves riding north on West Cap Road, with homes dotted on either side. We hit the end of the paved road and continued on a dirt road for several miles until we came to a big house that faced Licton Pike.
"Son, that home has a pool with a cover on it. The owners didn't get a chance to uncover it for the summer. Let's see if any water is left. I don't trust streams that flow through built-up areas. Our life straws can't filter out everything. Heavy metals, viruses, and some parasites can get through."
I laughed. "Dad, you're preaching to the choir. Our military versions were much better, but we rarely used them. You had a better chance of dying from a case of water dropping on your head than dying of thirst. The Army did a great job of keeping us supplied. We owned the air, but the ground was always shifting sand. I took the lead in sweeping the area for people or other dangers. The area was close to the highway, but deep in a dense section of woods. I walked around the perimeter while Dad fed the horses. The house was actually on a 20 to 30-acre estate. There were a large horse barn and a 2-acre lake north of the home. The barn was hidden from the home by a double stand of pine trees. The lake looked clean and actually had a 100-foot-long white sandy beach, complete with a pavilion, dock, and diving board. I could live here. Then I thought, it's abandoned. I should talk Dad into moving us up here. As has become too frequent, my thoughts of a good life were interrupted by a scream from the woods. "Max, search!" I had Max on a leash and followed closely behind him. We cut across a well-worn path, and Max doubled back and took it east. We'd only traveled 100 yards through the brush and woods before Max stopped and pointed at several people. 2 men and a woman were tying a girl's hands behind her. Another woman lay on the ground. The men had black uniforms and M4 rifles. The rifles were leaning against a tree while they struggled with the belligerent girl. I told Max to be quiet and led him closer to the people. The woman kicked one man in the groin and he fell to the ground. I didn't expect this, but drew my knife and jumped from the bushes. I grabbed the other man by his face and twisted it sideways as I pulled my knife across his throat. Then I said, "Get her!" to have Max attack the lady with the gun in her hand. I thought, damn, I didn't see the gun, as I turned to the man on the ground. He was turned away from me and had both hands holding his groin. I heard screaming behind me as Max worked his magic, but ignored the noise. The woman must have landed a mighty kick to the man's privates, because he died without ever taking his hands from his groin. I wiped my knife on his shirt, and then turned to see the woman trying to beat Max on the head with a free hand, and Max using his strength and training to keep her at bay. Hell, most people don't struggle when a Belgian Malinois clamps his teeth down on their arms. Her gun lay by her feet, so she dropped down to the ground, ignoring the excruciating pain. Max was a bit smarter than the woman was, and only had to drag her a few feet away from the gun, which I retrieved. The 2 captured women lay on the ground, with their hands tied behind them. One said,
"Are you going to set us free? Or take us for your own?"
This kind of caught me in a funny way, and I laughed aloud. The woman said,
"That's not funny, mister. Let us go, or shoot us. We're not going to be anyone's play toy."
I laughed and said, "Look, ladies, if you resist kicking me in the nuts, I'll set you free. The last time I rescued a woman about to be molested, I got stuck with her and can't get rid of her. So suffice it to say, you are free to go when I release you." I cut their bindings and helped them to their feet. "What happened? I think these are FEMA thugs. What did you do to piss them off? What was this woman's role in abducting you?" The feisty one said,
"We didn't do anything but tell them to screw themselves when they said we had to relocate to one of their camps. The damned woman tricked us into thinking they were going to help our friend who had been wounded. She finds people for them and is rewarded. They killed the 3 men we were traveling with, and we quickly figured out what they planned to do to us. That's when you showed up.
I walked over to the woman who was still fighting with Max.
What drugs are you on? No one can take that much pain.
Go to hell,
were her last words. I cut her throat and said, Max, out. Max released her arm, and she died with her comrades. The two ladies cringed at my actions.
Did you have to kill her?
Before I could speak, Dad came up cautiously through the bushes.
Son, is everything okay?
Yes, Dad. I just helped these two ladies with an issue.
They're okay now.
Dad saw the man and woman and said,
Looks like FEMA trash. What did the woman do to piss you off? Crap. Max almost tore her arm off.
Dad, the woman tricked these two women and their friends into meeting with the FEMA crud. The bastards killed their friends and then planned to, well, you know the rest. The woman, who hadn't spoken, said,
We need to thank your son for freeing us. You can't blame us for being afraid of you. Most men we've run into have only one thing on their minds.
Dad looked at the two and said,
Darn, Jason. You never rescue ugly women. Do you have some kind of radar to find these beauties in need of help?
I shifted my feet and fiddled with my hands as I said,
I just have a knack for this kind of stuff.
Dad said,
Sorry for your loss. What do you plan to do now without your husbands or boyfriends?
The loudmouth girl said,
We barely knew them. We were on a trip to the Bahamas when the crap hit the fan, and we're stuck at the Nashville airport. There were 28 of us when we started heading north months ago. Most of our companions were killed or captured. We were lucky and found a nearby farmer who let us work on his farm for food and a place to sleep.
Dad asked,
Are you afraid of hard work? Are you willing to work to help feed yourselves and our little community? We have about 30 people living on a farm south of Nashville out in the sticks. We don't plan to abuse you or make you slaves, but you will find it safe, and we'll get plenty of food if you contribute to the community.
I wanted to tell Dad that we had women coming out our ears, needed some men to help with the heavy work and fighting. I kept my mouth shut because it was his farm, and he was a good man trying to help. The women went off by themselves to talk, while Dad and I searched the FEMA thugs for anything useful. We found 2 SIG 9mm pistols, several knives, the 2 M4s, and their tactical vests. Dad also stripped them of their clothes and shoes. As we worked, I said,
Don't we need to find some men to balance the community out a bit?
Dad chuckled.
You don't like to be surrounded by pretty women?
Dad, I like women as much as the next guy and have fought and bled with some of the best female fighters in the world.
But sometimes you need brute strength.
Dad quickly replied,
Several weeks ago, I began to notice that men are disappearing from the earth at an alarming rate. We might not have a choice on who joins us. Men are out scrounging for food to keep their families alive. They're fighting gangs, and criminals, and neighbors every day for every scrap of food. I'll bet there are 3 women for every man left alive on this planet. And it will get worse.
I knew he was right, and what he'd said made me think.
Dad, the women who are left might be alive, but just barely. Many still have kids to feed, and bad men abusing them without a husband or boyfriend to share the load. I hope they band together and fight for survival. This damned country is going to the dogs. Son, that's why we'll help anyone who needs help. Your mom and I want to train as many women how to survive as possible. Life is hard now. Most won't survive this coming winter. I want us to grow fast and get prepared to fight off much larger groups. Maria and some of the other women need to step up and get these women trained.
We heard Max warn us that the ladies were coming back to join us, and we turned toward them. The meek one said,
You saved our lives and didn't rape us, so we don't have much choice but to join you.
Dad's jaw moved, but he was speechless. I said, Ma'am, you always have choices. You can go out on your own. We'll give you some food and guns to protect you. If you come with us, life will still be hard, but I promise no one will touch you unless you want to be touched. And we'll train you to fight and protect yourself. Our head of training is a fellow soldier, Maria McGill.
We soldiered together all over the Middle East and Europe. You won't find anyone tougher or better at training people to defend themselves and to fight. My mom and girlfriend Kat will teach you how to work on the farm. Sorry for rambling, but we need you as much as you need us. Only a well-armed, well-trained force can survive this mess in the long run. Both ladies felt much better about joining our group, but they were put off when Dad told them that we would go on and find my brother before returning to take them to the farm. We gave them most of our food, 2 pistols, and helped them settle in the large home before leaving the next day. We were sorry the ladies were upset, but reminded them they were not tied up and being passed around to pleasure a bunch of thugs. The loud one told us she didn't think they would ever see us again. I said, "If we're alive, and if you're here, we'll pick you up in 2 to 3 weeks to take you home with us. I promise." Chapter 18. Northeast of Nashville on Highway 24. The next week dragged on as we slowly traveled from Nashville heading northwest following Highway 24. We not only had to watch for danger from people, but also had to look out for signs from Michael and his family. We ran into several gangs and thugs along the way and chose to hide from them whenever possible. This was difficult since we needed to travel in broad daylight. Max stayed busy pointing out ambushes and people in our path. He saved our butts numerous times, and I wouldn't be alive now if not for him. I love that dog. I'm ashamed to say that it was hard to focus on security, Michael's signs, and missing Kat. Yes, I missed her. She was the biggest pain in my ass in my entire life, but I missed her. I missed the smell of her hair as it touched my cheek when we rode double. Yep, I hesitate to say it, but I missed her skinny body against mine on horseback and in bed. Maybe we were meant for each other. Well, that was good Jason speaking. Bad Jason thought about her every night, but we won't discuss those thoughts. Crap. I was thinking about Kat when I accidentally glanced to my right and a glint of something shiny caught my eye. The beer cans were stuck in a cottonwood tree about 10 feet up, which was just high enough for them to be too much trouble to remove. I pointed to them. "Dad, look! Those could be Michael's handiwork." Dad rode up to them and looked at the cans. He pulled one from the tree. "Jason, this one has a note rolled up around the tree limb." He untied the note and then unrolled it. He read it aloud. "Dad or Jason, I knew you would come to find us. Head southeast on Highway 24 as far as it is from our farm to the Jenkins place. Take a left and go as far as it is from our barn to the dirt road west of the barn. We'll be waiting. My foot is injured, and we had to hole up for a while. Everyone is alive and getting thinner." Dad dismounted and said, "Jason, watch our backs while I make a map from Michael's instructions." It was summer now, and hot as hell in Tennessee and Kentucky. The concrete shimmered from the heat, and the flies were biting, so I figured a storm was heading our way. The flies weren't as bad as those little black SOB mosquitoes. "Dad, can you hurry up? These little black bastards are eating my hands and neck up." Dad ignored me and kept doodling on his notebook. I noticed he swatted at something on his neck twice, and then his horse took out down the road. He didn't say anything and just left me swatting those little boogers. I kicked my horse and took off behind him, hoping the breeze would blow the mosquitoes away. I kind of sort of knew where Dad was heading, and was surprised when he blew by the overpass where we should have left the highway. I caught up to him and said, "We're going past the turnoff to make sure no one is following us, right?" "Yep," was all he said. I scouted the area to my left as we rode by, but didn't see anything noticeable. The woods were thick, and an army could be hiding in them without being seen. We rode down the entrance ramp on the east side of the highway and hid in a copse of trees. Max was breathing heavy with his tongue hanging out. I dismounted and gave him some water. This heat was especially bad on the horses and Max. Dad and I cursed the heat, flies, and mosquitoes, but knew we had it made compared to the animals. Most of the time, Max chose to walk rather than ride across the saddle, due to comfort issues. I needed to figure that one out before taking Max on any long rides. Time passed slowly as we watched for anyone trying to follow us. I also noted that only a few people passed us on the highway. They were mainly families heading to some other place where they thought they could find safety or more food. Well, that's what Dad and I thought. I saw one group that tugged at my heartstrings. A man and woman walked along with 2 kids about 10 and 11 years old. The man pushed a wheelbarrow, and everyone had a backpack to carry their food and possessions. One of the boys pulled away from his mom, ran up to his dad, and pulled on his hand. The boy said something, and the man yelled loud enough that we could hear him 100 feet away. The man yelled again and slapped the boy, who ran back to his mom. I raised my rifle and placed the man in the middle of my sights. Just before I was going to squeeze the trigger, my dad pushed the barrel up in the air. I gave him a dirty look. "Son, unless you plan on taking in a woman and 2 more kids, don't shoot the only man taking care of them and feeding them. The kids are clean, they're not too scrawny, and they could be much worse off without this man in their lives. I'm sorry, Dad. I just can't stand anyone who abuses kids or women." Dad chuckled as they walked out of sight down the hillside. "Son, I tried my best to set a good example of what a father should and shouldn't do for your kids. Apparently I had a bit of success with you. If the world weren't so screwed up, I would have taken the shot and taken them to a shelter for abused women and children. Son, we can't help everyone, and we certainly can't take in all of the stray dogs. I know you're right, but it sticks in my craw that people like that man breathe the same air as his kids. They will become abusive toward women and children when they grow up." No one else came by for another hour, so we mounted our trusty steeds and rode north until Dad thought we were close enough to walk to my brother's hiding spot. The woods were thick with saplings and brush, but not so thick that we had to cut our way through. We walked a couple 100 yards when Max froze, pointing northeast of our position. We froze and could hear sounds in the distance that were unintelligible. We snuck up closer with Max leading the way and almost walked into a clearing. We dropped to the ground. The clearing was the size of a couple of baseball fields and had a small log cabin, outhouse, and old barn on the west end. There was a large garden by the house and a fenced-in area with several cows, several mules, and some goats. There was a chicken coop beside the fenced-in area. 2 kids were hoeing the garden, and an old man was sharpening an axe on an old-timey foot-powered grinding stone. I saw one thing that piqued my interest the most. There was a cast-iron old water pump at the back of the house by the kitchen door. I could fill all our water jugs with sweet well water. Dad took his binoculars from their case and surveyed the area. He got excited. "That's your brother's kids, Jerry and Sally. I don't know who the old... Hey, Pat just walked out of the barn. Darn, I don't see Michael. Let's walk up carefully. Raise your gun in the air along with your other hand. Dad, let me go in while you cover me in a safe position." "That's a great idea, son. You stay back and cover me." I took up a position behind a tree and made sure Dad wouldn't cross my field of fire. I placed my sights on the man and was as ready as I could be. Max sat beside me, sniffing the air. I rubbed his ears as Dad walked into the clearing. No one saw Dad at first. Then Jerry dropped his hoe and ran to the old man, who raised a double-barrel shotgun. The old man yelled, "Hold on there, Mac! Stop, or I'll fill your britches with buckshot!" Dad was over 100 feet away and called out, "I'm Zach Walker, and the kid's grandfather. I'm looking for my son, Michael." I saw Pat running toward Dad, but couldn't hear what she yelled. Dad lowered his rifle to the ground and caught her when she collided with him. Pat wasn't a small woman, so both of them fell over to the ground. Then both kids ran over and piled in on top of my dad. The old man lowered his shotgun, so I walked out of the woods with Max leading the way. The old man saw me and raised his shotgun again. I raised my rifle over my head and slowly walked to him. "I'm Jason Walker.
Pat is my sister-in-law. Where's my brother?"
The old man said,
"I'm Cletus McHenry, and you need to discuss her husband with her."
I was a bit confused, or dense, as Cat always said.
"Is Michael here or not?"
The old man pointed at Pat.
"See, Pat?"
Max growled, and I turned in time to tell Max to stay just before my niece Sally and nephew Jerry bowled me over. All I heard was them screaming,
"Uncle Jason, did you bring us back something from the war?"
When they calmed down, I replied, "Yes, I brought you Max and me. My plane crashed, and I lost everything else I owned." I heard Dad growl. Yes, growl. Then he said,
"Those sons of bitches will pay for this."
I instantly assumed that my brother had been killed by some thug or the other.
"Dad, where's Michael? Why isn't he here?"
Dad was teary-eyed and choked up, so Pat came over. She hugged me and said,
"Michael's gone."
"What? Who killed him? I'm going to make them pay."
Pat hugged me tightly.
"Calm down, Jason. We don't know if Michael's dead or alive. He sacrificed himself to allow us to escape from those FEMA thugs. He led them on a chase through the woods about 2 miles from here, and we saw them catch him. They probably have him working as a slave in a camp up in Kentucky or South Alabama."
I was getting madder by the second.
"Which way did they take him? Dad, we have to go get Michael."
With tears still running down his cheeks, Dad said,
"Son, they took him a month ago. He could be anywhere by now. Let's take Pat and the kids home and regroup." "But, Dad, son, calm down and think things through. I know you could tear through the country and kill every FEMA agent in sight until they send an army to kill you and probably the rest of us. We need a surgical strike that frees your brother and limits our exposure. Let's go home and make a plan to find out where the FEMA camps are located, and then get intelligence on them." I knew my dad was right, but I was still mad and wanted to kill something. That's what Army sergeants do. Officers think things through, plan, and scheme before reacting. My dad was right about one thing. I had to calm down and think before I reacted in this screwed-up world. In the Middle East and Europe, we'd always know who the enemy was and killed them all. If we accidentally killed an innocent person, God would handle sorting them out. Leaving didn't go as smoothly as Dad and I had hoped. Pat wanted to stay at the old man's place, but the kids wanted to go home with us. Pat made the case that they were safe and had plenty of food. Even Cletus told her she was foolish to stay. He said, "Pat, there's plenty of food, but someday either FEMA or some starving bunch will find us. You will be safer with Zach and Jason. You and I can't fight anyone off." Pat was in tears.
"I know you're right. Will you come with us?"
"Girl, I was born in that cabin 82 years ago. My mom and dad and 3 children are buried behind the barn along with my Sarah. We were married 63 years ago, and I ain't leaving her now. FEMA won't want me, and I can hide from anyone else until God calls me to join Sarah. You take the kids and go to Zach's home. Take plenty of food with you. You can take the wagon. Betsy and Jake will pull it to your new home. I'm getting too damned old to fool with those mules." Pat asked,
"Are you sure you won't come with us?"
He shook his head and said,
"We'll load the wagon up this evening. You all can leave when Zach thinks it's safe."
Later, my dad pulled me away from loading the wagon.
"Son, do you think we could make it home without 100 people trying to take that wagon load of food away from us?"
I laughed, and Dad stopped me.
"Jason, what's so funny?"
"Dad, I read a post-apocalyptic book several years ago, and this older couple wanted to be able to drive their big lumbering truck full of supplies right through an area filled with starving people and gangbangers. They placed hazardous cargo signs all over the vehicle and wore hazardous chemical suits. No one stopped them. Let's see if Cletus has any red paint and white sheets. Cletus had heard my plan and said,
"I've changed my mind on the wagon and mules. Follow me to my garage."
He walked us around the barn to an old cinder-block building and opened the sliding door. I was amazed. The building looked like a wreck on the outside, but was neat and orderly on the inside. The walls had been painted white, and the floors were light gray, but that wasn't the big surprise. There was an old Ford sedan on one side of the garage, and an old Dodge Power Wagon ambulance beside it. I said, "That's an old Dodge Power Wagon." Cletus said,
"Kinda, sorta. It's actually a 1958 Dodge M42 ambulance. I purchased it from an Army-Navy store 40 years ago. It runs on diesel and can go anywhere. I installed an extra 50-gallon fuel tank so we could drive it up to Alaska and back. We never made the trip, but I drove it for many years. I restored it 10 years ago, and only drive it in parades and sometimes on Sunday. Please, paint your hazmat signs on it and go safely home."
The ambulance had been painted back to its original OD green, with the white circles, with the red crosses in the middle. It would be easy for anyone not familiar with the current Army and FEMA vehicles to assume it was an official vehicle carrying hazardous material. Dad said,
"I hate to take a vehicle that means so much to you, but it could save all our lives.
Do you have any fuel for it?"
"Yes, the tanks are full, and I have 4 5-gallon fuel cans to take with you. The old beast doesn't get outstanding fuel mileage, but you will have enough fuel to drive about 700 miles without needing to find fuel. That extra 50-gallon tank gives you about 400 extra miles."
We spent the next day cutting a sheet of plywood into some squares for our hazardous signs. We painted the boards yellow, and then added the word "caution" at the top and the biohazard symbol in the middle of the remaining space. We placed one of those signs on the front and back of the vehicle. I had a brainstorm and made larger signs for the sides of the ambulance that had the word "caution" at the top, the biohazard symbol in the middle, and the words "human remains" at the bottom. I found a set of white vinyl stick-on letters in Cletus's garage and stuck the words "World Health Organization" on the top of the ambulance, above the windshield. We stood back and looked at our work. Dad said, "Darn, if I wouldn't run the other way if I ran into this vehicle."
Now we need to make it a bit more comfortable for our passengers and work on making some kind of official-looking uniforms.
Cletus slapped his side in joy.
"I've got exactly what you need. I'll be back in a minute. Pat, bring the kids and follow me."
Dad and I removed all but 2 of the stretchers and most of the antique medical gear. We placed the items in a neat pile at the back of the garage. I looked around the inside and said, "This is just a tin box. It will be hotter than hell if we don't insulate the walls and roof."
I saw some 3/4-inch foam insulation sheets in the barn. Cletus has about 8 4x8 sheets of the stuff. 4 would make a big difference, Dad said.
Cletus and the others came back loaded down with uniforms, old gas masks, and DC electric fans. He said,
"These white medical uniforms will pass for hazmat suits, and the gas masks will seal the deal. Wear these World War II tanker helmets, and most people will swear you are hazardous material workers or space aliens. I'll wire the fans into the ambulance and cut some vent holes so the passengers won't fry in the back."
Dad mentioned the insulation, and Cletus told us to take as much as we needed. We glued the insulation to the walls and back doors, but had to bolt the sheets to the roof. The finished product looked rough until Cletus brought us some OD green rattle cans to paint the insulation. He said,
"Don't get it too wet, or the paint will melt the foam."
6 hours later, we were sure we had thought of everything to aid our trip when Cletus came out of his office with some paperwork.
"These documents are your orders. All military and FEMA people have orders. I typed them up on my antique Underwood typewriter and made them look as authentic as I could. You know the military and other organizations don't have computers, so they will have to resort to old technology. This should fool anyone but the highest-level authorities."
I said, "Thanks so much for taking care of our family and helping us get back home safely. You need to come with us. You would be a great help to us with all your experience and ability." Cletus smiled.
"Thanks, but no thanks. I'm going to stay with Sarah and get buried on my property."
Cletus would be dead before he ever saw the ambulance again. I went back to check on him the following year and found a friendly family had squatted on his property. They didn't know what had happened to the owner. I walked to the graveyard and smiled. Next to Sarah's grave was a new one with a marker that read, "Cletus McHenry, a good man." Ray probed their defenses and found a couple of ways to penetrate the fences to get closer to the house. He knew he could get to the woman he wanted. If he were lucky, he'd get 2 or 3 others. He still had to figure out how to escape with 3 women in tow. He'd watched them for several weeks after Jason had left and saw something so obvious he slapped himself on the forehead. The women drove the old farm truck around the place at will, but never left the area. He could kidnap the women, load them in the truck, and then drive away. They couldn't catch him on horseback. Ray grinned through his rotten teeth and slapped his leg. He was excited and couldn't wait to capture Billy, the other woman, and her daughters. It was then he took notice of the skinny, blonde-haired young girl. She looked about 15, and he drooled when he thought about her coming to his place. He thought,
"She will love me once she gets to know me. If she don't, I'll break her fool neck."
Chapter 19. The Walker Place, Walter Hill, Tennessee. On the day Jason and his dad left, Kat spent the morning in Jason's old room. His mom had left it untouched since Jason had left for the Army. He was the youngest and only kid to have lived in the cabin. It was where Jason had spent his time when he was in town between deployments. Kat smelled his clothes and put on one of his T-shirts that had an Army logo on its chest. She checked all of his drawers but didn't find anything that would help her get to know Jason better. Jan gave Kat a couple of days to recover, and then showed her a list of her new jobs and responsibilities. Kat was eager to help her new community and shouldered the burden with a smile. She did encounter a few awkward moments with Billy and Karen, but handled them very well. Karen asked her how she'd met Jason, and Kat told her the truth. However, she let Karen think they were madly in love. Kat never lied. She just let people assume and didn't correct their assumptions. After supper on the 5th night, Jan began to ask intimate questions about Kat and her son's relationship. Kat blushed.
"Mom, are you asking if I could be pregnant?"
Jan blushed.
"I guess I was prying a bit too much. I'm sorry."
Kat reflected before answering.
"Mom, that was a bit personal, but we're family now, and I know you want the best for Jason and any children he might have. The answer is yes, it would be possible, but look at this under my arm."
Kat showed her the bump from the birth control implant that Kat's mom had implanted in her by the family doctor. Her mom had thought Kat was promiscuous, when Kat was actually backward about sex. Jan felt the bump.
"I think it's a good thing to avoid having kids now while the world is in turmoil. But don't wait too long. I want some more grandkids."
Kat said,
"Jason doesn't want them now, but I plan to have a house full later. I don't want kids to have to live through this mess now. We'll think about it again in about 2 years, when this implant wears out.
Kat prayed every night that Jason would return and love her as she loved him. She was sure he had to miss her as much as she missed him. Kat also missed his goofy dog. She played with Tina some and took her on walks around the farm, but still missed Max and his goofy antics. Jan, Michelle, and Kat soon became best friends, and Jan treated Kat like her second daughter. They met every evening after supper and played cards or just talked about the times before the bombs fell. Kat began to feel like part of the family. They were all about the same size and shared clothes and shoes. It was a good time for them, and they almost forgot the world had ended a few months back. It was touch and go with Karen and Billy for the first week, and then they warmed up to Kat and her impetuous ways. Karen and Kat actually became good friends, and Missy and Chrissy went on long walks with Kat and Tina around the farm. Other than no electricity, TV, cell phones, and video games, life was getting back to normal for the folks at the farm. During one of their walks, they saw some people walking south on the road. Tina was back at the house, resting after playing with Kat earlier. They sought cover and watched as the group of half a dozen adults stopped to rest. Karen was close enough to hear them talking. She heard,
"We can't rest long. The General's people will be in this area any day now, and I don't want to work on one of his farms."
One of the women said,
"And I don't want to work in a brothel. We need some food. Let's raid the next farmhouse we come to today. These farmers always have food."
A man's voice said,
"Bill, don't kill them this time. We might want to come back this way someday, and they'll have more food to take."
The people finished their break and continued walking south. Karen told the others, and the women checked their weapons and followed at a distance to make sure these people didn't find their farm. They were soon a half-mile past the farm, and Kat said,
"We need to attack them and wipe them out before they raid any of our neighbors."
Karen was astounded that anyone would think that way. Billy said,
"Karen, you stay back here, so Kat and I can take care of them. Come on, let's get rid of the vermin."
Kat crossed the road and came up behind the people so Billy and she could get them in a crossfire. Billy was to take out the man who appeared to be the leader, and Kat would take out the other man. That left the 4 women to deal with. Kat heard the shot and saw the leader grab his chest and fire. Kat shot the other man just as the group turned to shoot in Billy's direction. Her man dropped to the ground with a bullet in his back. The bullet ripped his guts on its way through his body. The man was dead, but he didn't know it as he clutched his stomach. The women panicked and shot in all directions as Kat and Billy shot from behind cover. They took careful aim and killed the 4 women. Kat walked up to the dead and dying and finished off the living.
"That will teach you to raid innocent farmers. I hope God sends you straight to hell."
Karen walked up as Kat fired the last shot into the gut-shot man. She doubled over and vomited.
"How can you shoot them in cold blood?"
Kat said,
"Billy, come here. I want to say this one time, and then we'll never discuss it again. Karen, Billy, I was raped repeatedly by 4 FEMA assholes before I met Jason. I killed every one of them later. And the day I met Jason, several men had killed my friend and tried to catch and rape me. I almost killed Jason thinking he was one of the men. Jason saved my life. I owe him, and thank God every day for bringing him into my life. Now, you don't need to be raped to know that killing these dregs of the earth that prey on innocent people is the right thing to do. I'll kill them every chance I get."
Both women stared at Kat with their mouths open. A minute later, they hugged Kat and cried with her. Karen sniffled and said,
"I get it now. Give me time, and I'll help you rid the face of the earth of this vermin."
The 3 women didn't see Ray sneaking up on them, and Tina wasn't with them to sound an alarm. Just as he was about to pounce on them with guns drawn, the people could be heard. At first, he thought they were people from the farm and didn't want to tangle with that many of them. He felt safe getting the drop on 3 women. What he saw a few minutes later scared the crap out of him. 2 of the women massacred the 6 people who were casually walking down the road. Ray saw the young blonde girl walk among the wounded and shoot them in the head. Ray got the hell out of Dodge as fast as he could, without making enough noise to alert the women. Now, Ray knew not to take for granted that these women would be easy prey. He had to work on his kidnapping plan and ensure they didn't kill him. Jan left the living room and came back with a bottle of homemade elderberry wine and 2 glasses.
Cat, I really like you, and I think you are perfect for my son. You wouldn't give up on him if he were away longer than expected. I love Jason with all my heart. If he was very late, I'd go find him.
Find who? Michelle asked as she walked into the room and then asked,
Where's my glass? It's in the cupboard. Sorry for not inviting you. Get a glass and join us. I'm getting to know my new daughter.
Michelle fetched a glass and Jan filled it. Michelle probed Kat.
Jason told me about this woman he'd met a few days before finding me that drove him crazy. He said he'd only known her for 2 days, and she'd left him with aching balls, but wanting to get to know her better.
Jan said,
Michelle, that's no way to talk.
Kat said,
Sorry, Mom, but Jason told her the truth. I fought him when he was trying to save me and kicked him in the shin and in the balls. I thought he was a rapist. He tackled me, knocked me to the ground, and then lay on top of me for a long time while Max kept biting the stalker.
Tears came to her eyes as Kat remembered the FEMA men who had raped her before she met Jason. She said,
A couple of weeks earlier, several FEMA thugs caught me and, well, attacked me. I wasn't ready to be saved by a good man like my Jason. Anyway, I was mean to him and cursed at him to get off me. I was rude and nasty to him at first. I would have shot him if I'd had a chance. Then we talked, and I began to see what a decent man he appeared to be. I left him, but followed him from a distance.
Kat went on to tell them about their exploits and mentioned several times about feeling safe in Jason's arms. The wine made Kat sleepy, so she excused herself and went to her room. Jan and her daughter walked out on the deck to get some privacy. Jan said,
Kat and Jason's relationship is very confusing. It would make a great daytime soap opera.
Michelle looked up.
Huh. I think they make a great couple. She adores him, and he's Jason. I can tell he loves her, but I don't know how to describe it.
Jan nodded.
Exactly. 1 minute they act like they're madly in love, and the next, I heard Jason tell her to find another man because he isn't a good person.
What? When did you hear Jason say that?
The day before he left. I thought they were making love, and a bit noisy at that. It turned out to be Jason trying to break up with her. Jason left their bedroom and slept in the barn. Oh, shit. Watch it, daughter.
Sorry. Well, they certainly kissed like lovers just before Jason left.
Maybe Jason's heart will grow fonder. I really like this girl. Jason should too, Jan said.
I love my brother, but since he became a dog handler, he just hasn't had much time for humans.
He forgot about Max several times while he was here.
Mom, speaking of Max, when will Tina deliver? I noticed she's sagging a bit, and I felt her puppies move this morning.
Jan pointed at Tina.
She should deliver in the next week or so. I hope the puppies don't look like mongrels. Max is a good-looking dog, And Tina is beautiful. But mixing their genes could deliver some pug-ugly dogs.
Chapter 20. Northwest of Nashville, Tennessee, on Highway 24. We prepared to leave Cletus's home the next morning when Cletus handed a jar and 2 rolls of bandages to Pat. He said,
"If anyone stops you along the way, pour this pig's blood on you and the children, and wrap your arms or legs with the bandages. Act real sick. If they force you to open the doors, they will take one look and wave you to go on down the road. Nothing scares people like mentioning Ebola or dengue fever."
Pat kissed him on the cheek.
Cletus, you saved us. And I can never repay you, but please keep our 2 horses. Perhaps you can trade them for something that you need.
No need to worry about me. Just pay it forward. Help some other unfortunate family.
We pulled away with too much food, extra ammunition, and an ambulance, all donated to us by Cletus. We tried to make the back end of the ambulance as comfortable as possible, but it was still hot and rough riding. We couldn't drive very fast, but at least with the windows rolled down and the vents open in the back, Pat and the kids could survive the ride to Dad's place. We only encountered a few people on the drive to pick up the 2 women we had rescued from the FEMA thugs. Every one of the people who saw the ambulance stopped and read the signs before running or driving off the road to let us pass. The ruse worked much better than planned. No one shot at us, and no one challenged us. Dad got off Highway 24 and drove down the side roads until we arrived at the mansion in the woods. We expected to be greeted as saviors and expected the 2 women to run up and hug us. Instead, several bullets hit the driveway in front of us and kicked gravel into the ambulance. I started laughing at the situation. Darn, this fake hazmat truck has fooled the women. Pat, give me a white cloth to wave. I opened the door enough to poke out a stick with the white T-shirt and waved it before stepping out of the vehicle. Hey, stop shooting! We came back to pick you up and take you home with us. The ambulance is a fake we decorated to keep people from attacking us. The loud woman showed herself.
You almost got shot. We were scared to death you were bringing Ebola or something to us. Come on up.
Dad parked the truck, and everyone got out to meet the women. I said, "Sorry, we didn't get your names the other day. I'm Jason Walker. These people are my dad, Zach, my sister-in-law, Pat, and her 2 children." The loud lady said,
I'm Heather Dill, and she is Darla Black. We honestly didn't expect you to come back to get us.
I said, "That's okay. These days it's hard to keep promises. We need you to gather your things and load them into the ambulance. I want to go through Nashville while the sun is up. This fake biohazard trick won't work in the dark. We'd have some jerk trying to steal our ambulance and shoot us full of holes before he could read the signs." Darla said,
We can have all our stuff down here in 15 minutes. We don't have much.
I asked, "Did the FEMA troops show up again?" Heather said,
Yes, but we hid in the cellar. They only walked to the home and didn't find any people or food, so they left. We slept in the cellar and kept all of our stuff down there, so it was easy to fool them.
The women gathered their gear while the rest of us watched for strangers. We didn't see anyone, and the ladies returned and quickly loaded their gear into the ambulance. My niece and nephew lay on a pile of blankets on the floor, and the women sat on the uncomfortable wooden bench seat that ran the length of the driver's side in the back. I heard one of the women ask Pat if either Dad or I were married. I couldn't hear Pat's reply, but the lady said,
Too bad.
We drove back onto Highway 24, dodging stalled cars and other debris as usual, when we saw a roadblock up ahead. We were only a mile or so from the Packers Stadium, and the barrier hadn't been there when we came through heading north. The men wore army fatigues and were armed with M4s. We had to take the bluff through to completion when they didn't crap their pants and wave us on through. A man with sergeant stripes walked up to the ambulance but kept a healthy distance away.
He asked.
What the hell are you doing? And where are you going?
We had donned our gas masks when we'd first seen the barricade, so the man couldn't hear Dad's response. I opened my door and walked toward the man, lifting my mask as I walked. He said,
Stop, or I'll shoot.
I said, We're taking some bodies and a couple of live ones to the CDC in Atlanta. FEMA wants proof that the Syrians or Iranians launched a biological attack on several cities. They gathered the people in Indianapolis and asked us to come to fetch them. Boy, that was a mess. Millions of people died a horrible death when the virus consumed them. Hell of a way to die. The sergeant backed up a couple of steps.
How do I know you're not a bunch of thugs trying to run guns or smuggle people past us?
I thumped the side of the truck and said, I can open the back doors and let you see the people. Well, what's left of them after Ebola and hemorrhagic dengue fever gets through with them.
Your story stinks to high heaven.
I remembered to show him the fake documents. Here, read these. I tried to hand the pages to him, but he made me hold them so he could read the small print.
Open the doors.
Of course. I was stalling to give the others time to apply their blood and bandages. I fiddled with the latch on the back door and opened one door. A bloody arm fell out, and the sergeant jumped backward several feet.
Open the other door.
The scene was gruesome. It would have fooled anyone but an expert on these diseases. The sergeant looked sick and struggled not to puke.
Close those doors and get your ass out of here. I'll report this to HQ tomorrow.
I said, I've heard about him. Wasn't he a captain a short while ago?
Yes. He got a battlefield promotion according to our lieutenant. He's one tough son of a bitch. Glad I don't have to work closely with him. Get on the road. Now.
I lowered my mask and climbed back into the passenger seat. Dad took off as soon as they pushed the sawhorses away and sped down the road. I said, Dad, I thought I had killed the man they called the General. He was a mean and nasty soldier in our unit who killed just to have fun. He was the one who teamed up with FEMA at that camp I escaped from after rescuing Michelle. He'll be looking for me to get even.
Son, let's cross that bridge when we get to it. Let's get everyone home safe, and then we can figure out what to do about this so-called general.
The sun was going down, and we cruised through Antioch looking for a wooded area to pull off the highway and spend the night. We couldn't afford being caught out after dark because no one could see our biohazard signs. We couldn't pull off at any intersections because this was a highly populated area. We passed Haywood Lane, and I remembered there was a large stand of trees coming up ahead on the west side of the highway. I saw it a few minutes later and told Dad to slow down and pull off into the tree line. He drove into the woods slowly due to the rugged terrain and the thick undergrowth and bushes. Darn it all. We're going to run out of the forest and into someone's backyard if we don't find a clearing pretty soon. Little did Dad know that a few minutes later that was precisely what happened. The low-hanging branches and bushes scraped the windshield, making it impossible to see where we were going. Suddenly, we popped out of the brush and saw buildings blocking our path. The buildings meant people, and that scared me. I yelled, "Back up, Dad!" but I was too late. We had the damnedest lousy luck to have driven right into a group of men in the middle of a pig roast with alcohol flowing. There was a copper still distilling moonshine, and most of them were smoking pot. All they saw was an army green vehicle bust through the woods and charge at them. They must have thought it was a DEA bust. It must have scared the crap out of them. Gunfire erupted all around us, and we were pinned in our vehicle. A bullet hit my right arm, and it stung like hell. The window was raked with automatic fire from an AK-47 just as I ducked below the dash. The bullets pinged against the truck and shattered the windshield. I felt something warm hit me on the left side of my face and turned to see my dad didn't have a face anymore. A blast of gunfire from inside the truck deafened me. I turned and saw Pat and Darla shooting back at the moonshiners. I was in shock and denial as I grabbed Dad's pistol, opened the door, and shoved it outward. I rolled on the ground
and low-crawled a few feet until I had a clear line of fire. I started shooting, and people fell. I was blind with rage and killed everything in sight. Something hit my chest like a sledgehammer and knocked me backward. I ignored the pain and charged forward. Lucky for me, there were no kids at the barbecue. I would have killed them in my bloodlust. The shooting from the truck slacked off, and there was only a shot every now and then. The asshats thought my bullets were coming from the inside of the truck, so they concentrated their fire on the truck. By the time the fight was over, there were 14 men and 8 women lying dead on the ground. I saw one crawling to get away and placed a well-aimed bullet in his butt. My body armor saved my life twice that day, because another round struck me before I could kill the last of them. I walked through the dead and dying, and didn't shoot any of them to put them out of their suffering. I took their weapons and pitched them off into the weeds. The bastards had killed Zach Walker, the best man on the face of the earth, and my dad. Several begged for mercy, and I kicked them in the side. I wanted to piss on them, but I heard a feeble cry for help from the ambulance.
Uncle Jason, help!
Cried my nephew Jerry. I left the slaughtered men and women and forced the back door open to reveal a grisly sight. Darla was dead with a bullet hole above her right eye, and Pat was slumped over the top of little Sally. She had a huge hole in her back where a large caliber bullet had exited. I rolled her off Sally to see something that chilled me to the bone. My niece had 2 bloody holes in her chest. She died instantly. I can't stand to think about children being hurt in any form or fashion. I sat there crying with Jerry sitting in my lap. I saw Heather tending to a graze on her left arm and remembered we had to get the heck out of there before someone else came to the sound of the shooting. I gave my nephew to Heather and moved Dad's body to the back. I held back the tears as my military training kicked in and told me that I had to get the rest of my people away from the carnage. Everyone within a mile had heard the gunfire. The ambulance started, and I drove through the brush back to the highway, dodging trees and throwing everyone back and forth in the back. Heather yelled,
The radiator was shot up. The engine will seize if you keep going.
Hang on. We're getting as far from this place as we can before the engine craps out.
We made it several miles before the clunking started. I aimed the truck off the road and into the trees for a second time. I stopped the truck as soon as I couldn't see the road behind us and laid my head on the steering wheel. My eyes watered as I realized that I was responsible for my dad, sister-in-law, and niece's deaths. I was still in a daze, but realized that I hadn't seen Max. I was in a panic. I turned and crawled into the back to find my dog with his head on Jerry's lap. Max was okay and trying to soothe my nephew. I patted Max's head and said, Good boy. I tried to soothe Jerry, and at the same time, I patted Max and rubbed his ears. I barely felt Heather tear my sleeve and tend to my wounded arm. I'd lost friends in battle before, but had never lost someone close to me. My mind was fuzzy, and my thinking cloudy when a flash of sanity happened. I had to suck it up and get my nephew and Heather home to safety. I had failed my dad, Pat, Sally, and Darla, but I would not fail these 2. I opened the back doors to the ambulance and said,
Heather, take several of the extra 9mm pistols and ammo. Reload your magazines and prepare to leave here after I bury the others.
I looked my nephew in the eyes. Jerry, life just dealt us a crap sandwich. We have to shut the tears off for a while and fight back. Help me bury my dad and your mom and sister. You'll have to grow up much faster than any normal 11-year-old. I need your help. Come on with me. The boy wiped his eyes and followed me to the driver's side of the ambulance, where a shovel was attached to the side. I removed the shovel and started digging 3 graves.
the boy asked.
Don't we need 4 graves?
I choked up, but said, I'm burying your sister with your mom, so she won't be lonely. Is that okay? He said.
Yes. And please let me dig for a while.
While he dug, I carried the bodies to the graveside. An hour later, they were in the ground, and we said prayers over them. Heather had packed 3 backpacks with food, ammunition, and survival gear. I looked at my nephew and handed him a loaded SIG 9mm, saying, I know you can shoot. I also know that I helped your dad teach you gun safety. This is your gun. Don't draw it or point it at anyone unless you intend to kill them. Kill anyone threatening the people you love. I took the time to show Jerry more about his new SIG and how to safely load and handle the weapon. Heather's face turned red, and she dragged me off to the side.
Jason, he's just a boy, and...
I placed my hands on her shoulders. Heather, Darla is dead. His grandfather is dead. His mom is dead. And his sister is dead. I want him to have a fighting chance if we run into trouble. He has to grow up and be ready to defend himself. Heather avoided me as much as possible on the rest of the trip to my home. I looked back as Max and I led them away from my father's grave. I vowed to visit it once a year and always bring Mom with me. At the time, I thought that day was the worst day of my life, and things would get better. They didn't. Chapter 21. The Walker Place, Walter Hill, Tennessee. The morning started before the sun came up as usual. A few birds were chirping along with the shrieks of the tree frogs. A raccoon was on top of the garbage can by the barn, stymied by the tarp strap that held the lid on. A dog barked, and Kat's eyes opened. She sniffed the air as Max had done so many times when he'd led Jason and her to safety. The fragrance was powerful and beckoned her. Kat stumbled out of bed and walked to the kitchen in her shorts and one of Jason's huge T-shirts that hung loosely from her slender body.
Coffee. I smell coffee. Is it someone's birthday?
Jan and Michelle raised their cups.
Serve yourself, if you can open your eyes long enough,
Michelle said. Jan chuckled and patted Kat on the back as she passed them.
Our men should be back any day now. I feel it in my bones. It was cool last night for the first time since spring. I sure could have snuggled up to Jason to keep me warm. I miss him.
Jan had a thoughtful expression on her face.
My Zach keeps me warm when it's cold outside. My feet are cold, and he lets me put them between his legs to warm them. He'd better get back before it gets cold.
Kat said.
Tina used to snuggle up to me at night, and now she stays in the barn with her pups. By the way, I want the one that has Tina's body and long ears, but has Max's colors. I know he looks a bit weird, but I fell in love with him at first sight.
Jan laughed.
You do know Jason owns both dogs? And I guess you have a claim on Jason, so it's us who need to ask you for a pup.
Kat said.
You know Jason wants you two to have any of the pups you want. I suspect that Zach will want one. Back to the cold feet discussion. I want my Jason back because a dog can warm your back, but a man can warm your soul.
No one said anything while Kat poured her coffee. They knew if the men didn't come back in the next few weeks, the chances of them ever returning dropped every day afterward. Kat sipped her steaming cup of black coffee and sat down at the table. Jan and Michelle joined her. Kat said,
Mom, Michelle, mornings with you two are very special to me. I would probably be dead now if it weren't for Jason and my two special women. Living alone and having to fight every day for survival is no way of life. And you can't have a long life. Thanks for taking me into your lives.
Later that morning, Jan felt a cold chill run down her spine and attributed it to old age. She'd always heard old people's blood was thin, and they hated the cold. She loved snow, and had even talked Zack into taking her to a fancy ski resort one winter. She looked across the front yard into the woods and hoped Zack and Jason would come down the driveway with Michael and his family. She'd watched for them every day for the past 3 weeks. She knew they couldn't rush, but also knew if they didn't find their loved ones on the way up along the highway, they would never be found. Searching for them away from the road would be long and arduous. It would also expose them to dangers beyond belief. She almost wished they hadn't left the farm. By late afternoon, everyone had completed their chores and went to their classes. Maria conducted a course in hand-to-hand fighting, which Jan, Michelle, and Kat attended, along with 5 of the others. Murph led a lesson in how to move and shoot using a couple of pellet rifles. Father James turned out to be proficient with the pellet gun, but Sister Grace wouldn't even touch a pellet rifle. During their break, Jan addressed the group.
I have to say I'm very impressed with our progress. As soon as Jason and my husband get back, we need to intensify our training.
Several folks groaned.
I know, but remember, we have also been very successful with our gardens and small crops. This will be the first winter since the disaster, and people will be starving. We will have to protect our farm and prevent them from taking our food.
Sister Grace said,
Can't we share with them? I'd hate to think little kids would starve because we won't share our bounty.
Kat stood up and spoke.
I don't like to talk in front of a crowd, but anyone out there could have worked as hard as you did since the crap hit the fan. Most didn't. If you start giving food away, others will hear about it, and soon this place will be overrun by starving people, drug addicts, and thugs. The farm will be ruined, and we will be dead or driven from this place of refuge. Jan owns this place. She has been very Christian-like in bringing in as many people as she has. Most people wouldn't have done as much.
Kat sat down, and there was silence. Jan walked over to Kat and patted her on the back.
I'm sorry, but Kat is right. We're helping all of the people we can now. Zack and I plan to add Michael and his family, plus 2 more families during the next year. We will expand the farm out to include any abandoned property. But the larger we grow, the larger the target we become. Never, ever mention our farm to outsiders. We can't help anyone if this is taken from us.
Ray saw them having their meeting and put the first step of his plan in motion. He knew that damned dog was in the barn, and he wanted the dog to chase him. So he made sure he approached with the wind blowing upwind from him to the barn. He stopped several times along the way to listen for barking. He didn't want the dog to catch him by surprise and have to fight it off. He stopped about 100 yards away so he could stay ahead of the vicious mutt. He was about to give up when he saw the barn door open slightly and heard the dog barking. He took off, running for his blind. He arrived at his tree stand a couple of minutes before the dog burst through the tall grass. He was ready and raised his compound bow. He drew the bow back and took aim. The dog was only 30 feet away, and the arrow's flight was accurate. The arrow pierced the dog below the front shoulder and through the lungs. Tina looked up at the man and growled. His was the last face she ever saw. Ray laughed as the liver and white Springer Spaniel writhed in pain before becoming lifeless. He picked the dog's carcass up in his arms and carried it away from the cabin down below. He saw some thick brush and hid it. He walked away, thinking about the next phase of his plan. Now, he could sneak up on the others without that pesky dog biting at him and alerting the others. The morning was colder than expected, and I missed Cat lying next to me. Max was warm against my side, but it wasn't the same. I rolled over, and Max laid his muzzle on my chest. I scratched his ears and behind his head. I wrapped my arm around his neck and gave him a gentle hug. He pulled his head out of my grasp as if to say, "Don't get too emotional with me." I couldn't help it because I loved my dog as much as most people love their kids. The sun was barely showing above the tree line, and I rose from my pile of leaves, even though my feet and legs still hurt from 2 days of walking. I was in great physical shape, though I was an emotional wreck. Max stood beside me for a second, then ran over to a tree to do his part in watering the vegetation. I said, "Max, watch them," and walked into the brush to perform my morning ritual. The air was thick with a dense fog, since the ground was much warmer than the air around Percy Priest Lake. Without the fake hazmat truck, we couldn't drive down the road as if we owned it. I decided to head east, which would allow us to walk the back streets through Laverne and Smyrna to my folks' home. I stood there looking down at Jerry and Heather as I yawned and stretched. The one thing I liked about the apocalypse was there was silence. Well, I loved the absence of machinery and human noise. It wasn't silent at all if you listened. A whippoorwill belted out a tune over by the lake, accompanied by tree frogs. A couple of crickets chirped down by the creek, and an owl hooted somewhere in the distance. The sounds almost took my mind off the deaths of my family and a new friend. The thoughts pissed me off, and I yelled for the others to get up and prepare to leave. Later that day, Heather and Jerry were tired.
Jason, Jerry and I are exhausted. I know we're only 4 or 5 miles from your place, but we can't walk any further. We've been walking since 5 o'clock, and it's now 3. We're not soldiers,
Heather said. Then she plopped down on the side of the road. Jerry joined her, and then both looked up at me with dirty faces. Look, the longer it takes to walk home, the more we're exposed to danger. I can't lose any more of my friends and loved ones. Heather said,
Jason, we get it. We do, but we're exhausted and need to rest. If you go on, we're staying here until the morning. Let's get up early and head to your place.
Okay, I know when to retreat. Let me go check out that building over there and see if we can stay there for the night. It looks like rain clouds are blowing in on us. Jerry said,
Thanks, Uncle Jason. I'm worn out.
I told them to hide in the bushes while I checked out the building. I walked around the perimeter of the structure and found it to be an older cinder block building with a huge pole barn added to the back. The front of the building had a brick facade and a fancy sign that said VFW and Post 1234. I didn't see anyone around, so I peeked into several of the windows. One in the back was already broken. The front part of the building was a bar and meeting place for veterans and their guests. I tried the door and found it was locked. This surprised me because most buildings had been ransacked by now. I tried the other doors and found the other 2 locked as well. That left only one thing to do. I went to the window in the back and caught a whiff of a rotten odor. Then I reached in and raised the window so I could get in without being cut. The familiar stench of rotting bodies hit me hard. I backed up and tried not to puke my dang guts out. I pulled out a handkerchief, wet it from my water bottle, and tied it over my mouth and nose. The stink was horrible, but bearable to me. I pulled myself through the window and raised the blinds on the other windows to reveal a mass murder. Men, women, and children were strewn around the room. There were no signs of foul play, except the dried white froth on their mouths. I was sure the glasses on the table contained cyanide. I guess they couldn't face the apocalypse, and tricked the kids into drinking the poison first, and then committed mass suicide. I left the large room containing over 50 bodies, and now knew why no one had tried to enter the building. They'd all looked through the broken window and gagged. I had the misfortune to have been around death and dying for over 4 years. I was used to the stench of a bloated, rotten body. I explored the rest of the building and only found a few pistols, a bottle of whiskey, and some candy bars. I walked out the front door and saw a small pavilion that overlooked Percy Priest Lake. From there I saw a couple of houseboats floating in a cove. I checked them out and found them deserted. We could spend the night there. The sun had set below the trees, and several of the team sat on the deck with Jan, Michelle, and Kat. The ladies reminisced about the days before the grid went down, and what they missed the most. Maria and Pete walked up to them.
Karen, get your partner and take your turn. Hey, has anyone seen Tina? I saw one of the puppies wandering out behind the barn.
Karen responded.
I'll get Murph and be ready in 5 minutes. We'll keep an eye out for Tina while we make our rounds. She probably went rabbit hunting.
Kat was mad at herself for not noticing Tina was missing.
Jan, please look after the puppies, and Billy and I will go look for Tina. Karen is probably right about Tina going rabbit hunting, but I have a creepy feeling that someone has been watching us for quite a while. Tina looks into the woods and barks, but never wants to leave her pups.
Karen fetched her rifle and joined Murph as they took their turn walking the perimeter of the farm, while Father James and Sister Grace watched over the house and barn. Karen heard something rustle in the bushes.
Murph, I think a deer just ran into the brush over there. Let's check it out.
Murph's training kicked in, and he said,
Not so fast. I've seen the enemy make a noise just to lure us into an ambush. Let's take our time and keep an eye out for strangers. I'll take the point, and you watch our rear and the left. I'll take the right side. Let's go.
They walked a few yards into the thick brush and heard the sound of twigs breaking. Murph was alarmed.
Ambush! Duck and cover! Be ready to...
Karen heard Murph crash to the ground ahead of her and stumbled and then fell as she tripped on him in the dark. Murph tried to speak but only made a gurgling sound with the arrow sticking through the front of his neck. Karen leaned over him and felt the arrow. She smelled Ray's tobacco breath coming from behind her. Before she could react, she felt a blow to the back of her head, and darkness washed over her as she felt herself being dragged through the bushes. She blacked out and didn't feel her body being thrown into the back of the truck. Ray giggled and couldn't contain his glee. He had one woman, and now to obtain Billy and perhaps some other women and girls to sell or trade with the Nashville and Lebanon gangs. The first part of his plan had worked to perfection. The woman called Karen was bound and gagged in the back of his truck. Now, he had to get 5 or 6 more. He drooled when he thought about Karen's 2 girls and the small blonde-haired woman. He wanted them the most after Billy, but any of the women would do. The gangs liked the young ones, but traded for any good-looking women. Ray checked his pistol, and then hefted his bow and quiver. The bow had 3 arrows in its rack, and he had a dozen more in the quiver. He walked toward the barn and saw the priest and nun guarding the buildings. He didn't want to alert them, so he drifted behind the barn and walked around it to see the front of the house. He heard their voices first and laughed to himself as they called out to that damned dead dog. Ray slipped back into the woods and searched the darkness for the women calling for the dog. He was lucky. He saw the blonde and one of the other women. It was the woman he wanted the most, Billy. The other women were attractive, and Ray could trade them for some valuable supplies. He wanted to keep Billy for himself. He knew he could only handle one at a time, so he had to separate them. He watched as they walked along the woods and noticed they were heading his way. The small blonde was in the lead with Billy, several steps behind her. He lowered his bow and took his billy club from his belt. He waited until the blonde passed him and then stepped out behind Billy. He reached around her and cupped his hand over her mouth as he brought the club down on her head. She went limp in his arms, and he laid her on the ground. Ray walked quickly up behind the blonde woman and was ready to attack her when she suddenly turned. Ray swung the club and knocked the gun from her hand. She kicked him in the shin and threw herself at him, pummeling him enough that he was scared. He punched her on the side of the head, and she dropped to the ground. His leg and arms ached from the beating, but he grinned when he thought about what he'd do to the girl before he traded her to the gangs. Ray easily carried Kat to the truck and dumped her in on top of Karen. He went back and picked Billy up. She was much heavier than the tiny Kat, so he struggled to get back to the truck. Ray was now exhausted and decided to cut his losses and leave now. He saw lights all around the house and barn and knew it would be dangerous to try to capture any more women. He rested for a few minutes and lifted Billy into the bed of the truck. He'd just finished dropping her limp body on top of the others when he heard someone crashing through the brush and tall grass. Ray hid behind a nearby tree until he saw two forms emerge from the brush and run to the back of the truck. Missy said,
"There's someone in the back of the truck. Bring your flashlight."
Chrissy ran up to the truck with her flashlight shining on the bed.
"Oh my God, it's Kat and Billy. They must be dead. Hey, there's another woman below."
Missy saw her mom's face.
"It's Mom. Mom, are you okay?"
Ray jumped out from behind a tree and clubbed Missy from behind. He then knocked Chrissy to the ground and tied her hands and feet.
"Stay there, or I'll kill you,"
Ray said as he lifted Missy up and placed her into the back of the truck. He turned to Chrissy, and something hit him in the back, knocking him down. Kat had untied her feet but couldn't get the knot on her wrists untied. She'd hit him in the back with her shoulder and knocked him down. She began kicking him with all her might.
"Untie yourself and go get help,"
Kat said as she landed a blow to Ray's head. Ray was dazed, but saw Chrissy get up and run away. He couldn't lose any more of the women, and this one was going to kick him to death. He reached behind him as another vicious kick caught him in the groin. He yanked the gun toward Kat and pulled the trigger 3 times before she fell to the ground. Ray didn't check to see if she was dead because he heard people yelling behind them. He started the truck and drove as fast as he could away from there. He was in such a hurry that he'd forgotten to put the tailgate up. The truck bounced high when Ray ran over a small downed tree, and Missy and Billy fell to the forest floor. The truck was back at Ray's place before he found he only had Karen. Ray chained her beside Sister Joan and inspected his wounds. His kneecap was dislocated, and his ribs were broken. He knew he would get even with that blonde wildcat. But not today. He was pissed that he'd lost the woman he'd most wanted. But these would do for now. Chapter 22. Percy Priest Lake, Tennessee. We spent the night on the most luxurious boat I could imagine. Of course, all the food and liquor had been pilfered months ago, but the beds were fantastic. I slept the best I had since leaving Mom and Dad's place. That made me think about my dad, and tears welled up in my eyes. I know it was just dumb luck for us to have crashed that party starting the gunfight, but I still felt responsible for his death. I searched both boats while the others prepared to leave. I thought the vessels had been picked clean until I tripped and fell against one of the cabin walls below deck. I fell back to the bed and saw the wall open. It was a hidden door to a secret room. There was a steel door behind the wood. It was a safe room. Then I saw the contents, and it wasn't a safe room. It was a drug smuggler's hidden compartment. There was a stack of brick-like shapes that were all wrapped in duct tape. I cut one open, and white powder fell out. Even a clueless guy like me knew enough about drugs to know this was most likely cocaine. Next to the drugs was a pallet of more brick-like items. I knew exactly what these bricks were. $100 bills. My mind was blown away by the sheer amount of money. There must have been $50 to $100 million in this room. The amazement washed away when I saw Max take a leak on the corner of the pallet of money. And I realized I couldn't eat it or trade it for anything. Money was worthless these days. I tucked a bundle in my shirt so the team would believe me. I started to leave when I saw the stack of old ammo boxes. The first was heavy, so I opened it. It was full of gold coins. 2 of the boxes contained gold, and the other 3 had silver coins. Now I was rich. I took the boxes off the boat and buried them in the woods where I could come back later and get them. I did stick 5 of each in my pockets. We were only a few miles from home, so I asked Jerry and Heather to pick up the pace so we could be there before lunch. They were still tired, and Jerry had blisters on his feet. We took many breaks and still made it to the driveway to our home before 11 o'clock. I saw Father James and one of the women we had rescued guarding the front of the house. I waved at him as soon as we started walking down the driveway. He waved back and then dropped to his knees and prayed. That didn't seem off to me, but Tina, not running out to meet us, was. Father James jumped up and ran to me.
"Jason, where is Zach? Are you okay? Kat's been shot." "Whoa, back up. Did you say Kat's been shot?" "Yes, someone abducted several of the women, and Kat was shot trying to save them. Go to your mom." I dropped my rifle and backpack and ran into the house, nearly knocking my mom to the floor. "Mom, where is Kat?"
"Son, she's in your room. Follow me. We're doing the best we can, and if she doesn't get an infection, we think she'll live."
I walked past Mom and barged into the room. Chrissy and Michelle were tending to Kat. Kat lay on her back with her shoulder bandaged and her leg up on a pillow. It also was wrapped in a bandage. I kneeled down beside her and kissed her on the cheek. Tears flowed freely as I tried to think.
"What happened?"
Chrissy said.
"We think it was Ray. You know, the man who stalked Billy and Mark right after the world collapsed. Kat helped me escape and kicked the crap out of Ray, so he shot her. He was in such a hurry to escape, but he didn't close his tailgate. Billy and Missy fell off the truck."
Max ran into the room and barked. I ran him out of the room. I didn't have time for a silly dog. Chrissy broke into tears and couldn't speak. Michelle said,
"Ray still has Karen. She didn't get thrown from the truck."
I asked.
"When did this happen?"
Michelle said,
"Last night. Maria and Pete found Missy and Billy still unconscious and bound about 100 yards northeast of the house. They saw tire tracks leading away."
Chrissy said,
"Jason, please go get my mom. Hey, where are your dad and brother?"
I kissed Kat again and wanted to run to my mom, but she walked into the room with Jerry and Heather. Mom sobbed, but tried to console Jerry between bouts of tears. I wiped tears from my eyes. "Mom, I'm so sorry. It was my fault." Mom looked up as she sniffled and dried her tears.
Jason, those men who shot at you were at fault, along with some bad luck. You killed them all, and that's all you could do. Now give Cat a kiss, and go find that son of a bitch and send him to hell. Bring Karen back to her family.
I said, Mom, I can't leave Cat until she recovers. I know now how much she means to me. I can't leave her again. Then I heard a weak voice.
Do what your mother said. Give me a kiss like you mean it. And go kill that bastard who shot me.
Cat, you're awake, I said as I turned and sat down beside her on the bed. She said,
Watch bounce in my bed. It hurts me. Now kiss me.
I kissed her and said, I can't leave you.
Of course you can. If you don't, that man will come back and finish the job. Can't you see he still wants Billy?
I kissed her again and said, Please watch over her until I get back. I hugged my mom and said, Michelle, please help Mom and Cat until I get back. I felt Max brush against me and then beg me to follow him. He took me to the laundry room and began sniffing Cat's pile of clothes. He sniffed and then barked several times. It suddenly dawned on me that the man had picked Cat up and left his smell on her clothes. Max was ready to track the man down. I grabbed my rifle and backpack and yelled to Maria, Grab your gun and follow Max. Max ran around the barn to find his mate. An evil smell hit his nose on the backside of the barn. It was the evil one. He had been around the barn. Max wondered if the evil one was why the humans were so upset. He went in the barn and found Mark and one of the other kids feeding his pups. He sniffed them and then ran to the house to get his human. He knew what direction Tina had gone and wanted his human to help him find Tina. Max pawed the screen door open, walked into the house, and again caught a whiff of the evil one's smell. He tested the air until he found the source in the laundry room. The odor was on his human mate's clothes. Now Max was frantic, so he charged into the bedroom and begged his human to go with him. His human pushed him away. Max watched the water roll down his human's cheeks and had never seen his human act like this. Max led us up the hill to the northwest and was more eager than usual. Maria said,
Where's he going? We found Billy and Missy east of here.
Max knows what he's doing. Follow him. Max howled for the first time ever when tracking an enemy. He broke into some shrubs, and his howl was ear-splitting. It unnerved me, and I thought he was crazy until I saw Tina's lifeless body. Max had his paws on top of her head and howled a painful sound. I patted him on the head, and he snapped at me, but stopped when he realized it was me. I rubbed his back, and tears came to my eyes as I realized how much Tina had meant to both Max and me. Maria stood back and gave us a few minutes, but Max sniffed Tina's body and then begged me to follow him. We walked north for a while and then turned east. Max took us to the place where Ray had parked his truck when he'd kidnapped Karen, sniffed around, and then tugged at his leash to head north. Maria, we need to be a bit more cautious than usual because Max is out of his mind with grief and anger. Maria scowled at me.
Who isn't these days? The SOB killed our friend Murph.
What? I came to a stop. In all the turmoil, I hadn't noticed that Murph wasn't around. What happened?
Ray shot him with an arrow so he could disarm Karen and kidnap her. This Ray is either good at killing or lucky.
I said, Billy told me he was a dumb redneck hillbilly with crap for brains. Maria said,
I think he's much smarter than that.
I hope not, because if he's that smart, he would have gotten the hell out of here last night, and we'll never find him.
Well, Ray wasn't that smart, or his hormones kept him from leaving. Max led us to his place, and the truck was parked behind the building. Ray's scent was strong, and it was all I could do to restrain him. I said, "Stay," in my firmest voice, before Max stopped pulling on the leash. We watched for a minute, and someone opened the door and pitched a couple of backpacks onto the ground. Ray was ready to make his escape. I said, "Max, heel," and walked to the truck and hid behind it. The door opened again, and this time, Max nearly took my arm off when he charged the open door. The leash broke free from my hand, and Max hit the open door at full speed. We heard screams and then silence, and we ran through the doorway to see Max had Ray by the neck, violently shaking him. Then Max tumbled away from Ray when a chunk of Ray's throat tore apart. Ray tried to stand with blood running down his chest. Max jumped on him and knocked him to the floor. Max stood on Ray's chest with blood spurting onto him from Ray's throat. Well, what was left of Ray's throat. A large chunk of his throat was still in Max's mouth. Max dropped the piece of Ray and kept biting Ray on the face. I said, "Out!" Max turned to look at me, and it was almost like he had to decide to obey me. Max wagged his tail and stepped off Ray. And he did something that made everyone laugh. He hiked his leg and peed on Ray's face. Maria said, "Good boy." I said, "Max, heel." Max came over to me, licking the blood from his muzzle. I said, "Good boy." Max lay on the ground and watched us cut Karen's bindings. Ray had molested her, and it took years for her and the others that had been assaulted by Ray to recover to a healthier state of mind. I checked the place for anything we could use, but Karen yelled,
"Burn it all down around the bastard."
I found a can of gas and doused Ray's body and the walls before stepping out of the building. I dipped a stick into the gas, lit it, and tossed it into the building. It was fully engaged in a few minutes. Karen had a faint smile. Ray's reign of terror was over. Max saw the open door, and the smell of the evil one was intense. He took off and felt the leash yank him back for a second, and then he was free. He hit the doorway on the run. An oil lamp allowed him to see Ray as he raised the knife to kill Karen. Karen tried to kick Ray's feet out from under him, but her feet were bound. Karen closed her eyes so she wouldn't see the knife plunging toward her. Max had vengeance on his mind and hate in his heart when he bypassed the man's arm and went for his throat. He shook his head as his teeth sunk into Ray's neck. Max bit with as much power as he could muster. The evil one would never harm his family or the humans again. We helped Karen into the front seat with Maria, while Max and I rode in the bed. I wiped his muzzle off so he wouldn't scare people back at the farm. He laid beside me with his head on my lap. I wondered if I could ever control Max again. I trusted him and knew he wouldn't harm my friends or me, but he was loose cannon. We never discovered what had happened to Sister Joan. Her body was never found. Max jumped out of the truck before it stopped and turned to me for approval. He then ran in the barn when I said, "Go." I looked in the barn, and he lay beside his pups, licking them. I knew he would be a good father, even though he had become so vicious with evil people. I saw a lot of me in him. Just because a man has to kill bad people doesn't make him a bad dog or person. I helped Karen into the house and then saw Mom watching us.
"Son, is it over? I can't stand much more."
I cringed and didn't want to say anything. "Mom, this chapter is over, but there will be many more challenges. That guy they call the General will have to be dealt with before he overruns our farm."
"Can't we flee to a safer place?"
"No, we can't. There are generals in every area, You have to squash them like bugs every time you find one. I gave Mom a kiss on top of her head, and then went to our room. Michelle left as I laid down beside Kat. I tried not to wake her up, but her eyes popped open.
Is he dead?
Yes. And it was a gruesome death.
Did you slit his throat?
No, I didn't kill him.
Maria?
No, babe. Max killed him. The bastard killed Tina before he started the attack. Max ripped his throat out and pissed on his head. Kat turned her head, and we kissed, and she asked,
Does this mean...
Yes, I said as I kissed her. Then she said,
Remember that puppy with Tina's body and Max's color?
I replied, Yes, I do. The one you wanted?
Yes. I want you to start training him to be Max Jr. I know he's not a Belgian Malinois, but he'll be mine and can protect me when you're gone.
I said, Max takes a firm hand. Will you be up to it?
I caught and tamed you?
Yes, dear. Kat kissed me.
See? You can be trained. Jason, the crap is still hitting the fan and won't stop anytime soon. I never want to have a man overpower me again. I want you to take up where Zach left off and train us ladies to be Amazon warriors.
This concludes War Dogs by A.J. Newman. Narrated by Roger Wayne. Copyright 2019 by...
I was in a daze, thinking about how I had survived the apocalypse so far. Max and I had endured an airplane crash caused by a nuclear EMP blast, been interned in a rogue FEMA camp, and been kicked in the balls by my new girlfriend. And all of that was after we survived an IED attack by terrorists in Europe. Max and I are hard to kill. Max is my Belgian Malinois military working dog. We are best friends and survivors. I woke up to my surroundings when I heard the snarling and rustling of bushes. Then Max alerted toward the sound. Max, what do you smell? I know, I was a bit dense, but then it struck me that whatever was crashing through the bushes was going to ruin our day. I saw a suitable tree and yelled, Kat, climb up into that tree as far as you can. Kat stood there with a dumb look on her face. Now, I barked. I took the 2 steps to her side and picked her up. I lifted her as high as I could and then shoved her feet further up until she grabbed a limb. I turned to Max, lifted him, and hooked him to his chest harness. Kat cried out,
Jason, you yelled at me. I thought you loved... Oh, shit!
I heard the barking coming from the direction of the Sam Ridley Parkway. We'd crossed the Smyrna golf course, sticking to the woods and trees as much as possible. We'd crossed the bridge by number 18 and walked over to hole number 10's tee box when Max alerted. I could see the wild dogs charge out of the trees, snarling and biting at each other in their frenzy. I pulled Max and myself into the air and grabbed another limb to draw us even higher when the Rottweiler jumped into the air and bit into the top of my damn boot. The SOB ground his teeth into the leather and shook his neck vigorously. My boot was securely laced, and the massive canine hung there clinging to my foot. The other dogs were blocked from attacking me by the vicious Rottweiler. I clung to the tree with my left hand, unable to move since Max was trapped between the tree and me. Kat saw my predicament and carefully pulled her bow from over her shoulder. She reached back and only found 2 arrows. By the time she had the arrow knocked, I had begun swinging the massive dog back and forward, crashing him into the tree with each swing. I yelled, Save the arrow! I'll bang the brains out of this one against a tree. I tried to reach another limb with my right hand, but none were close enough. Max's weight pulled my shoulder down far enough that I couldn't reach the limb. I grasped with my left hand. I stopped swinging my leg because it was making my hand slip. Just when I was ready to release my grip and take my chances fighting the dogs, hand to paw, I felt a hand grab my right wrist. I instantly knew it was Kat's tiny hand.
Jason, kick the bastard with your other foot until he drops off,
Kat urged.
I couldn't see the monster dog, but kicked with my heel and struck his neck. Damn, nothing happened. I raised my aim a bit, and this time I felt him drop and yelp on the way to the ground. When he dropped, Cat pulled me up with all the strength she could muster. The others in the pack tore into the Rottweiler, since they had been whipped into a rage as they'd fought each other to tear into me. With Cat's help, I reached a limb and pulled myself high enough to place my feet on a sturdy branch. I huffed as I tried to get my breath. I was a strong man, but hanging from one hand with the weight of Max and that Rottweiler had taxed me to the limit. I looked up at my girl and said,
"Hey, beautiful, you saved my life again."
She patted my side with her foot.
"I could have killed the bastard with one arrow and saved you from the beast," she said,
and then watched the pack tear into the dog below. She asked,
"Are they eating him?"
I knew I couldn't stop my girl from seeing the carnage as the pack tore into one of their own.
"Yes, they're eating her. There's no one to feed them anymore. These packs of wild dogs have just about killed off all the small game in the area. I haven't seen a deer in several weeks."
The cat nudged me in the side again.
"Big boy, how are we going to get down as long as they think MMax or one of us is their next meal?"
You know his name is pronounced Max, just like a man's name. The extra M only designates that he was raised and trained at the puppy farm at Lackland Air Force Base.
"I know. I just like winding your clock."
Back to the dogs. That's a damn good question. Do you see the female with the sagging tits? They have pups to feed. This apocalypse is a bad gift that just keeps on giving us one crap sandwich after another. Cat laughed.
"I know this isn't a funny situation, but you have a way with words that tickles my funny bone. Do you think Maria and the others will start looking for us?"
I looked up at my girlfriend and remembered when I had first met her and saved her from a man who was trying to kidnap her. My reward was a swift kick to the balls because she thought I'd wanted to hurt her. Her blonde locks were a bit longer now, and she smelled much better, but she was still only about 5 feet tall and 100 pounds. I first thought she was a young teenage girl who needed a spanking, but learned the hard way that she could fight like a man.
Jason, wake up. Were you sleeping? I want to know how and when we'll get down from here. I gotta pee."
I snickered when I pictured her trying to hang onto a limb with her butt hung over a branch. Then I realized she was almost directly above me and took her complaint more seriously. "Hon, we can't shoot the dogs because the general's men could be close by. Their outpost is in the clubhouse about a half-mile west of here. There's still about 10 dogs left out of the original 20 looking up at us and hoping for their next meal."
"Jason, I know all of that, but do you really believe this ex-friend of yours, the general, is as bad as you say he is?"
I didn't think so at first, but now I believe he's some kind of sadist who gets off on abusing people. The man is evil. This didn't answer her original question. She asked,
"What can we do to run the dogs off, or kill them?"
"Hold on. I just had a brainstorm," I said as I fingered the grip on my Benjamin air pistol. I'd kept the air pistol for small game and had forgotten about it since the game had been eaten or run away by the wild packs of dogs. It was only a single shot, but perhaps I could kill one of the smaller dogs, and maybe the pack would get their fill of dog and leave. "I hate harming any dog, but I'm going to kill one now," I said as I carefully aimed at the skull of a small pit bull. The pistol made the sound of a blast of air being released, and the pit bull jumped into the air, landed on his feet, and ran off into the brush with half the dogs chasing him. I was surprised the pellet didn't kill the dog, but at least there were a lot less left to worry about for the time being. I loaded and shot another one who keeled over and died, while the others ripped into her and feasted. They got their fill and left. A few minutes later, Cat heard a noise over the sound of the ferocious feeding frenzy coming from the brush.
"Jason, they're coming back."
"What?"
"The dogs. Only this time there's more. And they're larger." "We're in deep doo-doo," Cat said.
We'd been up the tree for several hours when the wind blew from the west down Sam Ridley Parkway and across the number 10 tee box to us. It was a bit chilly. I saw some clouds in the distance heading our way. I hoped the rain would hold off until we could climb down to safety. Max had noticed the scent of several dogs but didn't think they would attack. Then he heard the hungry growls and alerted on the sound. He also gave a low but fierce growl to get his human's attention. Max prepared to launch himself at the charging animals when his human lifted his own mate up into the tree. He was surprised when his human picked him up and strapped him to his own chest. Max was ready to defend his master and best friend. Max was helpless when the large dog clamped down on his human's boot. He tried to bite the attacker but couldn't reach him. As suddenly as the dog had attacked, he fell to the ground when his human kicked the dog on the snout. Max heard the clamor and smelled the riot of scents emanating from the new pack of dogs joining the attack. He barked and nudged his human with his snout to get his attention. Then something strange happened. A scent rode the wind that he hadn't encountered since his early days with his human over in that sandy place. It was the scent of the monster cats. We watched the brawl below while several smaller dogs were ripped to shreds. With tears in her eyes, Kat said,
"Those were someone's puppies a few months ago. Now they're dog food."
I fished some paracord from a vest pocket and passed it up to Kat. She gave me a weird, what-the-heck look. I said, "Tie yourself to that branch above you and take care of, well, you know."
"Jason, I gotta pee. Can't you say pee?"
"Yes, but I try not to be vulgar around women." Kat tied herself to the branch and accomplished a task that would defy a high-wire artist. She then said,
"I hope we're not up here in the morning, because—"
"I get the picture. And if we have to, we'll shoot our way out of the tree before crap rains down from above." The sun had slipped below the horizon hours ago, and the temperature kept dropping. My hands were cold, but I had to keep clinging to the limbs. Kat and I still clung to the tree branches even after the light sprinkle of rain earlier and the chilly breeze. I searched the area around us and didn't see anything in the trees to our east. I gazed northwest and could see the golf course in the twilight. I'd golfed at the Smyrna golf course many times over the years, and I was pissed at what I saw. The once great fairways were covered in weeds and young bushes. The grass on the greens were a foot tall and covered in crabgrass. Golf didn't seem as important now, but I wondered if I would ever play the game again. Max squirmed in his harness and woke me from my daydream. He was very uneasy the entire time we clung for our lives. Then a roar coming from the brush rattled my nerves. I instantly recognized the sound a huge cat makes from my tour of Afghanistan. The enemy had let all of the animals out of a nearby zoo in hopes they would attack my unit. These were lions. Max heard the roar, became very excited, and almost caused me to lose my grip. I said, "Easy, boy. We're okay up here in the tree." Then I said, "Kat, can you climb a bit higher?" Kat replied,
"I'm climbing. Don't you believe what you told Max?"
I looked up and didn't see her, but heard her scrambling higher up the tree.
"What the heck was that, Jason? It scared the crap out of me."
"Hon, it must be a cougar or lion that escaped from a zoo. Anyway, it's a big-ass cat, and they can climb trees. Don't worry. We'll shoot the bastard and then worry about who hears it. I won't let the beast get to you." The roars coming through the bushes didn't go unnoticed by the dogs. About half of them ran with their tails tucked between their legs after the first roar. The others crouched down, ready for a fight. There was just enough light from the moon to see the dogs with their backs to the tree and facing where the sound had come from. Suddenly, a shadow ran through the middle of the dogs, and one howled in pain when the large cat sunk its teeth into the medium-sized dog on the run. 1 second the dog was there, and the next, the others were confused about what had happened to him. I watched from above and saw the huge cat carry the mutt off into the bushes, and then I saw 2 more of the beasts circling the dogs. "Cat, be careful what you wish for. The dogs are being eaten one at a time by the lions. I hope they get full really soon." The cats attacked the dogs once more, and the remaining dozen dogs took off in all directions with the lions chasing them. I was ready to climb down when one of the lions walked out of the bushes and stared straight up at us. The lion licked the blood around her maw and calmly walked away to find easier prey. We waited for a while before we spoke. I said, "I think it's safe to go down."
You've got to be kidding. I'm not going to the ground until the sun comes up. Every school kid knows lions hunt at night.
I replied, Okay. I guess you're right. Tie yourself to a limb so you won't fall if you go to sleep. I'm taking Max down so he can do his business. He's been squirming and passing gas for an hour. We'll be back up in a minute. The silence was unnerving. Only the sound of crickets chirping split the eerie silence. I lowered myself to the ground and unhooked Max. Max stopped to sniff the air and then relieved himself on the tree trunk. He walked about 20 feet away and fertilized the grass before returning. Max kept sniffing the air and sat on the ground, looking at me. Max obviously wasn't concerned about any immediate danger, so I extended our break for several more minutes. After about 20 minutes, Kat said,
Get your ass back up the tree. They're sneaking up on us from downwind.
"Oh, shit," I said as I hooked Max up to his rig and started to climb. Again, a tiny hand came down, grabbed the back of my chest rig, and helped pull us upward. I heard a growl below and scampered quickly up the tree. I stopped about 20 feet up and peered down through the darkness to see a lion clawing the tree. Another joined in with the first one scratching on the tree. I looked down and could faintly see my rifle lying on the ground. "Kat, pass your shotgun down to me. I left my rifle on the ground."
Here it comes. Don't drop it.
"Smartass," Kat snickered.
I don't see your ass doing any tricks, and I have my shotgun. Where's your rifle? It looks like I'm the smart one.
"Yes, dear." I felt the gun hit my hand and closed my fingers around the stock. The lions continued to paw on the tree for a short while longer, and then disappeared back into the brush. Kat saw them leave and said,
You going down again? Please give me my shotgun back if you go down. I don't want to lose it.
I kept my mouth shut, this time. I didn't sleep, but Max snored in his sleep. I wondered how he could sleep with monster cats roaming around, but remembered we had both slept while others had stayed awake on watch. I guess this wasn't so much different from being in a war zone. I looked up and saw Kat slumped over with her face against a branch. That would leave a pattern on her face for the rest of the day. I suddenly realized it was light enough for me to see her face clearly, even though the sun was still below the horizon. I decided to let her sleep until the sun was higher in the sky. Maybe the cats would be in their dens by then, and we could hightail it out of here. Max was still asleep, which gave me time to reflect back on the past few months. I'd fought terrorists, been wounded in an explosion, and survived a plane crash during the first weeks of the apocalypse. The next 2 months hadn't been much better. I'd been shot, bitten, and had several friends and loved ones killed. The only bright spots were finding my sister alive and meeting Kat. It had been only a few weeks since I'd returned with my nephew after my dad and Michael's wife and daughter had been killed. I knew I was in some kind of denial because I couldn't cry. I held back the rage because I didn't have anyone to blame or kill for their deaths. I had killed most of their killers, and the others had been killed by my friends before they had died. I caught myself feeling pity for myself and slapped my face. I smiled because I'd changed my thoughts to the pixie warrior sleeping soundly above me. Kat had started out on my shit list because she was so stubborn and hard-headed. I still held my crotch every time I thought about our first meeting. She thought I was attacking her. Later, we had saved each other's lives several times, and we'd fallen in love along the way. Max stirred, and after looking all around me, I climbed to the ground and let Max loose to roam. He headed away and appeared to be sniffing the ground all around the tree. I kept guard against the return of the big cats. I heard a noise above me and looked skyward. "Kat, come on." She jumped to the ground before I could complete my sentence.
I'm down. Let's run.
"Whoa, the cats and dogs are gone. No need to panic," I said as I handed the shotgun to her. I drew her near to me and wrapped my arms around her. "Good morning, beautiful." I need my good morning kiss.
You do understand the concept of morning breath, don't you?
I won't breathe. Now kiss me. I gave her a passionate kiss and held her tight to my chest. It was always a bit awkward with her standing on her tiptoes and me bending over a foot to match up. Kissing in bed was much easier and ended up being much more fun. I lifted her up to eye level and she wrapped her legs around me. We stood there kissing until Max sat down beside me and whimpered. I slowly let Kat down and said, "Max, old boy, you miss Mom feeding you while she cooks every morning." Damn. That reminded me about Mom being upset because Kat and I were living in sin. I heard about it every day when Mom was around. I'd hinted at getting married, but Kat ignored me. I tossed Max some dried deer meat and walked up to Kat, who was checking her backpack and shotgun. I took her hand and kneeled down. "Darling, I don't have a ring, but I want you to marry me. I promise to give you a ring later." Kat said,
"Of course I'll marry you. Here's a ring we can use. Your mom gave it to me the other day, and I was working up the courage to ask you to marry me."
We kissed. "So, Mom has been working on you too," Kat said.
"I love Mom, but she's about as subtle as a freight train. I knew you loved me and would ask eventually, but the last thing she did before we left was to hand me her engagement ring, and she said, 'I don't want my grandbabies to be born out of wedlock.'"
I thought for a minute. Doesn't she know you can't have children for a couple of years?
"Yes, but she wants more grandkids. Jason, would you be mad if a child came along?"
It would be a bad time to start raising a kid now, but we do our best to make him safe and raise him the right way.
"Oh no, the first one will be a girl." "What is the right way? Drinking beer, killing bad guys, and knocking innocent women to the ground?"
I held her close. "No, I meant God-fearing, well-educated, and killing bad guys," she replied.
"Girls also kill bad guys."
Chapter 2. Smyrna, Tennessee. Max didn't catch the scent of the big cats or wild dogs during the quarter-mile trek to the woods along the highway. He sensed the big cats were smart enough to stalk them from downwind, so he growled every now and then to keep his human alert. The road between his human and the building he watched was wide, and the area in front of them was open, so any attack would come from behind them. Max stayed vigilant the entire time his human watched the building. Max then felt something he'd never felt before. He feared for his pups. The lions could attack the barn. He couldn't leave his human, but he wanted to go home soon and check on his puppies.
"Jason, those dogs were bad enough, but the lions scared the crap out of me. Do you think they came from the Nashville Zoo?"
That would be my guess. It also means we could run into tigers, bears, and rhinos, I replied, and then saw something that caught my interest. I raised my binoculars. An old pickup drove across the 9th fairway up to the clubhouse. A man with a rifle and 4 people were in the back. 2 men exited the cab, and the men and women lined up in front of the door to the clubhouse. A man came out of the clubhouse and examined the people. He shoved a woman back to the men and carefully examined the woman he kept. Kat was curious.
"Why did they send the woman into the clubhouse and the other to stand in front of the cart barn?"
It wasn't funny, but I wondered how naive my girl was. "Kat, take the binoculars and look at the 2 women."
"Son of a bitch.
I interrupted. "Kat, I've never heard you drop the F-bomb, much less the MF word. My mom would pass out if she heard you curse like that." Kat said,
"Those bastards selected the good-looking young one and sent the homely one with the men. My guess is the young one will be their plaything, and the others will be put to work on a farm. How could our government do this?"
"Babe, it's not our government or FEMA. A rogue FEMA unit and Army men took over their commands and now use them for evil. This isn't government-sanctioned.
I've been meaning to tell you. Your mom put me in timeout the other day.
Do what?
My puppy bit me on the arm while we were playing, and it surprised me. I might have said a few bad words. Mom calmly led me to a chair in the kitchen and told me to face the corner for 15 minutes.
I tried hard not to snicker and definitely not to laugh. I told you that Mom doesn't like cussing. She shouldn't have treated you like a child, though.
I'm not mad at Mom. It's her house and her rules. I know I have a potty mouth and try hard not to curse around you or the others. I don't want to be cussing when we have children.
I laughed and said, "Besides, it's my job to teach the kids how to cuss," she said.
Not funny. Now, what are we looking for on this surveillance trip besides perverts and slavers?
Our goal is the same as we discussed with Maria before we split up yesterday. We need info on the enemy's troop strength, outpost locations, and how many farms they've taken over. Oh, also how close they are to our farm. The rest of the morning was boring but fruitful. There were 24 troops stationed at this outpost, and they processed 11 detainees during the 5 hours we watched them. Kat wanted to attack the outpost. However, even she realized it would be a suicide mission. We ate some dried venison on biscuits and slid back into the woods to go to our rendezvous with Maria and the others. The surveillance of the General's people was a secondary mission. Our primary objective was to find the groups who had met with Zack and agreed to join us in a mutual assistance group, MAG. This accomplishment would make all of the groups stronger, and it would allow us to start a trade and bartering process. Our meeting location was 4 miles north as the crow flies, but was more like 6 miles, as we worked around the Smyrna Airport and Percy Priest Lake to the old youth camp at the banks of the lake. "Let's stop and see if we're being followed by man or beast," I said, and then added, "Max is a bit jittery, and that could mean something's out there." Kat said,
"Let's stop and rest a bit. I didn't get much sleep last night."
"Okay, let's climb that antenna and get on top of the building. We can watch for big cats, dogs, and people." Kat scampered up the antenna while I hooked Max to the harness. I didn't climb up as fast and noticed I was getting out of shape. I worked my butt off every day but didn't tax my muscles like I'd done before in the Army. We dropped down below the short wall around the roof and scanned for anyone or anything that might have followed us. Max was uneasy and tested the breeze with his nose several times. I knew something was out there, but where it was located was the big question. What it was turned out to be the next question. A few minutes later, I heard Max growl and Kat say,
"You ain't gonna believe this shit. There's a big-ass lion just inside the woods to your right. See him? There, to the left of the blue Corvette."
A female African lion sniffed the air for signs that we were nearby. If that sucker had caught us on the ground, we'd have been cat poop. I searched my chest rig for a small squeeze bottle of insect repellent. The drops, filled with DEET, fell to the ground and splattered. I low-crawled to the other sides, and one by one, I squeezed several drops down to the earth. By the time I was back by Kat's side, she had pointed.
"The lion is rubbing her nose with her paw. She doesn't like mosquito lotion."
The revelation that the lion was hunting humans was unnerving. Damn. First the apocalypse, then riots and starvation, and now, lions trying to eat us, I moaned. Kat quickly said,
"Do you think the natives around the world in remote jungles even know there's an apocalypse?"
Kat seemed to always bring up topics that sounded so simple at first, but then made you dive into some deep thinking. Darn, that's a good question. I think most would know something happened and would celebrate the destruction of the civilizations who constantly cut down their forests and cleared their jungles. Then, the starving hordes would descend on them to kill every bird, animal, and fish in their lakes and streams. The intruders would have M4s, ARs, and AKs. The wars wouldn't last long.
Darn your hide.
I was thinking about them living in paradise in a simple world.
I quickly said. That could also happen, if they're far enough away from civilization. Think about those people.
Yeah, right. It's too late. You polluted my utopian paradise, she replied.
The big cat approached the antenna, sniffing the ground. The lion smelled the ground where most of the insect lotion had fallen, and then snorted and sneezed. The lion took off running. I said, Good riddance. Let's wait for a few minutes and then head on to the meeting place. Jones Mill Road led us to the old youth camp located on a peninsula jutting into the lake north of the airport. We saw Maria's guards before they saw us. I raised my rifle into the air and hailed them. They waved for us to join them. Pete shook my hand and said,
Did you run into the pack of wild dogs?
Yes, they had us treed for a while. We were afraid to shoot the dogs with us being so close to the general's outpost, I said.
We came up with a solution to that issue. I'll let Maria tell you about that.
I couldn't help but notice his AR had a homemade suppressor on the end of the barrel. I think I can guess what the solution is. Kat saw Maria walk out the door of a dilapidated building and motioned for us to join her. She said,
Come on. She wants us to come on in.
Maria's team had found the 2 main groups who wanted to join us, and they had invited 3 more groups. The large room had 24 people from around the southeast Nashville area with one purpose: survival. Max acted kind of strange and then alerted on one of the men. The man said,
Tie that dog outside. I don't like dogs.
I replied, Max stays. The man's face turned red. He said,
Put his ass outside, or I'll shoot him where he sits.
I said, Max, watch him, and then said, Sir, Max alerted on you. He only alerts on the enemy and explosives. You can try to shoot Max, but I have to warn you, he's a trained military working dog. Max will tear your arm off if you reach for your pistol. Now, I might add that Max is my best friend, and I'll rip you to pieces and shit down your throat if you harm him. Now be a good boy, and let us get on with the meeting. The man turned toward Max, and Max growled and shifted to pounce on the asshat. The man's eyes bulged out, and all I could see were the whites of his eyes. He backed up slowly and walked to the door. He stopped, pulled his gun, and before he could fire, Max clamped his powerful teeth on his arm and knocked him out onto the porch. The gun dropped to the floor. I kicked the gun away and said, Who is this man? Max alerted on him, and there must be a reason. Search him. The man drew a small .380 from his boot with his free hand. Max saw the weapon and shook the man's arm violently. He got one stray shot off before I shot him in the chest with my 9mm. Which group brought this man with them? Search him. One of the leaders said,
He's one of mine. I should have known something was wrong with the man. He joined us a couple of weeks ago and asked a lot of questions. He asked about Maria and you. I was surprised when he didn't recognize you when you walked into the room. I planned to ask you about him later.
Maria searched his pockets and found several documents. One contained the names of several of the group's leaders, Maria's and mine. The man was a traitor and a plant placed in the group. I was glad Dad had convinced the leaders that we shouldn't give out our locations to each other until trust was developed. I had a hard time trusting anyone back then. It took a few minutes for the room to calm down. Since we had called the meeting, I asked everyone to introduce themselves and give a brief description of their group. I got the impression most of the group leaders exaggerated their numbers and the current situation. It was my turn to tell them about our group. We have a little less than 1,000 trained fighters, Abrams tanks, and F-56 stealth fighters. We also have enough food to feed the entire world. One of the other leaders said,
That's bullshit.
And another started talking. I said, My numbers are about as accurate as the BS most of you are trying to feed us. You don't have to embellish your group's strengths to the rest of us. If most of you were as strong as you suggest, you wouldn't need the rest of us. Now, let's do this again. Our group has 34 adults and 6 children too young to fight. We have an abundant food supply from our crops, but need medicine and ammunition. We also need cows, pigs, and chickens. Every person above 12 years old is trained to fight. Before you ask, yes, every woman is trained to fight. Only one of the leaders sounded like he still embellished his group's survival readiness on the second pass. Then it dawned on me I was the only leader who'd mentioned women trained to fight. How many fighters do each of you have? Break it down to how many women and men. We have 6 men and 28 women ready to fight. Reality smacked us in the face. I had to pull the answers from all but one of the leaders. He proudly stated,
Of course our women are being trained to fight. We have 3 Army veterans, and they've been training everyone above 14 how to handle weapons and fight when needed. We also needed them to pull guard duty, since the men were getting worn out pulling 12-hour stints, watching over everyone.
Women outnumbered the men 3-1, and most of the groups didn't consider women to be fighters. Oh, they came up with a dozen reasons why women shouldn't fight, but none of them were valid. This extremely pissed Kat, Maria, and Michelle off when they heard the feeble excuses. Maria stood up, wearing the same weapons and gear she'd worn in combat. Well, the AR looked like the latest model M4Z1 rifle. Anyway, they all stopped talking when Maria cleared her throat.
I'm Sergeant Maria McGill, and I served with Sergeant Jason Walker over in the Middle East and all over Europe during the war against the Syrian Terror Front. I've killed hundreds of the enemy, some in hand-to-hand combat, and others with a 5.56 bullet to their guts. I don't remember Jason worrying about me being a woman when I saved his life several times. Hell, he saved my ass too. You don't have the numbers to survive without training the women.
Maria sat down, and Kat took her place.
Shame on you men. Our group is the only one with women in attendance at this crucial meeting. There'd probably be more men left alive if their women had fought along beside them like Jason and I do. I'm still learning. But I'm now proficient in hand-to-hand fighting, knife fighting, and can outshoot any man in this room.
One of the more vocal men against women fighters attempted to demonstrate how women weren't suitable for fighting by attacking my beautiful pint-sized girlfriend. I'll admit he didn't take her seriously when he made his move to tackle her, and then he found himself on his back with her knife at his throat, while he pleaded for mercy. Kat sheathed her knife and extended her hand to help him up from the floor. Suddenly, he yanked on her extended hand in an attempt to get the better of her. She whipped her body around and twisted his arm with both hands. She had her foot on his neck and twisted his arm until she made him cry uncle. Really, she made him say the word uncle. His red face told the entire story. The big man had been defeated by a tiny woman who knew her shit. If that wasn't enough, Max had his arm held in his powerful teeth. I yelled, "Max, out!" And Max released his grip, but stood ready to attack again, if necessary. The man begged, "Call your woman off! I said uncle!" I replied, "She's a soldier, not a dog. Ask her real nice, and she might not kick you in the balls when she lets you up." Kat looked at the prone man, and then the others.
I won't kid you, or try to make you believe that equally trained women and men can go toe-to-toe trading punches. But I'll say if this guy had been the enemy, he would have been dead twice. I usually shoot the bastards before they can lay a hand on me.
Kat and Max watched the man closely when Kat backed away. I stood up and walked toward Kat. "Man, I saved Kat from being attacked by an asshat the day we met. I tackled her and brought her to the ground, and Max took the man down. She fought like a tiger and kicked me in the balls. I almost lost that fight and would have been killed since she thought I was attacking her. Well, now she's my fiancée, and she hasn't kicked me in the balls since. All of this occurred before she was trained to kill by our best trainer. Men, take our women warriors seriously. They could be the difference between you living or dying."
The leader with the most trained women asked,
"Can we borrow your trainer that teaches knife and hand-to-hand combat to train our men and women? We need everyone to be good at all types of fighting."
The result was a successful meeting. We formed a mutual assistance group, MAG, developed rules for trade between the groups, planned to cross-train all adults, and set up lines of communication. The communication was more like the Pony Express than cell phones. We would pass messages just like in grade school. The leaders of each group held a leaders-only meeting to discuss how to find and deal with any more spies. This group was similar to Greg and Gwen's group in that they were averse to taking lethal action. We planned to meet again in a week. I knew what I would do with a spy. Chapter 3. The Walker Farm, Walter Hill, Tennessee. Life was tough after the lights went out. Things we took for granted were gone, not likely to come back. We could live without cell phones, video games, and an NBA star player's basketball shoes, but the lack of medicine, clean water, and proper sanitation could kill all of us. While we were out meeting with other groups, our team back at home struggled to make our lives better. Jan heated the water for her bath using the fire pit in the backyard. The steaming hot bucketful of water only raised the water level by a half-inch. She dropped her gown to the floor and stepped into the cold water. Her skin crawled with goosebumps. She could tolerate anything but a cold bath. She made up her mind to do something to make life easier. She bathed and reminisced about her life with Zach and the kids back when they were young. She remembered the camping trips when Zach had hung up one of those solar-heated shower bags for them to take showers. The main thing she remembered was that only the first person got hot water, and not much of it. Jan was thankful to her dead husband for teaching Jason and Michelle so much about camping and working around the farm. Those skills would come in handy, she thought. The next day, Jan made a tour of the farm and the surrounding fields to clear her head and to help her prepare for a meeting on how to improve their chances of survival and living conditions. She mentally compared life on the farm now with life before TSHTF. She made extensive notes and listed numerous suggestions for improvement. Jan didn't care if her improvements were possible. She just knew she wanted the work done, and the team would have to worry about how to get them accomplished.
"Billy, we need hot water, electricity, and a way to heat our homes this winter," Jan said. "I know that's right. I froze my ass off last week. It would take several buckets of hot water to raise the temperature of the water in a tub. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I'm only taking a full bath once a week. I just wash my privates and under my arms every night," Billy said. "Zach always called that a whore's bath when we were young and camping without the kids," Jan chuckled. Billy replied, "I have to kick rocks in the butt to get him to wash up every night. I've had to resort to stopping all amorous activity several times to get his attention. He stank and was getting used to the smell. The stench was a big turn-off to me. I like clean men that don't smell like a barnyard in bed with me."
Billy caught what she'd said to Jan.
"I'm sorry."
Jan snickered to herself and didn't respond to Billy's statement.
"Billy, I need you to help me prepare for a meeting to discuss how to improve our lives and ensure we survive." "Sure, Jan. I would love to help. I think we probably need to have some potential solutions to help stir the brainstorming." "Yes, that's an excellent thought. Could you take the lead on comfort? Baths, heat for winter, cooling in the summer, that kind of stuff. I'll work on generating electricity, clean water, and sanitation."
Later that afternoon, Jan took Father James with her to look at the property east of them. The hills started on the east side of their property, and a lake that contained most of the runoff from up in the hills. The lake fed a spring that ran through the back of their property. Jan wondered if they could jury-rig a pipe to bring water to the farm, and then if they could use the flowing water to turn a generator. They climbed the hillside following a well-worn path. It was late spring, and the rains had filled the lake to overflowing. Father James saw the concrete spillway and said,
"This would be easy to make a wooden structure to block the spillway and divert the water to a trough containing a water wheel that could turn the generator."
Jan agreed and said,
We need to find a 1/4 mile of PVC pipe to send some of the water to a holding tank down by the farm. I know we can find a bunch of 500 to 1,000-gallon plastic water tanks. If we place them on stilts, we can gravity feed the water to the house and the trailers.
Father James whispered,
"Keep on talking, but don't look to your left. A young boy and woman are staring at us from the bushes."
Then he loudly said, "You know, we could paint some pipe black and place it in the sun. Then we can run water through the pipe to heat it." Jan slowly moved her right hand to her pistol and said,
That's a great idea. Couldn't we also install iron or copper pipe around our fireplace to heat water for baths and washing dishes?
Jan continued talking as she moved toward the two, hiding in the bushes. She turned and raised her pistol.
I see you. Come on out with your hands up high.
The young lady walked out of the brush, followed by the boy. They were filthy and gaunt-looking. The woman's hair was stringy and matted. The boy's clothes were tattered and dirty. They each had a backpack, but no weapons, besides a knife sticking from the woman's belt. Jan used her gruffest voice.
Why are you on my property? And who are you?
The woman meekly answered,
This is my parents' property. Jan, yours starts below the hill. Sidney? Is that you? Where are your parents?
The lady said,
Yes, it's me. Sidney, and my son Jay. My dad was killed in a car wreck the day the war started. Mom died 2 weeks later. Jay and I have been hiding in the woods while we made our way home from Chattanooga. Jan, it's terrible in the cities.
Jan asked,
What about your husband?
The boy looked up to his mom, who said,
I'm not married. How are Michael and Jason doing? I really didn't get to know your daughter or husband.
The answer bothered Jan, but she didn't say anything and reached into her pocket. She fished out a granola bar and then handed the bar to the boy, who grabbed it and ate as though he hadn't eaten in a while. Jan said,
Zach was killed a short while ago by some thugs. Jason and Michelle are doing well and live here with us. Michael is lost somewhere up in Kentucky. We have his boy with us, but his wife and daughter were murdered by some drunken rednecks.
Jan saw Sidney staring at the food, pulled a piece of dried venison from her pocket, and gave it to Sidney. Sidney barely had unwrapped the paper towel from the meat before she sank her teeth into it. She stopped with a mouthful and said,
Thank you. It's been several days since Jay had a meal.
Father James introduced himself.
"I'm Father James. Why don't you two come on over to Jan's place and get cleaned up and rest a bit?"
Jan added her thoughts.
There's not much to eat at your parents' home. It's been scavenged several times by people passing through. Come on down the hill and stay with us a few days while you get your strength back.
Jan tried to find out how Sid and the boy had traveled from Europe to Tennessee, but she was evasive. She just kept asking questions about the community and about how many people were living with Jan. Father James tried to ask some leading questions and upset Sid. She said,
Please stop reminding me of those terrible days after the bombs fell. Jay and I just want to forget them.
Jan placed them in the last unoccupied trailer and had Billy help her take clothing, towels, and soap to them. Jan asked Billy to watch the trailer while she called a brief meeting with the rest of the community leaders. Jan said,
I called you together to let you know I invited a young woman and her son to join us for a few days. I know her and her parents. They lived on the hillside east of us in the largest mansion on this side of Nashville. Her dad was a bigwig in the music industry. Her parents are dead, and she needs our help.
Sister Grace asked,
Would she be a good fit for our group? You know her.
Jan didn't want to share everything she knew about Sydney. The child was a big surprise to Jan.
There's something fishy about her popping up like this after being gone for 7 or 8 years. Her parents moved to France about then, and we lost track of them.
I really didn't know her, and didn't like her when they lived up the hill.
A few hours later, Jan gathered everyone who wasn't on guard duty for her life improvement meeting. Jan saw Billy walk in the barn door.
How are Sydney and the boy doing?
Billy whispered.
She's walking around the farm, asking about Jason and some questions about how we've survived so well when others are starving. I don't like her, but I don't know why. Billy, I have the same feelings. She was a spoiled, rich young woman when she disappeared with her family. I never liked her, but she and Jason were close during their senior year. She threw a fit when Jason joined the army. It might have been the first time in her life when someone didn't do what she told them to do. She wanted Jason to go away to college and then work in her dad's company. And Jason said hell no and joined the army.
Billy grimaced.
Will she cause Kat any problems?
Not if she doesn't want her skinny ass whipped,
Jan laughed. Billy nodded and then chuckled.
Kat may be a tiny thing, but she has a mean streak when riled, and messing with Jason will undoubtedly get her hackles up.
The meeting started with Jan giving her thoughts on the direction the group should take. Jan gave them her update, and then Billy gave hers on their responsibilities. Everyone liked the ideas and gave several more of their own. The best one was a wind-powered generator. The second best was finding several old putt-putt engines or steam engines to power equipment or generators. Missy said,
I read a science fiction book about a group just like us during an apocalypse. A young girl took old car generators and attached them to bicycles to make human-powered electric generators. I'd like to do that.
Chrissy stood up to give her idea.
I read the same series, and they even found some old-timey steam-powered locomotives and used them to haul freight and trade goods between cities. The author also made the point that museums and antique shops would be a treasure trove of old but useful hand-powered tools and antique cars and trucks that would run.
Billy said,
There are several biplanes in the lobby of the Nashville airport and a display celebrating early airplanes. I wonder if any of them will run.
Karen said,
Let's get back down to earth here. I would settle for an old Ringer washing machine powered by one of those small gas engines I saw on the display at the TVA office in Murfreesboro. I'm tired of breaking my nails on a washboard.
The meeting broke up when one of the guards hollered into the room.
They're back. All of them are back.
Jan said,
Meeting adjourned.
They all ran outside to see their friends and loved ones ride down the driveway in an old flatbed farm truck. They'd only been gone a couple of days, but hugs and kisses were quickly traded. Jan hugged her son and then Kat. She then hugged Jason again and started to warn him about Sydney. But she was too late. Max wanted to run to the nice older lady who smelled of his human and granola bars, but caught a whiff of something that alarmed him. It was actually a mixture of several scents. One reminded him of the evil one he'd killed. Another was from another evil person. The woman's scent was much stronger, but even the soap and water didn't wash away evil. The boy smelled a lot like his human, and the older man who had died. Max watched the human woman closely and was ready to pounce on her if she attacked his human or his friends in the community. Max growled when she tried to pat him on the head. Max stayed by his human's side to protect him. Max alerted as I walked toward Mom. I didn't see any danger, but a gaunt-looking woman stood behind my mom. She seemed familiar, but I couldn't place her. I hugged Mom and saw Mom hug Kat, when Mom suddenly pulled me close to whisper in my ear. Before she could speak, I heard,
Jason, you're alive! Knowing that I might see you again kept me going for the past several months.
Mom whispered,
Be careful.
Sydney threw her arms around me and tried to kiss me on the lips. Max growled when I pushed her away and said, "Max, stay." I then said, "Slow down, Sid. I'm glad you're safe, but control yourself. What the hell are you doing here? We don't have champagne or caviar." She batted her eyes.
"Jason, you know I'm just a simple girl from Walter Hill."
I pulled Kat close and said, "I want you to meet my future wife, Kat. Kat, this is Sydney Posey. We were friends back in high school." Sydney tried to hug me again.
"We were much closer than friends."
I pulled away from her. "Sid, Kat and I have to go visit with my mom. Perhaps I'll see you later before you go on up the hill to your home." "Goodbye," I said tersely. Yes, Kat glared holes through Sydney, and her claws were deep into my arm when we walked to the kitchen. I tapped her hand, and she sneered at me.
"Who the hell is Sid?"
Damn, she dragged the name out like it tasted like crap. "Hun, Sid was a girlfriend back in my senior year of high school. She didn't mean anything to me, and I dropped her to join the Army." Mom was walking over to help rescue me when Kat said,
"Mom, he doesn't need rescuing. I just wanted to hear it from him. The poor girl's trying to get my man because she'd die without someone to feed and protect her. Tough shit. Well, anyway, she can't have my guy, even if he can be a ding-a-ling at times."
I was greatly relieved when Kat said,
"Jason, you keep your ass away from her, and I won't have to break her legs. Mom, should I have a woman-to-bitch conversation with her?"
Usually, Mom would have chastised Kat for cussing.
The bitch is up to something. I'll have a heart-to-heart conversation and explain life around here to her. If that doesn't work, you can deal with her. I always hated her family and her. Jason knows I didn't like her when they were dating. She thought her crap didn't stink, and her people were better than we were. I never could figure out what Jason saw in her.
I tried to change the subject several times, but they were on a rip-sit-apart tantrum, so I just sat back and kept my mouth shut. Actually, Sid and I had gotten along well until she tried to buy me with paying for college and a job in her dad's firm. That had pissed me off because I'd wanted to join the Army since I was a kid. Yeah, Sid and I spent many hours in the back seat of her dad's Cadillac convertible on the dirt roads around Walter Hill. Obviously, Kat didn't need to hear about that. No, hell. I hoped she didn't anyway. We three had a private meal that allowed us to enjoy each other's company. Even Kat noticed that Mom hinted several times that we needed to move our wedding date up. We planned to get married on my birthday in a month. I joked that was the only way I would remember our anniversary. I wasn't kidding. While Kat washed the dishes, Mom made up an excuse to take me out to the barn.
"Son, this bitch is trouble. She snuck up on Father James and me while we were up near their home. She has a young boy with her, but doesn't have a husband. Her parents died after the shit hit the fan. I don't trust her one bit."
My jaw hung down. "Mom, you cussed?"
"That's damned right. And you might hear more until we get rid of this."
"Mom, calm down. What harm can a skinny, half-starved woman cause?"
"Son, you need to pull your head out of your ass. She practically threw herself at you in front of Kat. Stay away from her before Kat kills her. We need to run her off, and you need to stay away from her."
Mom, I will. I promise."
"Son, if she sticks around, you'll have to come clean about your real relationship with her,"
she said as I pretended not to know what she meant. And Mom said,
"Wipe that stupid look off your face. I know what a boy and girl do in the back seat of a convertible in the woods. Dad and I were just happy you didn't knock her up. We were thrilled when she left the country."
I think I mentioned once before that the apocalypse back in the early days wasn't all killing the bad guys and having fun. It also included some soap opera-worthy happenings. I should have taken Mom more seriously, but I never said I was brilliant. I'm the best at surviving and killing asshats, but figuring out women has never been my strong suit. I saw a side of Mom I'd never seen before. She later told me she didn't cuss in front of the kids, but now I was an adult. She also told me not to cuss in front of her. I know it was a double standard, but you have to cut your own mom some slack. Chapter 4. The Walker Farm, Walter Hill, Tennessee. Mom sent Ross, Rick, Kat, and me out to find some old cars and trucks we could get running. If they were beyond repair, our mission was to strip off any parts we could use. We also searched the new cars and trucks for batteries that hadn't exploded when the EMP surge struck the vehicles. The side task was to find windmills and some large water tanks that could be brought back to the farm. Max came along with me as usual, but I could tell his mind was back in the barn with his pups. I knew he missed his mate, Tina, because he always laid in her dog bed instead of his own. I pulled his head close to mine and said, "Good boy," and Max licked my face. I patted him on the back and hoped he could keep his mind on our mission. Mom told us to look at any rural king stores, because they usually had some large windmills that were meant to aerate lakes. We could repurpose them to generate electricity. She also told Kat to find some more TP and feminine hygiene products. We had a standing order to watch for ammunition and medical supplies. Our old farm truck had a winch up by the cab that enabled us to pull a car or truck up a ramp onto the bed of the truck. This made moving cars and trucks much easier. It usually pulled a large car-moving trailer behind it, too, so we could double the size of our cargo. We stayed busy searching the area southwest of the farm, so we could avoid the general's people up north and west. We also brought home a couple more large travel trailers and 8 truckloads of various diameter plastic pipe and 500-gallon plastic water tanks. Mom would be happy because we could proceed with her water storage project. I was delighted because a flushing toilet would be fantastic. There was a new rural king in Smyrna that had all of the windmill product lines they carried. Home generation of power had become popular in the late 20s, when the Syrian Terror Front, STF, bombed many of the oil wells and pipelines in moderate Mideastern countries. The bastards also bombed many of Europe and Canada's Arctic oil platforms. The USA was oil independent, but the other countries bid up the cost of oil to unheard-of prices. Home solar and wind products saturated the market for a couple of years, until the STF forces were driven away from the oil fields and drilling platforms. The short story was we had a cornucopia of various windmills to choose from in the front of the building. Yeah, big word, but Mom doesn't like it when I say shit potful. There were 2 of the 30-footers, 6 of the 20-footers, and a bunch of the 10-footers that were used to power lights around your home or barnyard. Best news was that the rural king had a dozen overseas shipping containers they used for storage. The electric generators were all in one of the closed containers. The containers made great Faraday cages and were EMP-proof, so the generators hadn't been fried. They would produce electricity. I was helping dismantle one of the large ones when Max alerted. I called out to the others to prepare for a fight. "Kat, take Ross over to the water tanks and watch our 6. Rick, follow Max and me." Max growled his deep growl that said, "Danger, Jason. Danger, Jason," to me. He alerted and pointed to some cars in the parking lot over to the far side. I couldn't see anything, but trusted Max's nose. Before we could get in place with good cover, a couple with 2 small children walked into view. Max growled until I said, "Watch 'em." I stayed behind a tractor and called out, "Who are you? And what do you want?" The man raised his hands and said, "We're the Green family, and just scavenging for food and supplies. We'll move on if you want. I only need some rope and garden equipment from the store. Can we get some and leave?" Kat and I approached the people, and I asked Kat to feel the woman out for a fit for our community. I took the man to the side. "What are you growing? We might want to trade with you." The man appeared to be nervous. "Mister, I don't know you or your people. Please, just let us get what we came for and go home." I said, "We want to know who our neighbors are and what they're up to." One can't be too cautious these days. The man had a Glock 17 in his waistband and a hunting knife in his scabbard. He didn't look like a soldier. He said,
I guess you're right. We feel the same way.
I said, I wanted to see if you're fit for our group, but clearly, you're not interested. He smiled.
It's not that I'm not interested. It's I don't trust anyone I just met these days.
I laughed. I understand. I'm Jason Walker, and that's Cat Gold. We belong to a small group trying to eke out a living. We're always looking for possible additions to our group, and enemies to run out of the area. He replied,
I'm Alex, and that's Peggy, Paul, and Paula.
I shook his hand and said, Glad to meet you.
Are you sure it's a small group? You're taking every windmill on the lot and have a big farm truck.
I said, A small group with big aspirations. Cat's discussion went along the same lines. Peggy was guarded during the conversation. She didn't offer their home's location or any useful intelligence. Cat later told me she seemed scared of us. I told Alex to fetch the supplies they'd came for, and then said, Alex, why don't you meet us back here in a week at 9 in the morning for another meeting? You'd be much safer joining us. We lucked out on the third day and found an old oil field winch truck with a roller on the end of the bed. It could be used as a wrecker to bring more vehicles back to the farm. We soon had row after row of good older trucks and cars that just needed some work. Many were someone's project or hobby and started right up. There were several hot rods in perfect running shape and only needed a quieter muffler. It's nothing like a big block Ford bellowing down the road to draw unwanted attention. Father James had been a mechanic in the Navy before he'd become a priest. He trained and led a group of our women in how to get the best cars and trucks running, and another group in stripping parts for other projects. He also told us to watch out for mechanics' tools and oxyacetylene welding gear. Father James used one of the torches to cut the front axle spindle off an old car. He then welded some large metal blades to the car wheel and spun the huge fan around the spindle. We used the winch truck to lift the spindle and fan to the top of a huge tripod he'd welded together. Then, he welded the spindle to the tripod. We now had a huge windmill that was 3 times larger than the store-bought ones. Now we just needed a huge generator we didn't have yet. This didn't stop Father James. He made a bracket that held 6 large 12-volt truck generators and welded the bracket to the tripod, so a single fan belt could turn all 6 when the wind blew. He later had to work up a gear reduction so the fan wouldn't turn the generators too fast. The winch truck came in handy, hauling the huge plastic water tanks to the farm. We placed them by the barn, and then Father James supervised the construction of 3 elevated platforms for the water tanks. The winch truck was also invaluable in lifting the tanks up and onto the platforms, which were over 12 feet tall. Now we had to devise a way to fill the tanks. Father James had already drawn out a way to fill the tanks with water from the spillway of the lake up on the hillside. The drawing reminded me of those Roman aqueducts from ancient times. This one was a bit crude compared to the architecture the Romans had used. He fabricated a filter from a 55-gallon drum with different mesh screens to filter out leaves, bugs, and other impurities. The water entered the drum below the water line, so floating objects didn't get a chance to clog the filters. This also meant that a light layer of ice wouldn't stop the flow of water in the winter. Of course, we still needed a way to keep the pipes from freezing during a hard winter. Father James's crew had started joining sections of pipe from the lake down to the farm several days ago. When they reached the bottom of the hill, they began installing tripods to keep the water pipe at the right height to keep the water flowing downhill. Then, they stepped down to 16-foot-long posts until the pipe split to fill the 3 water tanks. One of the tanks was for drinking water, the second for bath water, and the third for flushing the toilets. We didn't have great water pressure, but we now had flowing water. Father James increased the water pressure later by installing a windmill with a pump that had been used to power water fountains in ponds and lakes. Ross was put in charge of the drinking water tank and added unscented bleach as needed to kill off all the germs and stuff. This meant the water had to be turned off from time to time so we could get the mixture correct. Yeah, we would eventually run out of bleach and have to boil our water. That would be several years down the road. With all the bleach and swimming pools, shock and stores and warehouses, we were good for at least that long. Chapter 5. The Walker Farm, Walter Hill, Tennessee. Okay, back to the soap opera. While Kat and I were busy staying away from Sydney, she pestered Mom. Mom took her off to the side on the second day and attempted to set her straight concerning Kat and me. Sydney had asked Jan several times where Jason was. Jan politely told her Jason was busy. Jan took her aside on the second day and said,
"You and the boy have recovered. It's time for you to move on."
Sydney said,
I like it here. Can I stay with you and Jason? We'll die if you send us away.
Jan knew the woman was playing games with her.
What the hell do you want to achieve here? Jason is happy with Kat and doesn't want to see your face. If you stick around and cause trouble, Kat will skin you alive. If she doesn't, I'll shoot you myself. You were always big trouble for Jason. Look, bitch, I'll put it in words you can understand. Get the hell out of here, or we'll hog-tie you and ship your ass up to Nashville where the gangs can have you.
Sydney looked over her shoulder and saw her son playing with one of the puppies.
Jay, come over here and say hi to your grandmother.
The boy didn't look up at his mom.
Jason Michael, get your ass down here. Now, Mom, what were you saying? Surely you wouldn't throw your grandson to the gangs in Nashville?
Jan was speechless for a minute, and then said,
Anyone can claim a kid belongs to a man. Prove it, because you were always a conniving bitch out to cause trouble for Jason.
Jan stopped when the kid walked up to her and said,
Are you really my grandma? My other grandma is dead. She shot herself.
Jan looked the boy in the eyes and then ran back to the house with tears in her eyes. Jan found Michelle and Billy and filled them in on the situation. Billy covered her eyes.
Oh, crap. The baby mama has come back with a kid Jason doesn't know about, and now the baby mama wants to claim Jason. I saw this in a daytime soap opera about a year ago. I think it was on General Hospital or The Young and Stupid. Jan, the simple solution is we can keep the boy and make baby mama disappear.
Michelle only said,
Jason knocked that bitch up?
Jan was a bit shocked.
Do you mean to kill her?
Billy replied,
That's always an option, but I mean, take her 100 miles away and tell her what will happen if she comes back.
Michelle said,
Whoa, ladies. We're the good guys. Now, I know I didn't become a nun, but some of the religious stuff stuck to me. That stuff about thou shalt not kill and coveting your neighbor's son comes to mind.
Jan said,
Perhaps we need to tell Jason the situation first, and then bring Kat into the brainstorming.
What? Don't shit me, Mom. I was careful. No way I have a kid with her. Oh, hell no. Kat will kill her. Shit. The cat will cut my balls off. Mom said,
Son, he looks just like you. When you look at him, take this picture of you when you were a boy his age.
My sister said,
Jason, he has your eyes, nose, and ears. If he's not yours, he's the son of your twin brother. Now, Mom, how do we tell Kat?
I said, We don't tell her. I'll tell her. If Jay is mine, I want him in my life. I don't want that bitch in my life or bothering Kat. Does anyone have a plan that lets us keep Jay and get rid of Sid? Billy said,
I have some plans, but your mom didn't like them.
I said, I'm game for anything to keep Kat from cutting her throat. Mom said,
I draw the line at killing anyone who isn't a danger to us.
After supper, Kat and I walked out to the barn to visit with the puppies. I was surprised when I saw my nephew Jerry, Jay, and Max with the puppies. Max lay beside the puppies, and two of them played on his back. One chewed on Max's ear. Jay and Jerry each had a pup in their arms, and Gus, Cat's puppy, was the one nibbling on Max's ear. Gus finally looked up and saw Cat. He jumped off Max and ran across the floor to Cat. He jumped up and down until she picked him up. She rubbed her nose on his. He was fascinated by her face and licked her cheek. Frankly, I was surprised that my ferocious war dog allowed puppies to swarm over him. He looked up at me and then went back to licking one of the 6 pups. The brown one that looked like Tina finally looked up and saw me. He jumped off Max and ran across the floor to me. He jumped up and down until I picked him up. Max looked at us and yawned. Max was a lot like Jason, in that he was much better at killing and surviving than the feely, touchy stuff. But something deep inside made him very protective of these little balls of fur. Max didn't know he was hardwired for millions of years of survival of the fittest to guard his offspring. He only knew that he had a new mission to protect them. He watched closely as the small humans advanced toward his pups. He knew the taller one and trusted him, but was wary of the smaller of the two. Max was confused about the smaller human because he smelled a little bit like his human and a little bit like the nice older lady and her mate. Humans had so many different smells, and the scents covered their bodies. He couldn't just sniff their butts and learn all he had to know as he did with other dogs. Humans didn't like their butts being sniffed. Max couldn't understand how humans could learn about others without butt sniffing. He saw his human and his human's mate enter the barn and relaxed. He knew his human would help watch over the pups. They each picked up one of his puppies and cuddled them before they placed them on the floor and played with them. Max crawled over to his human and used his paw to lift his human's hand. His human scratched his ears and then rubbed his fur. Max was happy. I gave Max some extra attention because between all the community's issues and my love for Cat, I hadn't spent much quality time with Max. He rolled over and I rubbed his belly and then scratched his neck. I knew Max wouldn't be on the earth forever, but I would do my best for him. I saw a lot of Max in the pups. 4 of the 6 had the aggressiveness and curiosity to make good service dogs. The others could be trained to be good watchdogs and playmates for the kids. We had to guard against the other 4 becoming house dogs. We left the pups, and I took Cat for a short drive to the farm south of us. It was abandoned, and far enough away that no one could hear Cat scream at me. I must say, this thing didn't go as planned. Cat calmly listened, and then said,
Jason, please listen to what I have to say. What the hell did you see in that pitiful thing to have sex with her? No, don't answer. She was probably the school pump, and you were a horny teenage boy with raging hormones.
I said, Darling, Cat said,
I love you, and kind of knew a man at 28 would have sowed some wild oats. I didn't expect a 7-year-old crop to appear. Now, down to the matter at hand. You apparently have a son. You should be a part of your son's life. I want to be a part of his life. I want my kids to be a part of his life. Now listen closely. The bitch has to go. She can't live in our community, and I don't want her around you or me.
I said, Dear, you're taking this very calmly. I was afraid I should have worn a cup to this meeting.
You'll need one if I catch her around you. Sorry. You won't need one,
Cat said as she drew her knife, and then said,
Yes, I'm a bit jealous. Now let's go meet with the rest of our Get Rid of Sydney team.
Michelle saw Sydney walking around the farm, acting as if she owned the place.
Hey, Sydney, come here. Thanks for talking with me. I was voted to be the go-between for Jason, Cat, and Mom and you.
Sydney huffed.
I can talk with them without you in the picture.
Michelle said,
Look, bitch. No. You can't talk with anyone on the farm. I'm the only one in the camp beside Father James who doesn't want to kill your sorry ass. If it weren't for that sweet boy, I'd pull the trigger myself. Now, here are the rules. You don't go near Jason, Kat, or Mom. Don't even think about talking with them. If you do, we'll tie you up and place you in the barn until you learn your place around here. Is Jason's girl so insecure that she has to threaten to kill me to keep Jason?
Michelle said,
You've always been a dense dumbass. We're protecting you from Kat. She's killed a dozen men and women who tried to harm her. She would kill you and still sleep soundly at night if she caught you near Jason. Do you really think another rotting body in a ditch will raise much concern? She wouldn't.
Michelle went on to say,
Yes, she would, and with a knife. Now, the rules are for your protection. You can stay in the area, and one of us will come and get Jay to see his father. He'll keep your happy ass up the hill in your own home. We will help you with food this year, but you're on your own come next spring. I'll arrange a one-time meeting for you and Jason to break the news to Jay. Remember, don't come down the hill after you're escorted to your home. I could be killed or starve to death up there.
Michelle said,
We'll feed Jay and keep him safe. If I were you, I'd give Jay to Jason and haul your sorry ass out of here before you end up in a ditch.
Sid, Kat, and I broke the news to Jay the best we could. The poor boy was confused because his other grandmother had told him his dad had died in a car crash. Jay looked up at his mom with tears in his eyes. He asked me,
Why didn't you want to be with me?
Son, because I didn't know about you. Your mom's parents moved your mom to France when they found out she was going to have you. Jay asked,
Mom, why didn't you tell me about Jason? Grandfather and grandmother wouldn't let me. I know I should have, but didn't. I'm sorry.
Jay ran away, yelling,
I hate you both!
Later that day, Jay saw me with the pups and came over to me.
Are you really my dad?
Yes, Jay, I am. I'm sorry we didn't meet a long time ago. I'll do my best to get to know you and be in your life. Just give me a chance. Jay looked up and grinned.
Are these your puppies?
I looked down at him, hugging a liver, white and black one. Yes, they belong to Max and me. They're special puppies. They'll grow up big and strong like Max. Would you like to have one? The boy looked up at me.
Yes, I really want one of my own.
I couldn't help but notice the bruises on his forearms. Yes, you can have one of the pups, but first you have to learn how to care for the puppy. Your grandma, Missy, and Chrissy will teach you how to do that. You can learn how to take care of a puppy, and you can have one. I told Kat about the conversation with Jay, and she kissed me tenderly.
See? Jay will grow on you. He's actually a well-behaved boy. His mom or someone did a good job raising him.
I said, I'll bet a nanny raised him. Find out when you get a chance. Mom let us know a couple of days after Sid and Jay arrived that our wedding would be in 2 days. Kat started to protest and remembered what Mom had told her. I just said, Yes, Mom. What do I need to do for the wedding? Apparently, I only needed to say, I do, then go on a short but sweet honeymoon. That was okay with me because trying to tell Kat or Mom my suggestions was a waste of time. The wedding was a simple affair, due to our limited resources. Everyone but the people on guard duty and Ross, who guarded Sydney up at her home, were present. Kat wore one of Mom's best dresses, and I wore one of Dad's suits. Kat was gorgeous in the pale blue and white dress with flowers in her hair. Father James conducted the wedding, and Billy was the maid of honor. I didn't have a best man, but Pete was my groomsman. The wedding seemed silly to me, since Kat and I had been together as man and wife for over a month. I tried to get Max to be my best man, but Kat had said hell no. Then I told Mom that Max would be the ring bearer, but Mom wouldn't have it. I told her Max was my best friend and should actually be the best man.
She laughed at me and told me she was in charge of our wedding. I know Max's feelings were hurt, even though he acted like he could care less. Mom was almost as happy as Kat. Now her son wasn't living in sin right under her nose, and her grandbabies wouldn't be born out of wedlock. She thanked me several times for that, and then had to come back and apologize when she realized my new son Jay was born out of wedlock. She made Jay the ring bearer, and that put a big smile on Jay's face. I'm glad she did, because I'd paid less attention to my son than I had my dog. I had to get my butt in gear and take this father thing more seriously. We overate and danced for hours. Kat made sure she danced with Jay and made him feel a part of the celebration. I took him aside and told him how glad I was that he joined our family. Then I said, "Jay, everyone has a job here in our community. I want you to take responsibility for making sure your grandmas and Kat's puppies are safe and well cared for. Then you'll help me train them. You think you can do that?"
Jason, I want to do it. Can you help me learn how?
"Of course I'll help you, and Kat and Grandma will help you. I do want you to call me Dad. I'm a bit late to your party, but I'm your father, and I'd like to be called Dad." Jay hugged me and smiled.
Dad, I love you.
"Son, I love you too." It was after dark when we finally got to the part of the wedding that interested me. The honeymoon wasn't fancy. It was only one day spent by ourselves in an unoccupied trailer. As I've said before, I'm not good at discussing the mushy stuff, and I sure as hell ain't going to say anything about our honeymoon. One thing I will say is that night was the first time Kat ever mentioned wanting her own home. Apparently, this marriage thing means Mom can no longer take care of me, and Kat takes over. I didn't even know if she could cook or perform wifely duties. Well, duties outside of the bedroom, anyway. The next morning, we walked up to Mom's home and saw Max was already scarfing down some bacon. I begged for a cup of coffee, and Mom poured a cup for each of us and said,
"Well, I guess the honeymoon is over. Did you have a fight?"
Kat said,
No, Mom. We're still madly in love. I guess we've been honeymooning for over a month now and just wanted a good cup of coffee.
Mom placed her hands over her ears and said,
TMI, TMI.
as she left the room. Michelle laughed so hard she spewed coffee on the floor.
Mom's a bit traditional when it comes to marriage and sex.
Kat said,
I know. Moving to another interesting topic. Are you interested in any of the men in our community?
Oh, hell no.
Besides, all the men are hooked up or married.
I confuse the two. Kat, don't worry about me. I'm a big girl, and not really looking for a relationship now.
I nudged Kat to stop her line of thought and to play nice. Michelle was becoming her best friend, so why poke the bear? I'll never understand women, and I'm not sure I want to. Chapter 6. Smyrna Golf Course Clubhouse, Smyrna, Tennessee.
Sir, we have 2 spies with the survivors who are southeast of our territory, and we're in the process of adding one to the Walker group. May I ask about your interest in the Walker group?
Colonel Griggs, it's a long story, but their leader and I were on opposite sides back in the FEMA camp. Now my face is scarred, and I look this way. Plastic surgery hasn't been performed since the bombs fell, so I'm stuck like this. Yes, I have a score to settle.
Maybe I shouldn't ask, but why don't you let me send a couple of squads with 2 Humvees and wipe the bastards out? We know where their base of operations is located. It would be easy.
Colonel, that would mean Jason Walker was dead, and we need his crops and help before this apocalypse is over, and things get settled down a bit. Walker and McGill were with me in the War Dogs unit in Europe just before the shit started. We can use their skills. Griggs didn't like what he heard and only nodded. The general asked, I nearly forgot. What happened to those 2 soldiers that were running a slavery business at the golf course? They should be shot. Griggs said,
I took care of them. You seem to be mellowing out some lately.
Tell me about the spy.
Chapter 7. The Walker Farm, Walter Hill, Tennessee. Days passed quickly as we worked to move and install the windmills. Father James oversaw the installation of the equipment. It was strange to see him in the mechanic's coveralls over his regular clothes with grease on his face. He was like a child with a new box of crayons. I know this sounds stupid, but we forgot to find some wire to carry the current to the battery bank for the DC generators. We had a couple of large AC generators Ross had found in an overseas shipping container that should work, but Father James wanted to gain experience on the weaker DC current before messing with the more dangerous AC electricity. Father, I'll take a crew into Smyrna and try the Lowe's and Home Depot stores to find the wire. I can't believe we forgot it. Son, that's not a problem. While I have you, do you need any advice or counseling on how to handle the new son who surprised you this week? I said, no thanks. Michelle had talked us out of doing anything mean-spirited. The mother will live in her home up on the hill, and Jay will be brought down to visit with me as often as he wants to come. That's good. I heard some rather inflammatory talk on the first day. I replied, we were just blowing off steam. I know you don't see any bad people, but that woman is very selfish and mean-spirited. Son, I do see them. I just try to treat them in a godly manner until they prove themselves to be evil. Then I'll call you to deal with the truly evil ones. I laughed and said, that's a deal, Father. I'll try harder to start with good thoughts. Father James chuckled. We'll do more than try. Hey, it's a start. Oh, before I forget, we're meeting a family in the morning to see if they're a fit for our community. We might bring them back with us. If we do, I want your opinion on them. Father James said, one more thing. You need to start acting as though you love the boy, and make him a part of your family. I had a great discussion with Jay, and did my best to make him feel like part of the family. I'll try harder, but honestly, this was such a surprise. I still find it hard to believe. Kat, you might want to get with the other women and put a shopping list together. I'll handle the manly stuff. Kat said,
Jason, before we go to Smyrna, could we move the pups into our room? I think we need someone watching over them until we dole them out, so Max will feel good about leaving with us.
I said, I like that idea. I'll check with Mom. Mom had a better idea.
Jason, those pups are sweet, but they'll poop all over my floor. Go to the barn and fetch Michael's red wagon and that large dog cage. Mount the cage on the wagon, and I can keep the dogs with us while we work around the farm. I'll assign Missy and Chrissy to watch over them, but I'll bring them into my room at night.
Great idea, Mom. I'll build a ramp on the far side of the deck so we can bring the wagon into the house.
Jason, I know you gave Gus to Kat, and I want the runt. She is precious, and I call her Tina after her mother. What do you plan to do with the others? They need a home, and people who'll love them.
I had given this some thought. Mom, one goes to Missy and Chrissy. Another goes to Mark and Billy. I gave one to Jay, but I don't trust Sid with a dog. I don't know what to do with the last two.
Son, I want another. I want you to train little Tina and the other pup to be guard dogs for the farm.
I like that idea. I'll build a ramp up to the deck, and we can wheel the wagon in and out of the house. I'll train the new dog parents on how to prepare their pups for training, and then train the dogs in my spare time. That evening, I rolled the wagon with the cage over to the pups and placed them inside while Max watched. He was curious, but not overly concerned. He followed me to the house, where I pulled the wagon up the newly built ramp. I stopped by the fire pit where everyone was assembled and sat on a bench. Missy said,
A mobile home for dogs. What a great idea.
I said, Max and I need homes for the pups. Kat and I are keeping Gus. Tom and Jerry have the runt and the brown one. Missy and Chrissy, would you like one to share? Missy reached into the cage and picked their puppy. Chrissy said,
Thanks, Jason. We'll love him and take good care of him.
Mark, I see you playing with the puppies all the time. Would you and your mom like to have one? Mark quickly replied,
Yes. Mom, can I please have one?
Billy said,
Yes, but you have to feed it and clean up after it.
I said, The last one belongs to my son Jay. Mom will keep them for another week or so until they're big enough to go to their new families. Lowe's, Smyrna, Tennessee. The trip the next day to fetch the wire and meet with a new family was uneventful, except for the bitching and grousing about traveling to Lowe's during the dark and arriving at 4 in the morning. I looked at my motley crew and said, Look, I've told you a dozen times. We needed to be in place long before the meeting to sweep the area and make sure it wasn't a trap. Suck it up and watch for any intruders. I sent them to their positions after we checked the area and didn't see anyone. I walked over to Kat. Thanks, babe, for not joining in with the bitching.
Oh, I was bitching to myself. Wouldn't look good if you didn't get my full support.
I was pissed because Mom and Michelle kept us up so late. And then you woke me up at 2.
Thanks for the support. I need you to buddy up to the women and, if possible, ask the kids some questions. After finding that spy in the other group, I'm a bit jumpy.
Hon, you haven't mentioned Jay. What are you thinking?
I gazed into her eyes. Babe, I don't know why, but I just don't have any feelings for the boy. I'll do my best to make him ours. I know that sounds terrible. I know he's mine, and I want to feel something, but I don't. I guess I'm a terrible person.
Hon, you didn't know me, and look at us now. No one expects you to go from 0 to full-blown fatherhood in a few days. Talk to Jay, and find common things between the two of you. He's a block of clay you can mold into a mini Jason. Don't be too hard on yourself.
I kissed her on the forehead. Babe, I love you, and need your help with this parenting stuff. I can teach him how to fish, fight, and survive, but I'll need help with the touchy-feely stuff.
You know I'll be right there with you. Besides, that'll be a great experience for raising our brats. Look at your son, Max. You've done a great job with him.
Max lay on his back while I scratched his belly. He was happy and content to have his tummy rubbed. I scratched his ears, and he wiggled all over. I'd never thought of Max as my son. He was my best friend. I said, Yes, I've done good by Max. He obeys me, hasn't been busted for drugs, and never knocked up a teenage girl. He's a good son. Kat slugged me on the shoulder.
Raise the bar a bit higher for Jay.
We saw a dozen coyotes, a bunch of dogs, and a zebra amble by the store. Yes, it was a real zebra. Came back a few minutes later, being chased by the coyotes. The only thing worth noting was we saw a plane high above Smyrna. Ross was the first to see the plane. It was about an hour before sunrise, and he pointed out a shiny object moving in the dark sky. I said, That's a plane. It's high enough for the morning sun to light it up. We should see the vapor trails when the sun is up. Wonder if it's ours. Could our government be regrouping and attempting to get the country back on its feet? Kat replied,
I just hope it's not another country invading us.
Bummer, darling. Let's pray they're the good guys. Even though I found out later that some folks had working radios, we didn't have a radio that worked. News about the USA or the rest of the world only came from strangers wandering through the area. Since most people were afraid to be seen, we didn't discuss current events with very many. No one we met had a clue what had happened, but rumors ran amok. Even the general only had scuttlebutt from the remnants of the other army units. Our world had ended. That's all we knew. And we knew there wasn't a darn thing we could do about it anyway. We waited for another 2 hours, and nothing happened. Then Max alerted us to something or someone approaching our position. The man walked into view. I walked out from behind a truck and greeted him. Hello. Alex, I don't see your family.
I left them back in the woods for safety. We saw some huge-ass cats in the area a couple of days ago, and have been afraid to venture out.
Have you made up your mind about joining us? He laughed and said,
Yes, twice. I made it up to not join you the day we met you, and made it up again to join you when we saw those big cats tear into a pack of dogs.
I shook his hand, went over the community rules, and then reiterated my favorites. In our group, everyone works, and everyone above 12 fights. Alex smiled.
I would expect no less.
I clarified my statement. That means men, women, and children 12 and above. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay, assuming they'll receive proper training.
I said, well, let's fetch your family and get them safely to our place. My girl and I were treed by a pack of dogs, and the lions came and ate the dogs. Scared the piss out of us. We had to sleep in the tree that night. The lions are to be feared. We must always keep an eye out for them. I motioned for the rest of my team to join us. I introduced Kat, Maria, Billy, and Michelle to Alex. He looked disappointed and said,
Where are the men? I'd be more confident if there were more men in the group.
I turned to my lady warfighters and said, Please forgive him. He doesn't know you and your skills. Alex glared at me, and I responded, Look, Alex, these women have been trained by 2 battle-hardened and tested veterans. What they lack in size, they make up for in skill, determination, and badassery. He said,
I guess I'll have to take your word for it. Well, follow me to our hideout.
It turned out that Alex's hideout was only a few blocks away and was in a large Ford Transit van. He pointed ahead of us to the top of the van and said,
That van has been our home for several months. We hide in it when the dogs or humans threaten us.
Maria walked ahead of us, followed by Kat, Billy, and Michelle. Max tested the air for any dangerous scents. Alex asked,
What are they doing?
They're looking for any threats or dangers before we go towards your place. All of them have compound bows with arrows ready. We always try to use arrows to save valuable ammo. Arrows are silent and won't alert the general's men, I said while I watched Alex's reaction. A minute later, there was a loud uproar, and I heard, Cats! Yelled. I took my bow from my backpack and said, Get in that car and wait until we kill or run the cats off. I ran into the fray and knocked an arrow on the run. The fight was over before I arrived. 2 of the enormous beasts were writhing on the ground in agony as they drew their last breaths, and I saw another running like his ass was on fire with 2 arrows sticking out of his side. I motioned for Alex to join us when I saw his wife open the van's back door.
How did you women get so good with the bows? That was very brave, but scary dangerous.
Kat tapped me on the shoulder.
I just saw something lurking in the shadows.
Kat knocked an arrow and waited for whatever it was to get closer.
Jason, it's another one of those big cats.
Watch out for another. Lions hunting groups. The big cat charged at me, and arrows flew in its direction. My arrow hit the cat, but it wasn't a fatal wound. Cat shot the last arrow into the monster's heart. The cat's inertia carried it to me and knocked me down as it died. I stuttered as I yelled, Help! Pull this damn thing off me! Max thought the lion was still attacking me and bit deep into its throat. He shook it a while and then proudly sat down beside it with a satisfied look on his face. The ladies laughed. The cat pointed to another dead cat. She laughed.
Jason, we were busy killing another cat. Now we can take a little pussy cat off you. Oh, don't let Max know that we killed the kitty. It would hurt his feelings.
My heart raced, and I had trouble catching my breath. Well, there can't be too many of them left. Anyone know how many lions the zoo had? Alex spoke up.
They also had tigers, cheetahs, ocelots, cougars, bears, big snakes.
Okay, I interrupted, and then added, I get it. Our lives won't be safe until we kill all of them. We better do it before they have a bunch of kittens. Alex's wife and kids ran to him and hugged him. Alex looked at our women.
Ladies, I apologize for doubting your ability. I feel much better now.
We led them to Mom's farm and introduced them to the others. Mom shook their hands and said,
I know my son covered our community rules with you. Do any of you have issues with any of the rules? Because we're not kidding. Everyone pulls their own weight in this little community.
The boy, Paul, asked,
Do we get to work with the animals? I love farm animals.
Alex and his family were overwhelmed by the progress we'd made, and had big smiles when Father James led them to their own trailer to get cleaned up before supper. Later, Father James was excited to see the large spools of wire and electrical supplies we'd scavenged from Lowe's and the Home Depot. There were already several of the wind-powered generators constructed and waiting to be wired to our new electrical grid. The priest led the project, and we soon had 3 of the windmills in operation. By the time we finished, it was twilight, and the wind barely turned the blades. The smallest one, with the smallest generator, only yielded a glowing string of bulbs that didn't light up the area around it.
I must remind you, we don't want to only rely on wind power. When the wind blows, they'll provide plenty of electricity for the farm, but most of the year, they won't turn fast enough to charge the batteries. We must place some turbines in the creek and the spillway from the lake, Father James said.
This was like a kick in the nuts. We'd done all that hard work, and there wasn't any electricity to show for our sweat and toil. Father James said,
Folks, the wind power just has to work enough to recharge the batteries. The batteries will only power several small LED lamps in each home, so there isn't much drain on the batteries. Have faith.
I said, The creek at the back of the farm flows year-round. Shouldn't we concentrate on building a dam and a water turbine?
Yes, but in good time. The wind-power generators were easy to install and will work about half the time. We'll start on hydroelectric power when we finish the windmill installation.
I wanted to argue with a good-intentioned priest, but I knew absolutely nothing about wind or hydro-powered turbines. This realization slapped me in the face. I'd always taken pride in my survival skills, but now realized I only knew how to fight and find edible plants and animals. There was so much more to survival than just existing. Chapter 8. Percy Priest Lake, the old youth camp. Why the hell would anyone join a sociopath in his rogue army? I asked. The leader of the Smyrna group angrily replied,
Jason, they have us surrounded. We don't have a choice.
I was pissed at the news that several of our neighboring groups planned to join the General's forces. You could pull out and join us in Walter Hill? The General hasn't bothered us.
The General told us you would be the last one to join, but you or your replacement would eagerly join his team, said Smyrna's leader.
Do what? I said.
Apparently, you and the General were once friends in the army. He said you'd be stubborn, but would join when you swallowed your pride and joined his mutual assistance group. Now, Jason, before you speak, we had gangs raiding our farms until we joined the General. The raids stopped the minute the General's men began their patrols around our area. Jason, we gladly joined.
I couldn't believe they would fall for this madman's BS. What does the General expect in return? 90% of your crops?
No. He only wants 10% the first year and 5% extra each year afterward, to a maximum of 25%. The tax in food is to feed the troops and any unfortunate people until they begin farming. The fee is in crops, seeds, and live animals.
I looked around the room and then asked, Who else has made up their mind to join General Long? I was shocked. The Laverne, Almaville, Gladesville, and Murfreesboro groups had all joined General Long's team. 3 of them were the largest and strongest groups I'd counted on for our mutual assistance group, MAG. The Murfreesboro leader stood up.
Jason, you must join with us, or it means you're against us. The General told me to tell you that if you don't join with us, you will not be harmed as long as you stay east of Murfreesboro Road, south of Central Pike, and north of Highway 70.
I said, That's bullshit. That cuts out scavenging for supplies in all the larger cities. The Murfreesboro leader said,
That's correct, because those supplies are needed for our survival.
I raised my voice. You mean the General's survival?
No need to yell.
Yes, we have hitched our wagon to the General's team, and our survival is mutual. We need to get that through your thick head. The General has a soft spot for you, even though you betrayed him and tried to kill him.
Maria spoke up.
I saw what the fake FEMA camp did under the original General and Long. Long is a sadistic killer. Men or women are no matter to him. He'll kill anyone who gets in his way.
Uncharacteristically, Kat had stayed calm and quiet until she heard the last comment.
And you believe that load of crap from a murderer? Jason and some of our team had to rescue over 1,000 slaves from the General's fake FEMA camp up in Kentucky. He killed anyone who wouldn't work on the slave farms. I'm only sorry Jason didn't succeed in killing the bastard.
Kat finished yelling at the man when she was only about 6 inches from him. I had to hold her back when her hand went for her knife. The man's hand slowly slid toward his pistol when I said, "Max, watch him." Max squared up against the man, who raised his hands in the air and said,
General Long told us about how the previous general had forced him to do bad things. He also told us that instead of working with him to get rid of only the general, you killed over 50 innocent men just following orders.
I was disgusted. And you believed him?
Jason, he has over 50 armed soldiers, and at least that many more citizens have joined his force. They occupy the entire southwestern area below Nashville, and will soon take over Nashville. He said he won't work on getting your group to join until after Nashville has joined the team. We don't have a choice. And you don't either, if you stay in this area.
We left the meeting with a dark cloud above us. I told the groups still on our team to stop the chatter until we were safely away from the youth ranch. We headed south and stopped for a short meeting in an abandoned aircraft hangar just north of Sam Ridley Parkway. I could see the Smyrna Executive Golf Course from the window as everyone grabbed a bite of food and a drink. The Lacassis, Milton, Kittle, and Noreen groups were still with us. I asked for a private meeting with only their leaders. I know this was a big surprise to all of us. We need to regroup and develop a new plan. What do the rest of you think? The Lacassis leader stood up.
Jason, this is a losing fight. I'm going to recommend that my group join the general, at least until the crops are in.
The Noreen leader said,
We won't join them, but we'll decide what to do when we get home.
The other two said they were in favor of joining the general, but would have their people vote on what to do about joining the general's team. Frankly, I was demoralized and in a daze after the rest of the groups left the hangar. I sought answers from my crew. Kat, Maria, Ross, Billy. What do we do now? We have no one we can count on. And leaving only means we could face the same situation at any place where we try to settle down. Maria said,
We can't fight them. They have the numbers and superior firepower. We can't conduct a guerrilla campaign against them because they know where our base is located. We're screwed on options.
Ross said, I vote for us to pack up and leave the area ASAP. Jason, the bastard will have your head on a pike as a warning to others. Kat said,
What if we join them and pretend to be model citizens and then kill the general later and take over their operation?
We discussed the issue for an hour and then left for home. Mom wasn't happy about the news from the meeting. Even though I had seen a new, angrier side of Mom, she was still a calm and thoughtful person. She went out to the porch and came back with a bucket full of peas still in the shells. She handed 2 bowls to each of us and started shelling peas. I had experienced this kind of problem resolution a couple of times and winced when I saw the bowls and peas. I'd taken the family car out after midnight without permission and got it hung up on a muddy farm road making out with Sid. Dad had never told Mom about Sid, so the question was how to dole out punishment to me for stealing the car. I was suspended for a month and had to meet Sid at the farm. Now that I think about it, it wasn't a good idea, but it felt awful good at the time. The memory also put an idea in my head and gave me insight into another issue in my life. Let's stick to the general for now. Michelle, Maria, Kat, Billy, and I sat around the kitchen table while we all hulled the peas.
Son, we could leave, but chances are the world is full of groups like ours, fighting groups like the generals. We can't take enough food with us to survive the winter. We don't have much food, for that matter. We have a shit pot full of food growing in the fields, and we'll plant more any day now. Beets, broccoli, carrots, lettuce, peas, and spinach can be planted for the next month. Corn, beans, cucumbers, cabbage, onions, peppers, squash, and tomatoes will come in over the next 2 to 3 months. Jason, I think we should try to avoid the general until the crops come in or Nashville is conquered. Only then can we decide what to do.
I listened patiently as Mom covered the status of our crops, and then said, Mom, even after the harvest, we won't have large trucks to haul enough of the crops to survive the winter in another place. If the general wanted me dead, I'd be dead by now. He apparently knows where we are, but is more interested in growing and feeding his new empire. Let's make ourselves indispensable to him by tripling our crops. It's only early June. We can plant much more corn, beans, lettuce, and carrots. Those are what the general needs to feed his army. Kat said,
If we can't beat them, we'll join them and slowly take over their army.
Maria said,
I was thinking the same.
I said, I chuckled to myself when Kat first brought that up, but the more I think about it, the more I like it. The problem is, the more people who know the plan, the larger the chance of leaks. Mom cleared her throat, and everyone stopped shelling peas.
Jason, Kat's right. And if the general wanted you dead, he would have placed a sniper at that meeting, or in a hillside near the farm.
Mom, I agree. But why hasn't he killed me?
Now, the general may hate you, but he needs you to lead the other groups into the fold. You need to get close to him while the rest of us infiltrate his group. Oh, don't kiss his ass, but rather challenge his ideas with better ones. Show him we can produce more crops than all the others can. As Kat said, become indispensable. Deliver the other groups along with ours.
Kat said,
Y'all do know he probably has a spy in our group and perhaps in the others. I say we lay some groundwork with our team and then convince the other groups to join the general as fast as possible. Jason, blame your mom and me for the change of heart.
Our group became the underground resistance that day. Now, the most significant task was to convince our people that joining the general's force was a good thing, after doing such a great job of painting him as a villain. Then we had to work on the other groups. Mom called everyone, including Sid, to the meeting. Mom covered the results of our secret meeting with the other groups, and as expected, there were mixed feelings. Mom said,
Everyone calm down. We haven't made a decision yet.
Karen asked,
Where would we go that's better than this place? Won't there be bad guys there too?
I answered, That's a nut we have to crack before we make a decision. You all know I was against staying and joining the general's group. Mom and Kat have done a great job of painting a picture of the 2 other scenarios. The first, we fight. We can't beat a vastly superior force. The ones left alive are forced to join the general. The second, we flee to the south or woods a few hundred miles west of here. We won't have enough food to survive the winter, and we'll probably run into other groups like us, or worse, bad people who won't share their food. So in either case, we end up fighting to survive. A hush fell over the 40-plus people seated around me. Rick said,
Jason, if we stay, we live even if we don't like the terms. At least we'd be alive to make decisions about how we live the next few years.
I said, I guess that's what I'm trying to get across to you. We'll live to survive another day. We fight now, and we'll all die. Perhaps the general will surprise me and need us so much for our farming skills that he'll treat us with respect and won't rule with an iron hand. Karen said,
Jason, if you can go along with joining the general, I guess the rest of us can join you.
Mom conducted the meeting with the rest of our neighbors who hadn't joined the general's team at our home. She did a masterful job of convincing them there were worse things out there to be scared of than the general. Mom ended the meeting by demanding a decision from each group. 3 of the 4 groups decided to go with us and join the general. Noreen's leaders said, "Hell no, we won't join them. We'll fight if they attack before we can get ready to leave the area." I said, "You were told about the gangs raiding north and east of you. I respect your decision, but be careful." Mom said,
I'll schedule a meeting with the general or one of his people to discuss terms.
I called everyone together, and Mom covered the meeting results with the rest of our small group. The tone was somber, but with a bit of relief, since no one had to pull up roots and leave. Life wasn't great, but we were doing more than just surviving these days. Chapter 9. Walter Hill, near the Walker farm. Sergeant Wilcox waited in the shadows above the Walker farm, about halfway to the Posey place up on the hillside. She was much later than usual, and he was about to leave when she appeared out of the darkness. Wilcox hoped to move into the mansion when the dust had settled down a bit, and the apocalypse was a bit more bearable. The villa hadn't been wrecked by the looters passing through because it was so isolated from the rest of the area's homes and businesses. He liked the woman, and she was good in bed, so why not stay with her until someone better comes along? "You're late." She walked up to Wilcox, kissed him, and said,
"But I'm worth the wait. Or do you have someone else now?"
Wilcox unbuttoned her pants and pulled them down as she pulled her T-shirt over her head. She lost her balance, causing both of them to fall to the pine needles below them. A short time later, they caught their breath, and he asked,
"Well, what have you learned about their plans? Is Walker planning on fighting or fleeing?"
She hit him on the chest.
"So, you got what you wanted and now just want information? I guess that's all I am to you. Just another woman to lay with."
Wilcox lied.
"No, darling. I love you, and only you. It's my boss. He's been hot after information on the Walker clan. I just don't want him after my ass. But I do care for you."
She said,
"At least you lust for me. Did you bring me a care package?"
"Of course."
"Now, the info?"
She opened the bag and found cans of meat, chocolate bars, and 2 bottles of wine.
"Okay. Things have changed. Jason married that skinny runt called Cat. Cat and his mom have totally declawed Jason. They've convinced him that fighting or fleeing would end the same in their fight for survival, and they should give the general a chance."
Wilcox had a puzzled look.
"He still hates the general, and the general hates him. What gives?"
"We had a long discussion about that. The thinking is the general knows where Jason is and could have killed him any time he wanted to, so perhaps the general has a use for Jason."
Wilcox said,
"Sounds fishy to me."
Smyrna Golf Course Clubhouse, Smyrna, Tennessee. Sergeant Mitch Wilcox relayed the info to his captain, who passed it up the chain of command. Colonel Griggs listened and then slapped his knee.
"That damn soldier is smarter than I thought. Well, he knows he can deliver the rest of the groups in the area, and perhaps the general will be grateful to him. Get your guy to get a message to Walker. The message should say that if Walker gets his friends and his group to join us, the general will give him better terms than the others and place him on the council."
"Sir, that would make him privy to our long-term plans."
"The general will never know about my deal. We'll pit the Walker clan against the general once they begin to feel safe. Now, tell your sergeant
They have the raiders begin small attacks on the group up in Noreen until they decide to go along with the walkers and join us. Steal food, cows, or whatever's important to these people. Don't destroy crops or kill anyone. A beating or two should work. Chapter 10. The Walker Farm, Walter Hill, Tennessee. I woke up with a cat snuggled up against me, with my arm around her and her head on my arm. I know that sounds romantic, but my arm and bladder were crying mercy right when the rest of my body was ready for romance. I didn't want to wake Cat up, nor did I want to cut my arm off. Instead, I slowly withdrew my arm and headed for the bathroom. Cat said,
"That was pretty good. But I was awake the whole time. Hey, close the door if you're going to do that."
I said, "The honeymoon's over."
"Open the window when you're done."
I finished my morning rituals and walked back into the bedroom to see Cat curled up around Max. "Cat, I've been thinking about the Noreen group. I want them to stay with us and join the general. They'll probably die if they flee to the woods. Would you like to go up there this morning? It's only about 8 miles. We can take the horses." Cat rolled over and kissed my chest. "Girl, you do that, we'll be late going up to Noreen."
"I'll go with you. But we're going to be late."
We left an hour later than I'd planned. And my life wasn't all killing, building hydroelectric projects, and survival. You know, sometimes life gets in the way of your plans and just happens. Cat was my life. She didn't plan much and always knew what to do to distract me from my worries. She also knew when to stop me from doing something I'd regret. I didn't get a chance to tell her that Jay was going with us, but she was in an excellent mood that morning and seemed to enjoy Jay's company. I think even as rough as Cat appeared at times, she had a motherly instinct. Now, back to our visit with the people of Noreen. This was the first time anyone from our community had visited Noreen since the SHTF. We were shocked by what we saw. Noreen had become a thriving town starting in 2025, when the vast Amazon distribution center was built 2 miles northwest of the city on the highway. The area around Noreen had a housing boom with many lovely homes and several trailer courts popping up. The city went from a few hundred people to over 5,000 people over the next 6 years. We saw a devastated town. A cargo jet had crashed and wiped out the center of town. The one large shopping center had burned to the ground, along with most of the homes nearby. Rats were everywhere. I hate rats. No one challenged us when we rode down the middle of town with rifles ready. I said, "I'm sorry I brought Jay and you along. This is a disaster." I placed Max across my lap so he wouldn't have to walk on top of all the broken glass. We rode through town and finally saw a couple of people on their front porch a half-mile northwest of the city. I recognized the man as one of the men their leader had brought to our meetings. I greeted him. "Fred, where are all your people?"
"Hi, Jason. I'm afraid Carl might have misled you a bit. There were only 20 of us on a good day. But we had a vote, and the folks voted to join you and the general. Carl stole 2 of our only working trucks and left with his family. He lied about our entire situation. We're barely getting by. And now, we need your help."
I lowered Max to the ground, and we climbed down from the horses. We shook hands, and I asked, "What do you need?" Fred said,
"We have plenty of crops in the field, cows, pigs, and chickens, but we need vegetables and greens for the kids."
Fred went on to say there were only 15 people who belonged to the 4 families left in town. They were unorganized, and morale was non-existent. I had a brainstorm. "What about bringing your livestock and moving in with us? We don't have any fancy homes, but we do have mobile homes and campers in a nice community. We have running water, toilets that flush, and the food you need." Fred said,
"Are you sure? If I mention this, my folks will be loading up 2 seconds later. We can come up and tend the fields and bring in the crops in the fall."
Fred introduced us to his wife, 2 grown sons, and their oldest son's wife first. and then we met the others. I know I went out on a limb by not checking with Mom, but they needed us, and we needed them. There were 4 men, 7 women, and 4 children ranging from 12 to 16. This pleased me because they could all do a day's work and fight if needed. Usually, I would be happy to see so many beautiful women, but a few more men would be nice to help with the heavy lifting. Jay surprised Kat and me when he said,
Will there be enough food for them and us? I've been hungry for most of the time since the lights went out. We had run out of food when that soldier guy found us. Mom was nice to him and made me be nice to him so he would feed us. I don't want to be hungry again.
Kat asked.
Why did your mom leave the guy? 2 more soldier men showed up one morning and talked with Mitch. And he kissed my mom and just left us,
Jay said. I asked Jay to tell me about any conversations his mom and the soldier had. Jay said,
I remember Mitch gave Mom directions to your home and then said goodbye.
Fred was wrong. It took 4 hours for them to load up the truck, car, and 2 wagons. The wagons were mule-powered and slowed down the trip to Mom's farm. Also, we had to drive the cattle and pigs to their new home. The chickens were placed in cages and piled on the wagons and the truck. I guess we looked like a band of gypsies moving through the countryside. We only had to cover about 8 miles, so it wasn't far, just a boringly slow pace. 2 of the men and 3 of the women rode horses and knew how to herd the cattle. The sows pretty much followed us since Fred had placed most of their piglets in the wagons, and the boars followed the sows because, oh hell, you know why the boars followed the sows. Our 5 cowboys, or maybe cow people, knew what they were doing. They kept everything moving along at a slow pace. Now I knew why it had taken 6 months to get to Oregon from St. Louis. Kat and I helped a bit, but mostly kept an eye out for any dangers. Our little caravan was less than a mile from the farm when our world took a turn for the worse. We were attacked by 2 cougars. I saw a blur, and one of the men fell from his horse. The cougar jumped from an overhanging limb and bit the man's neck from behind. The big cat pulled the man to the ground, breaking his neck on the way down. Max threw himself at the big cat and clamped down on its neck. Blood flew when the big cat shook its head to throw Max off him. Another cougar ran out of the brush, grabbed a large piglet, and dragged it down the road. I raised my rifle and drew a bead on the cougar. I missed, but the round was low enough that it ricocheted off the pavement into the cat, causing it to drop the pig. I turned back to the others just in time to hear a shot. Kat waited until she had a clear shot and killed the cougar attacking the man. She shot it with her 9mm pistol. She had to shoot 3 times before it gave up, trying to escape with Max clinging to its neck. Kat jumped to the ground and checked the man's pulse, but by the way his head hung down, I knew he was dead. Kat stood up, and Jay, who had begun crying, ran into her arms, blubbering. He was scared the cats would eat him. Max didn't smell the big cats, but reacted lightning fast when he saw the blur hit the man on the horse. As he'd learned, slicing the throat was the best way to kill the big cats. He hit the lion hard and snapped his teeth into the lion's meaty throat. Max was in his element and actually relished the fight with the lion. While he was wary of the felines, he felt it was his duty to attack them and keep them from harming his human. This lion was powerful and tried to rip Max's stomach open with his rear claws, but Max kept him off balance, which forced the lion to keep all 4 paws on the ground. The beast gave a mighty shake and flipped the 50-pound Malinois over its back. That's when Max heard the explosions and a lion fall to the ground. Max rolled to his feet and saw a smaller cat about to pounce on his human's mate. Max jumped with all his force and hit the lion in the side, knocking him down. Max squared off against the cat and tried to bite its neck, only to receive a painful swipe of the monster's sharp claws. Max saw the smaller lion run away and calmly walked over to his human and wagged his tail, waiting on the much-deserved praise. Before we could regroup, a smaller lion ran toward Kat and Jay. Jay was in Kat's way, and she couldn't draw her pistol. Just when the cat leaped to pounce on them, Max flew through the air and hit the cat on the side, knocking him down. Max and the lion circled each other, with Max growling and nipping at the small lion. Max charged and bit the beast on the neck, only to receive a glancing blow to the side from the cat's sharp claws. Max yelped, and the lion ran away before I could get a steady beat on it. I patted Max on the head and said, "Good boy." Then I inspected Max's wounds and asked Cat to tend to him while I checked on the others. Cat tended to Max while Jay clung to her. Max had only received a few deep scratches. While Cat tended to Max, I dragged the lion and pig back to the wagon and said, "We can still eat the pig, and our dogs will eat the lion meat. Furs will come in handy this winter." We stopped long enough to bury the man and load the cats onto the back of one of the wagons. The dead man's wife bawled her eyes out, but climbed into the truck before we pulled out. She had a son who needed her, and she knew it. Life was hard back then. And Jay wouldn't leave Cat, so I let her get on her horse and then held him up so he could join her. She wrapped an arm around him and rode the rest of the way back to the farm with him in front of her. I liked seeing Cat with my son. I heard her say,
Jason Michael Posey.
I about fell off my horse with Max in my lap when I heard Jay say,
My name's not Jason Michael.
My mind raced through several thoughts, and then I heard him say,
My name is Michael Jason Posey.
Cat looked shocked and turned toward me. I placed my finger over my lips and rode on to the farm, watching for those damned cats and dogs. Chapter 11. The Walker Farm, Walter Hill, Tennessee. I filled my mom and Father James in on the day's events with a bit more detail about the lion's attack. Mom thought it must have been a terrifying situation for Jay and Cat. I told her Cat was calm through the entire event, but Jay was shaken and had clung to Cat afterward. Father James said, Don't you think we should go on the offensive with these monsters? Let's set some traps and hunt them before they kill one of us. I agree. We need to find a book on lions and lion hunting. Perhaps we should check the Smyrna library, I said. Mom asked,
Can you get there and back without being seen by the general's man?
I said, Good question. Honestly don't know. Let's think that one through before acting. Mom acted happy to see the folks from Noreen, but later called her resistance team together.
Jason, I'm pleased to help these people, but we simply don't have enough trailers or houses for them. Jason, you're in charge of finding more trailers until we can build some homes. Get Father James to handle the setup, sanitation, and drinking water. Have him add the so-called lights also. Billy, you're in charge of the layout of our ever-growing city. We need to plan for doubling in size over the next 6 months. Get input and help from the others. Yes, Jan. Cat, please take charge of their work assignments. Make sure everyone contributes. Maria, you train everyone in security, weapons, and fighting in general. Michelle, I want you to find out more about these people. I also want you to find the spy in our group. Trust no one.
I said, I'll need to take Rick, Cat, Billy, Michelle, Pete, and a couple of the new men with me to fetch some trailers back to the farm. I'll need 3 drivers, so the rest of us can guard the others. We'll take 3 trucks over to Lacassas and bring back several of those trailers mentioned in the last meeting. Jose, their leader, said they wouldn't need them. I want enough firepower to fight off any cats or thugs. Mom said,
Get it done. It'll take at least 2 more to go along with our extra trailer, but fetch 6 so we can get ahead of the curve. Father James and I plan to build cabins this fall after we get the crops in for the year. We can work on them for most of the winter. Plan on making numerous scavenging trips for wood and other building materials.
Mom, each trip presents a danger to the scavenging team and to the farm, since we could be followed on the way back. Mom turned to Maria.
You and Jason need to work on safety measures.
Maria looked at me and shrugged her shoulders while she said,
Yes, ma'am.
Fred volunteered to provide 3 truck drivers and 2 guards for our trip. He surprised me and said,
Jason, My son Jack and his wife Helen moved mobile homes for a living. This is right up their alley. My son Barry worked for them from time to time driving. They'll be the truck drivers. Zeke and I are older than the rest, but we both served in the Army back in the early 20s. Does that sound okay to you?
I was pleased. Yes, have your group fed and ready to roll at 4 in the morning. Everyone's weapons were checked, and I was dismayed to see that only Zeke and Fred had AK-47s, while the others had an assortment of 9mm and wheel guns. Fred's daughter-in-law had an old high-standard .9 .22 caliber pistol. I motioned for Kat. Kat, go to the armory and get 3 of the SIGs for the ones with the wheel guns. Billy, go with her and bring back 50 .556 rounds for our ARs and M4s, and 50 9mm rounds for each 9mm pistol. Fred, we don't have any AK ammo. Zeke asked,
Do you think we'll need this much firepower?
I hope not. But better have a gun and not need it than need a gun and not have it, I replied. We pulled out before the sun was up the next morning, driving without lights. Kat, Max, and I rode on the back of the old wrecker, which was the lead truck. We only saw an occasional raccoon and dog. Then we smelled smoke from cooking fires, and a few houses had faint lights glowing through the windows. No one came out when our 3 trucks lumbered along down East Jefferson Pike to Lascassas. About a mile west of the city, Max acted funny and alerted toward the city. I didn't hear the gunfire, but saw the muzzle flashes. "Stop the truck!" I yelled as I beat on the top of the cab. "Pull into the woods over there." The other trucks followed and shut off their engines. Now I could hear the gunfire. The distinctive sound of AKs and M4s split the night. I motioned for everyone to gather around me, and then said, "Fred, I need your best shots to join my team. We need to see if this attack is on our friend in Lascassas. If it isn't, we'll let them fight it out and mind our own business." Fred turned to his people.
Zeke, Barry, and Jack come with me. Helen, guard the trucks.
The gunfire had stopped, but I guessed we were a couple of 100 yards from the action. There were 2 subdivisions along the left side of the road with long rows of evergreen trees and bushes along the street side. This gave us the concealment we needed to advance. I took the lead with Max, who was excited to see action. He pulled at his leash as I led the others to their potential deaths. Thinking about my team's deaths was new to me since I was now married to one of my teammates. I always had to shove the thoughts out of my mind. I couldn't let my personal feelings affect our fighting ability. That would get us all killed eventually. I was pleased at first when I saw the fight was over, and one side was rounding up the survivors. Even I was shocked to see the number of gangbanger bodies strewn about the landscape, but very few of the ones they'd attacked. Then I saw the survivors were dressed in Army BDUs, and the men rounding up the wounded and prisoners were the gangbangers. I couldn't see the tats on them, but all of them looked the part. We were close enough to hear them when one said,
That'll teach you not to mess with the 13th Street Gang. Jess, let's kill 'em all and take the 2 women back to Jeff.
The big man said to the thug,
I'm cool with that. Line them up. Headshots only. We need the uniforms for Jeff's next attack.
I remember thinking, oh, hell no. It's none of my business. But these are brothers in arms about to be slaughtered. I motioned for the others to check their weapons and said, These gangsters are about to execute about 10 soldiers. Kill them all. Shoot when you hear me fire. Take aim. I had already chosen my first 2 targets and squeezed the trigger on the big man and then shot the next one before the first hit the dirt. The gunfire from our side was fast but not very accurate from Fred's team. The gang members fell quickly and only got off a couple of shots. The gun battle was like most up-close fighting, in that it was over in seconds. The last man fell, and I motioned for the others to follow me in to mop up. I shot several of the gangbangers in the head to put them out of their misery. I saw a couple of soldiers go for their weapons. Stop! Max, watch 'em! Max growled and stood in front of them, ready to pounce. I said, What unit are you with? Why were these men going to kill you? No one spoke up.
I saw one soldier with buck sergeant stripes. "Sergeant, speak up. We don't want to hurt you. I just want to know what happened here." The man stepped forward.
I'm Sergeant Miller. Most of us were with the local National Guard unit. All of us served in Europe, and some in the Middle East. We joined General Long's group a few weeks back after we revolted against that fake-ass general who ran the FEMA camp up in Kentucky. Hey, I recognize you. I was with you the night we wiped out the leaders at the camp.
Now I was baffled. Then why did you join General Long? He was as bad as the previous so-called general. The sergeant said,
He made us a deal we couldn't refuse. The 13th Street Gang wiped out half of Chattanooga and most of our friends. We joined in for safety in numbers against the gang. You know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend sort of thing.
Holy shit. I knew I had a tiger by the tail and shouldn't turn it loose. I turned to my friends. "Lower your weapons," the sergeant asked.
Is it okay if we pick up our arms?
I smiled and said, "Yes, leave the gang's weapons for us." Then I added, "If you can spare some 5.56 9mm, it would be greatly appreciated. Tell the general the Walker Group wants to talk with him about joining his command." The sergeant said,
I was wondering when you would join us. We've had orders to skirt around the area from Walter Hill to Las Casas. We were patrolling below the city when these dumbasses attacked.
"Sergeant, those dumbasses nearly killed the rest of you." He lowered his head and said,
Thanks for saving our bacon. I won't forget.
I walked back to my guys and saw Kat being tended to by Billy. "Kat, are you okay? What happened?" Kat held her arm up.
A stray bullet nicked my underarm. It missed my side and scraped my arm. Hon, really, I'm okay. It's just a scratch. Go to Fred. He lost one of his men.
I held Kat's hand for a few seconds, then walked over to Fred and saw Zeke lying in a puddle of blood. Another stray round had hit him above the right eye and came out the back of his head. He died before he'd fallen to the ground. "Fred, I'm sorry for your loss." Fred jumped up and took a swing at me. I blocked his fist and knocked him to the ground as I drew my pistol. His son Jack started to raise his AK when I heard Max growl while leaping through the air. Max bit the man's hand and brought him to the ground. Kat and Billy had their weapons trained on Fred and his son. I said, "All of you drop your weapons until we sort this out."
Why are Fred and his son trying to kill me?
His other son, Barry, spoke.
He thinks you're responsible for his best friend's death. He thinks we should have walked away from the fight.
I said, "I'm sorry Zeke is dead, and my wife is wounded. However, I wouldn't change a thing except for them. I can't let U.S. soldiers be executed by a drug gang. No way."
The rest of us agree with you. Dad and Jack will never forgive you. I guess we'll have to move on.
No, not all of you. Your dad and Jack have to leave our community. The rest can stay, as long as they know that I call the shots on security and fighting our enemies. We'll abandon our mission and return home to let you get your group together and decide your future." Barry said,
Only Jack, Mom, Helen, and Dad will want to leave. Actually, Mom and Helen would stay if they could. My dad and brother aren't good men, nor are they good to their wives. Can we go ahead and bring the trailers back?
I looked the young man in the eye and said, "Michelle, team up with Barry to guard his dad and brother so the rest of us can fetch the trailers." Then I said, "Fred, we'll turn you loose once you cool off, but you'll have to leave our camp when we get home. You can take what you brought, but you have to leave." Fred said,
I'll behave as long as I'm in your community. But don't cross my path after I leave.
Fred and Jack cooled off, but still hated me. They said some ugly things as they left. Mom replied,
Mister, you had better hightail it out of here quick. I'm holding my son back, and that's not an easy task. Now get!
Later that day, Mom made Kat show the wounded arm to her. Mom cut the bandage off and examined the wound.
Cat, this wasn't a scratch like you said. The bullet went through your arm under the skin. Hey, wait a minute. Let me see your other arm.
Cat reluctantly raised her arm, and Mom said,
Oh, shit! Cat, you do know what this means, don't you?
Yes, but I don't know what to do. Can you help me?
Of course I will.
We brought 6 more trailers home over the next 2 days. Mom was surprised that so many of Fred's people didn't leave with them, until one of the other women told her what an asshole Fred was to everyone. Mom met individually with each new team member and helped him or her with any personal issues. She sent them to Father James for spiritual advice. They liked their small but new homes and loved the running water and toilets that flushed. Mom and I watched over them the first couple of days and then assigned a mentor to each family to help them transition into our community. The mentors were also assigned to watch them closely for any suspicious activity. Mom wasn't about to have any bad apples in her community. Chapter 12. Smyrna Golf Course Clubhouse, Smyrna, Tennessee. That sounds like a cock and bull story if I ever heard one. Major Tidwell, ask Sergeant Miller to come into my office so he can tell me this story.
Sir, this was in his report. Here's a copy.
Major, go get Miller, now! The major saluted and said,
Miller is waiting outside.
Colonel Griggs said,
I found it hard to believe they would help us.
The general responded, Sergeant Walker has strong ethical morals. He would have helped anyone being attacked by those raiders. The major's orderly returned a few minutes later with Sergeant Miller. General Long said, Major, you may leave Sergeant Miller with me now. Long stood there a few seconds before returning the salute. He'd always hated it when an officer made him wait. Long finally snapped a crisp salute and said, Eddie, son, have a seat and tell me this unbelievable story about how Sergeant Jason Walker saved your ass.
Yes, sir. We were ambushed by a vastly superior force. They had AKs, 9mm, and a few hand grenades. We had superior firepower, or they would have wiped us out. We were on a routine patrol with scouts out ahead and behind when an old truck rammed our lead Humvee. The other two split away into the subdivision under fire, and we regrouped. My scouts had been killed by snipers, and the men in the lead Humvee were too wounded to fight. None of the 3 Humvees had automatic weapons mounted, so we had to fight with our M4s and sidearms. There were only 15 of us able to fight when they swarmed us in a frontal attack. The bastards must have been on drugs to do something so stupid. We cut them down with full auto fire, but they kept coming. Suddenly, they backed off to regroup and attacked again. This time we were taken by surprise from the rear. We killed another 20 or so before they captured us. There were over 50 of the raiders dead or dying before they lined us up to execute us. And then we heard gunfire, and they were all killed. That's when Sergeant Walker walked into the fray, killing their wounded to put them out of their misery. Walker released us and gathered up the gang's weapons, ammo, and supplies. Walker's team then drove on into Las Casas to complete their mission.
What mission? Long asked.
They needed more camping trailers to use as homes at their compound. Walker said they were growing every day.
Sergeant, you seem to admire Walker. Sergeant Miller said,
Sir, he had just saved our lives.
Long smiled. Staff Sergeant Miller, you're being promoted to be my liaison to Walker's community. This is your chance to save their lives. Staff Sergeant Miller looked confused. Colonel Griggs said,
If he doesn't join our team, he won't be allowed to stay in this area.
General Long said, Colonel, I'll decide who stays or goes. Miller said,
Oh, I forgot. Walker said his team wants to meet with you about joining our group.
Long frowned. That's not in your report.
I know, sir. Walker asked me to deliver the message to you in person.
Long said, "Get a meal and a shower and meet with Walker to see what's on his mind. Go in with only a few men, so you don't scare them. Oh, and take them some medical supplies or something you think they might need. Build trust and friendship if you can. Don't be in a hurry."
Yes, sir. I'll do my best.
Long patted Miller on the back and dismissed him. Chapter 13. Cedar Crest Golf Club, north of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I could hear the dogs whining and barking from time to time while I rubbed Max's ears. We watched Michelle, Barry, and Billy come back to our hiding place.
Jason, the dogs are staked out in the middle of the 18th fairway by the lake,
said Billy. Good. They'll make excellent lion bait. It's still a while before dark, and the lions hunt mainly at night. We can spot them, thanks to the moonlight, I said. Cat said,
Most of the time the cats have tried to attack us. It was broad daylight.
Yep, she had me there. I said, I think they were starving then. Now they feasted on wild dogs and who knows what else. Anyway, that book on lions that Maria found says to hunt them just about sundown. Quit bellyaching and get some shut-eye while I keep watch. Naturally, Cat laid her head on my shoulder and clung to me. She whispered,
Do we have to use dogs as bait? Just doesn't seem right. They're supposed to be man's best friend.
Hun, these dogs tried to eat you alive this afternoon on the way here. I had half a deer to use as bait, but those wild dogs tried to kill us to get to the deer. Now we have live bait.
Jason, that's so cruel.
Cat, I don't want to talk down to you, but the whole world is cruel. You know the lions can hear the wounded dogs, and they'll come to get an easy meal. We just have to make sure we get them before they get us. She said,
I still think it's cruel, but understand. I'm not mad at you.
I said, I'm sorry, but we need to quickly kill all of the lions before they start hunting us. So far, we have only run into them by accident. Once they eat all the dogs and game in the area, they'll begin hunting us. Cat gave up.
I guess you're right. Not to change the subject, but you're trying to get your sister and Barry to hook up, aren't you?
Maybe. He seems like a nice guy. She said,
Your plan's working. Michelle and Barry have been chatting the whole time since we left home.
Cat didn't say anything more and was soon asleep. I held her while I kept watch around us for any activity. We were in the backyard of one of the homes closest to the dog leg on the 18th fairway. I looked over my shoulder frequently, but knew Max would keep anyone or anything from sneaking up on us. I heard something from behind us at the same time as Max's ears perked up. We both turned to see something massive hurling downward from above us. Max's reflexes were much faster than my usual lightning-quick moves. I saw the other two lions on the roof, and they were ready to pounce on my friends. I drew my pistol just when the lion and Max collided above me. I fired twice. The first bullet was accurately aimed, and it hit the female as she leaped. The other shot was a wild one that missed. I was knocked to the ground by the lion's hindquarters, but rolled and came up shooting before the third lion could leap. I shot it twice, moved my aim to the second lion, and shot it as it limped to attack Michelle. Cat and Michelle joined in shooting at the lions. I turned to see Max and the first lion locked in a fierce fight for survival. Max had the lion by the throat and hung onto its side to keep its sharp claws from eviscerating his underside. One of my friends shined a flashlight on the battle to get a clear shot at this beast. Max and the lion were in constant motion. They were both covered in blood. There was no sure shot available, so I reacted. Perhaps the dumbest thing I'd ever done, but I dropped my pistol, drew my knife, and leaped into the fray. I stabbed the big cat in the right flank and ripped downward. This apparently cut the nerves to the cat's right leg, giving Max relief from its claws. Then, with a mighty heave, the cat threw Max across the patio and turned to me. I clawed for my pistol to no avail and charged the cat with my knife while screaming at the top of my lungs. The cat tried to pounce, but its right leg folded beneath it. Max hit the cat from the side, distracting the monster while I plunged my blade deep into its chest. Beast held me in a death grip, with its claws ripping my jacket and trying to pierce the back of my tactical vest. She tried to bite me, but Max was slashing her throat with his strong jaws and sharp teeth, and probably saving my life. I ripped my knife deep into the lion's soft underside repeatedly, while Max fiercely chomped at its neck. 2 shots rang out, and the monster stopped fighting. I fell to the brick patio and then struggled to get to my dog. The cat walked up to the lion and shot the still-breathing lion between the eyes. She dropped the F-bomb on the dead cat a couple of times and then ran to my side. She dropped to her knees and held me while I held Max's head in my lap. Max lay without moving. Tears welled in my eyes. The cat said,
The lions are dead. You and Max saved us from certain death. Let me check your wounds.
I pushed her away and lowered my head to Max's snout. Max, please don't be dead. I hugged him tightly. When he jerked up and knocked my head away with his snout, he whimpered and then licked my face as if to say, Are you okay? I'm okay. And we whipped that kitty cat. Hey, shut up. It was a very emotional situation, and I love that dog. We nearly became lion poop that morning, and I get a bit passionate about that day. Cat always joked about that was the day she was certain about which one of them I loved the most. Obviously, she was wrong. I loved them equally, but always told her I loved her the most. Okay, back to the lions and wounded soldiers. Cat Michelle had only received a few scratches. Billy had 2 shallow puncture wounds from a cat bite. Barry had received a claw gouge to his left forearm when he'd blocked one of the cats from getting to my sister. Max had several severe gouges on his side, and one bite through his ear. I received the worst of the fight. My left arm had 3 puncture wounds. My left leg had been scratched by the cat's claws, leaving some deep gouges. Cat Michelle performed the first aid on the rest of us, and I tended to Max. His wounds weren't serious, but he was beaten and bruised. Michelle hovered over Barry and thought he was a hero for saving her from the lion. I guess he was that day. We all were heroes on that day. How many people can say they survived close combat with 3 hungry female lions? I sat there watching for other dangers while Cat applied blood-clotting powder to my cuts when something dawned on me. Hey, most of the lions we killed have been female. How many could the zoo have had? Barry said,
Yes, the females do most of the hunting. I don't think they had more than a half dozen. I remember something on the internet about them trying to trade some female lions for a rhinoceros.
I said, Holy shit! There could be rhinos and elephants roaming around Nashville. We skinned the lions and cut as much meat off them as we could carry back to the truck. I made sure Max feasted on lion steaks while we finished butchering the beasts. Cat saw Max licking his chops.
That's gross.
I know cats and dogs aren't supposed to get along, but eating a cat seems over the top.
I replied, We need to stop feeding our dogs any food that we'll need to survive. Max can usually hunt rabbits and other animals for food, but our community will probably end up with way over 12 dogs in the next few years. Lion meat, opossum meat, and other meats that we won't eat can go to the dogs. Well, that is unless we run out of meat and have to eat it ourselves. The Walker Farm, Walter Hill, Tennessee. We arrived home about midday, and Mom and Father James greeted us. Father James said, You all look like the lions won the fight. What happened? I said, You were right. The lions hunted us and were better at hunting. We won the battle, but it was in doubt for a while. From now on, we'll be much more careful and learn how to set traps. Actively hunting the beasts is far too dangerous. I limped toward the deck around back when I saw a parked Humvee. What the hell's that doing here? I said as I drew my pistol. Mom said,
Calm down. An old friend of yours is here to see you. He and 2 other soldiers arrived an hour ago. Karen's showing them around the farm.
Mom, they're probably with the general.
Son, hold your horses. Staff Sergeant Miller told me he was with the general's group when he introduced himself. He said he was here representing your old buddy Long, and has been designated to be our liaison with the General.
Mom, this is proceeding much too fast. I wanted to drag this out for several months.
Apparently, the General's in a hurry to get us into the fold. Miller is very interested in our crops.
I said, let's go see what Miller and the General really want. Mom replied,
Don't you think we should look at your wounds first?
They can wait. Have someone look at the other's injuries. Mom, please have Father James examine Max for me. Let's go talk with Miller. We walked around the barn and saw Karen giving Miller a tour of the farm. I'd forgotten my arm was in a sling, and I had lying in my own blood covering my clothes when I approached Karen and Miller. Karen turned to see me first.
Oh, my God. Jason, what happened?
I smiled and said, We had a little issue with some oversized cats this morning. Apparently the bastards are much better at hunting humans than we are at hunting them. Sergeant Miller, I see you've been promoted. Miller replied,
I hope most of that blood is from the lion.
I said, It is. 3 lions attacked us while we were watching our bait. Instead of shooting them when they went for the bait, they came directly for us. They knew to avoid my dog from catching their scent and came down on us from a rooftop. Enough about our scratches. What can we do for you, Sergeant? Miller said,
You and your farm can be a big help to us, but I think right now we can be much more helpful to you. I brought some gifts from the General, and one is a good supply of medical supplies. Sorry, but looking at you, perhaps you would let us send our doctor and some of her staff over to help with the wounds and set up a clinic here?
Mom jumped into the conversation.
I like what I'm hearing, but let's get down to the nut cutting. What do you want from us?
Miller laughed.
I know it will take some time before you trust us, but I think you'll find the General reasonable. Jason, he's not the man you knew in the Army, or even at the FEMA camp. He's struggling, but he's growing into the leadership position thrust upon him.
I said, I'll keep a skeptical but open mind.
Good enough. Now, what we give you is security from the roving gangs and raiders. We'll share resources such as food, gas, running vehicles, electrical generation, to name a few.
I said, What does the General demand from us? Miller replied,
Nothing demanded, but he'll withhold assistance. He would like you to, Jason, now you heard this before from me. He only wants 10% the first year and 5% extra each year afterward to a maximum of 25%. The tax in the food is to feed the troops and any unfortunate people until they begin farming. The tax is in crops, seeds, and live animals.
What about the raiders? I asked.
Our troops are actively rooting out bad people, drug gangs, and a boatload of prisoners who've escaped from several jails and prisons. We hope to have electricity in Smyrna before the end of the year. We've begun pumping water to 5 locations in the city. Of course, people still have to purify the water before drinking it. I think we have a lot to offer your group.
I said, And you'll need our crops and people to help fight off the bad guys.
Yes. Warriors can't tend crops and fight battles.
Cat interrupted.
Yes, they can. Everyone 12 or above in our compound is trained to fight and takes their turn at guard duty. All are ready to drop their hoes or shovels to fight as needed.
Miller forced a smile.
We agree with you, but not everyone who joins our group agrees that women and older children must be ready to fight. The General's accepting volunteers from those folks, but isn't forcing them to train yet. Your group could be a big help with being a role model for the others.
I said, You make it sound like utopia. Well, as much as possible in this disaster.
No. We fight day to day to exist. That realization is what I think made the General soften his approach on how to rule the community.
Mom said,
Can you give us a week to think things through? and then I'll give you my decision."
Miller scratched his jaw and looked at me, then Mom.
"You can take as long as you want, but remember, we're running the bad people away from Nashville. They'll be coming through your area to escape. You need our protection, as much as we need supplies."
Mom said,
"Is that a threat?"
"No, just a fact. By the way, who was the leader of this group? We thought it was Jason."
Mom said,
"I'm in charge of the community. Jason is in charge of our security and small army."
Miller's eyebrows rose.
"Ma'am, have you noticed there are 2 to 3 women for every man these days?"
Maria laughed and beat Mom's reply.
"Hell yes. You men are too busy killing each other and fighting to feed your families. That's why you see so many armed ladies in our group." Jason and I returned from Europe and immediately knew we had to start training the ladies to fight. "You were a soldier?" "I am Sergeant Maria McGill, and have served in Afghanistan, Iraq, Belgium, and England, fighting the terrorist groups."
Miller shook her hand.
"We definitely need women like you to help train our ladies."
Maria started to speak, but I interrupted her. "Maria trains all our men and women. I help her, but she is in charge." Miller asked,
"Did you serve with Jason and Long in England?"
Maria snickered.
"I was Long's sergeant. I busted him down to corporal for killing an unarmed terrorist. He might not have fond memories of me."
Chapter 14. The Walker Farm, Walter Hill, Tennessee.
"Jason, come to the road now,"
yelled Michelle. I laid the sleepy puppy next to Max and said, "Max, stay. You still need to rest." Cat, Mom, and I rushed to the road in front of the farm with pistols strapped and rifles and shotguns in hand. Michelle was in a panic, and I heard a gunfire in the distance. Michelle said,
"We heard gunfire coming from the east end of Holly Grove Road. Someone must be attacking our neighbors over there."
I ordered, "Ross and Billy, bring the large trucks up here now. Everyone, get your weapons and prepare for a fight. Maria, stay here and lead the team against whoever's attacking. Pete, Missy, Michelle, Barry, Karen, and Kat, come with me. Maria, send me 4 of your best lady warriors. We're going east to stop the bastards before they can attack us. Pete, we'll divide into 2 teams. You take Barry, Missy, Karen, and Michelle. The others, and 2 of Maria's trainees, are mine." Several of the new people just stood there with their jaws agape. "Chop, chop! Get your asses in gear, now!" I shouted. The foot draggers got their butts in gear and manned our fortifications as they'd been trained. I looked at Maria. This was much better, but they have to be drilled until they move a lot faster.
"Got it, boss,"
Maria said. Mom said,
"Jason, your arm. The lion wounds. Please don't go."
We jumped on the backs of the trucks and roared down the road to the east. I beat on the roof of the cab to get Billy to stop before we ran into the gunfight. "Pete, take your group through the woods and approach the fight from the north side. I'll take mine up the south side. You're free to engage the enemy as soon as you see a threat." The 3 vehicles were stopped in the middle of the road and staged to yield cover for the gun battle. A dead man hung out the window of the one in the middle. There were 2 bloody bodies on the ground on the driver's side. Shit, they were only preteen girls. I recognized one of the women. June was the wife of the Lascassas leader. She had a rifle and returned fire, aiming at the large 4x4 about 50 yards down the road from her. I motioned for my team to follow me through the brush and woods parallel to the road until we were behind the raiders. What I saw startled me. There were only 4 men in the raiding group, and they had body armor, M4s, and the latest issue laws. The light anti-tank weapons were rockets that were overkill to use against old cars and trucks. It dawned on me that the raiders could have used the 3 laws and ended the battle quickly, so they must have wanted to take captives. Just as I aimed, 2 shots rang out, and the 2 furthest thugs dropped to the ground. The cat and I shot the remaining 2 at the same time, and the fight was over. All of the shots were headshots. Make sure they're dead. Those helmets are tough. Only one man was still alive, but he was unconscious. The bullet had only grazed his helmet. I said, "Zip-tie the bastard and drag him to one of our trucks. I'm going to talk to the people from Lascassas." I tied a white handkerchief to the barrel of my rifle and poked it out from behind a tree. June waved, and I advanced toward them. I yelled, "It's me, Jason Walker. The raiders are dead or captured." June ran toward me and gave me a hug while tears ran down her cheeks.
"Jason, a large group of raiders attacked before dawn this morning. They killed or captured half of the town before we knew we were under attack. They were dressed in army uniforms."
"What about Jet?"
"My husband was captured. A squad of the general's men drove into an ambush at the far end of town, and a huge battle began between them and the raiders. That's when we escaped. There are only 15 of us left alive. 4 other truckloads of survivors were killed or captured. Our gunfire took out 2 of the trucks chasing us."
"How many raiders are still alive and fighting?" I asked. June thought for a few seconds.
"There were only about 25. We killed about 7, plus these 4.
"June, take the kids and wounded to our farm. Go in slowly. I need everyone else to go back with us to kill the rest of the raiders. We will ambush them." Lascassas, Tennessee. Lascassas had proliferated during the boom of the early 30s, thanks to the shift of electronics back to the States from our enemy China and their allies. The war with China over Hong Kong and Taiwan ended up with China losing its Pacific Fleet and half of its military. The area south of Nashville became the new Silicon Valley. The little town went from a few hundred people to over 30,000 in a few years. Only 4 of their 8 survivors volunteered to go back and fight. This only gave us 14 warriors. We drove toward Lascassas as fast as the old trucks would go. We passed wrecked and shot-up vehicles and quite a few dead bodies along the road. Many of the dead were children. These raiders were depraved cowards. Mom's farm was only about 3 miles as the crow flies from Lascassas, but 5 miles by road. We arrived at the west side of the town and could hear gunfire and an explosion east of our position. We saw several citizens taking advantage of the distant fight to escape. Only 5 of the 20 adults offered to stay and fight with us. I gave Pete 3 and kept 2 of the Lascassas folks. We advanced slowly and found the fighting to be centered around the heart of the manufacturing area at Highway 266 and Rhodes Lane intersection. I instructed Pete to circle around the fight on the north side while my team did the same from the south side. This pincher attack had worked before, and we'd use it again to ambush the raiders. This time we synchronized our watches, and I told everyone we would begin the fight in precisely 1 hour. We could see the general's men were pinned down between 3 burning Humvees and a collapsed building. Neither group had the advantage, but the raiders had some of the law's rockets and fired one when needed to thwart any counterattack by the general's men. Neither side appeared eager to press the fight, so a stalemate had developed. The general's men could withdraw through the destroyed building, but the raiders were trapped behind a few stalled cars and their own vehicles. I only had 30 minutes left, but sent Ross through the back of the ruined building to tell the general's men not to shoot at my guys. Ross disappeared while we moved on around the raiders' position. Ross finally signaled with 2 shots at the enemy, and then 1 shot. With a few minutes left, we took aim at the raiders and waited for the hour to be up. Only a few of these men wore body armor, and none of them watched behind themselves. They obviously weren't trained soldiers and should have been easy to destroy. I looked at my watch, and there was only 1 minute left before the attack started. We now had 22 rifles aimed at the dozen or so raiders. A few seconds before we were to shoot, I said, "Aim for the men closest to the green tubes. Those are rocket launchers. Stay behind your cover, and 3, 2... Gunfire erupted from the other half of our group. We joined in shooting the raiders.
One of the men dropped behind a car, and a few seconds later, there was a whoosh and then an explosion at my other team's position. There were screams, and I knew we'd taken casualties. We had to stop those rockets. I couldn't see the man, but knew he was behind the large truck. Another rocket hit a truck where I thought Pete was located. The explosion threw the truck into the air, tumbling before falling to the ground. I placed my M4 on full auto and sprayed the street under the truck, hoping one of the bullets would hit the asshat with the laws. I yelled, "Cover me! Fire!" and ran into the fight. I shot 2 of the wounded raiders when they tried to cut me down with their M4s. I rounded the truck and saw the bloody man try to lift another law rocket launcher. I shot him between the shoulder blades just as he pulled the trigger. He fell forward, and the rocket launched into the 3 remaining raiders, blowing them into chunks of bloody meat. The fight was over. I didn't know Kat had run behind me shooting at the raiders. She pulled me down just before the rocket exploded.
Jason, what the hell were you thinking, going all John Wayne on those thugs?
I felt a pain in my left arm when Kat hugged me. Then she said,
"You've been hit."
Kat tore off a piece of her T-shirt and used it to put pressure on my wound until Billy arrived with some clotting powder. I said, "I didn't want those asshats to kill my friends. Kat, you should have stayed behind your cover." Kat kissed me on the forehead and said,
"You were just recovering from the fight with the lions. I see your bandages are leaking blood. Ding-a-ling, you just don't get it. You are my life. I would rather die with you in battle than survive and not have you."
"Kat, don't say that. I'd give my life to save you. Don't ever risk your life again."
You're still a dumbass. Jason, every day has risks now that we're at the end of the world. Just living is a risk.
I said, "I get it. Now, let's check on our friends." Billy said,
"Jason, it's bad. We lost Pete and 3 of the Lascasas people. Missy and Barry were wounded. Missy was hit on the shoulder by a chunk of concrete from one of the explosions. She will recover quickly. Barry took a round to the right leg and was lucky it missed the femoral artery. He'll be out of commission for several months."
The general's soldiers came out from hiding and thanked us for saving their asses. One private asked,
"Who are you? And why did you save us? We're not always the most popular people at the party."
"We came to help our Lascasas friends and saw you were pinned down. You were fighting to help the Lascasas community, so we naturally came to help you. Tell the general that Jason Walker sends his regards." Maria was crushed by Pete's death. It took a long time for her to get back to her normal self. I had known they were close, but it had never dawned on me that she actually loved him. Maria took a couple of days off and then reported to work. We buried Pete in the back pasture, where there would be many more graves over the following years. Life was tough, and getting tougher. There was no doubt that Barry and my sister were together now. She moved him into her room in the house to take care of him. Mom wasn't happy, but understood the need for Michelle to nurse the poor man. It would be several weeks before he could get around in a walker. Of course, Mom dropped numerous hints about them getting married. I was just pleased that Michelle was the happiest I'd ever seen her. Karen freaked out when she heard Missy had been wounded. Her motherly instincts went into overdrive, and she almost smothered the poor young lady. Both Chrissy and Karen waited on Missy and spoiled her rotten. I had to intervene and force them to back off so Missy could resume her usual chores. Kat made me rest and recover from the slices in my left forearm and leg from the lion attack, and the through-and-through bullet wound to my upper left arm. My arm was pretty much useless, so I played with the pups and walked around supervising the new folks. Kat mothered me the best she could. I resisted a little, but she always won. Actually, I enjoyed Kat taking care of me. I also used my spare time to start training the pups. I started with Mom and Kat's dogs, since the others were in their new homes. There wasn't much to do at this early stage in their lives but socialize them and teach them to fetch. All three showed the signs of making a decent war dog. The people from Lascassas moved permanently to the farm. I wanted to kick half of them out for not helping us kill the raiders. Mom thought they'd done their best in the initial fight, and I should cut them some slack. I kept an eye on them to make sure they pulled their weight. Max came limping to me when we arrived back home. He sniffed my new wound and yawned like the warrior he was, and then licked my face. He stayed close to me for the next week. Max is always close to me. We're best friends, but he hovered over me almost as much as Cat. Well, that catches you up on our progress since the Battle of Lascassas. Chapter 15. Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Jackson, it's good to see you again. Miller, I think you know Lieutenant Jackson and Colonel Griggs? Miller nodded.
I've served with the lieutenant on several missions.
Now, Jackson, what the hell happened over in Lascassas?
Sir, my platoon heard gunfire coming from Lascassas, and I ordered them to approach and see if we could assist the citizens. We were ambushed by a large force of the people raiding south of our area. They took out all three of our vehicles with laws. I was thrown from my vehicle and was unconscious during the entire fight. All my NCOs were dead or wounded in the first 5 minutes. My troops fought bravely, but over half of them died. They were pinned down because of the rockets. We were saved from sure death by a local militia. I believe you know their leader, Jason Walker.
The general's face glowed red. Son of a bitch! This is the second time Walker has saved some of our troops. Miller, is this why you dragged a wounded man in front of me? Miller kept his face from grinning.
Sir, we need Walker and his group to join us ASAP.
I know we need them. Those raiders are growing in strength faster than we are. Go take Walker more gifts and set up the meeting with him and his mother. Does he really take orders from her?
Yes, sir. There are many strong women in this group. In fact, most of their warriors are women. They're competent and vicious fighters.
The colonel scoffed at the idea of vicious women warriors.
I doubt they are as vicious as you think they are, said the colonel.
General Long nodded, but then he remembered that hot Latin warrior Maria McGill, she could kick anyone's ass. He had lusted after her most of the time they'd served together. He'd never forget when she almost broke his arm for pinching her on the butt. She'd been lightning fast and had him on the ground with her boot on his neck and his arm twisted like a pretzel. The general said, "Don't underestimate the women in Walker's command. I served with Walker and a woman sergeant in Europe. She could easily take down any one of our men in a fight. With proper training, women are any man's equal in a war. They tend to use their brains more than brute force." The colonel chuckled and said,
I haven't experienced any women war fighters. I know there are a lot of them on the European front.
The general, John Long, said, "Miller, you can leave now and go make the Walkers happy and part of our team. Miller, I want to travel over to Walter Hill and perform a bit of scouting. Put a 5-man scout team together for tomorrow morning." The general sat in the second Humvee watching the scenery roll by as the vehicle moved down Highway 266, heading to Cut Off Road. Miller had given Long the location of the Walkers' farm, and he wanted to see if they were worth the effort. Miller and 2 of his other leaders had had nothing but praise for their efficiency and the size of their operation. They drove southeast about a mile below the Walker farm so they could walk to the hillside to the east of the farm and get a better view of the operation. They parked on a side road that went on up to a couple of mansions that had belonged to the rich and famous from Nashville. They hid the vehicles with brush and trudged west to a spot where Miller had said they could see most of the farm. They arrived, and the view was much better than General Long had hoped for during the trip. One of his men sketched the layout to scale, while the others watched the high level of activity. People weeded the crops with hoes, children fed the hogs and chickens, while several women on horseback herded the cattle out to the grassy range northeast of the buildings. After an hour, General Long said, "Jackson, let's head home. I'm very impressed with this operation. We should encourage them to join us." One soldier took the point for the quarter-mile trek back to the vehicles. Another took a position behind the general and his 2 guards. These 2 went everywhere with him and were his best fighters. They proceeded through the brush and trees toward their vehicles when the point man raised his left arm and clenched his fist, telling them to halt. There was a gunshot, and the man dropped to the ground, mortally wounded. The general and the other 4 soldiers dove behind a pile of downed trees and searched the woods for the enemy as bullets peppered the logs in front of them. There was a thud and explosion of red mist, bone, and chunks of flesh beside the general, and the guard to his left fell dead. Just when the general felt all was lost, he heard gunfire behind him and saw 2 of the attacking force fall. Someone friendly had just joined the fight. The general's most trusted guard took his shirt off and said,
"Take mine. Trust me. You don't want them to know who you are."
"Butch, get your ass back to headquarters and bring back help." The sergeant crawled through the brush and then ran down the hillside. Chapter 16. East of the Walker Farm.
"Karen, would you escort Sydney back up the hill to her home? Please?" I asked, and then added, "I can't listen to her BS any longer."
I guess I'll do it if you promise to help me with my radio project and Mark's project. Billy said he needs some tactical advice.
Karen had gathered electronics and non-functioning radios on every scavenging trip we'd made. She'd found some old magazines on how to construct your own radio from a kit. The magazine's plans were from the 1960s, but should work, assuming we could find the right parts. Kids back then were amazed at modern electronics. I didn't know what Mark's project was. I should have asked. I replied, "I'll do it, but we need to find an electronics repair shop, or perhaps one of those kids' stores that sells science projects, to get parts." Karen said,
I'm certain I have everything we need.
"We'll see," I said, then added, "Take Michelle and 2 of Maria's trainees with you. Those raiders could show up any time."
I'll take Missy and Chrissy along with the 2 trainees, if it's okay with you.
I smiled at the woman who'd made the change from a meek lady to a lady warrior.
"Your choice. Just bring my girls back safe."
Maria sent Maggie and Beth to go with Karen on her trip to escort Sydney back up the hill. They had come with Fred's people from Noreen and had become very proficient fighters. Maggie was so good at hand-to-hand combat that Maria had certified her as an instructor. Karen quickly briefed them on their mission.
Ladies, we'll escort Sydney up the hill to her place, and then we'll check out the water distribution pipes at the lake. Father James told me the water flow had reduced by half. Let's go.
The trip up the hill was uneventful, except for everyone getting sick and tired of Sydney's constant complaining. About halfway up the slope, Karen scolded her.
No one cares about how close you and Jason once were. Kat is his wife, and we all love her and hate you. Shut up, or I'll stuff a dirty sock down your throat.
Sydney finally shut up, and they walked on to her front door.
Sydney said,
This walk will be horrible this winter. Maybe I can get one of those trailers for Jay and me to live in. I'm scared up here by myself. Jay stays down at the farm most of the time.
Karen made the timeout sign.
Shut up, Sydney. We don't care what you think. Goodbye.
Sydney started protesting, but Karen and the others walked away while the red-faced woman ranted and raved. Sydney had been the center of her parents' world, and except for Jason, they had given her everything she asked for. She wasn't used to people saying no to her.
Karen, there's some men up ahead walking toward the road. They're dressed in soldiers' uniforms, said Maggie.
Karen replied in a loud whisper.
Drop down and take cover. Let's see what they're up to.
Karen counted 5 of the men. One was about 10 yards in front of the others, with another bringing up the rear. They were all well armed, but didn't have backpacks or duffel bags. She wondered if they had vehicles nearby. They moved out of sight, so she motioned for her team to follow them. Karen led the way and soon had them back in view. They didn't speak, and the tall one seemed to be in charge. He was a handsome man who carried himself as though he was born to lead men into battle. Karen stared at the man when gunfire shattered the peaceful woods. One of the soldiers dropped, and then one of the soldiers' head exploded next to the tall man as he crouched behind a log. The gunfire was now fierce, and she decided to withdraw. She said,
Not our fight. Let's vamoose.
Missy said,
Mom, look, it's those raiders. That man behind the tree has the jail tats.
Karen saw more men about to flank the soldiers, and then 2 soldiers fell to the ground. She said,
Pick a target and drop the bastards.
All 5 of the lady warriors fired as a well-drilled unit and dropped 5 of the raiders with the first 5 shots. They started picking off others as the men switched their aim to the ladies. The women gave more than they got, but there were just too many of the raiders. Missy was hit by 2 pellets from a shotgun, and Maggie died instantly when a bullet hit her in the center of her chest. Karen shouted,
Fall back!
Karen tried to join her team in retreat, but the withering fire trapped her beside the logjam where the soldiers had been mowed down. Karen crawled into the pile of trees and came face to face with the tall man. He was unconscious and wounded. She covered him with brush and pitched 2 M4s and a couple of pistols beside him. She then crawled under the leaves with him, trembling, as she heard the enemy close in on their position. She heard them finish off the wounded with bullets, and then heard,
I think we killed all the soldiers. But who are the ones in the woods shooting at us? I thought I saw several women.
Another man called out,
Come here. What a waste. This was a hot chick before that bullet blew her back out. Damn. I could have used her in my business.
The one who appeared to be the leader said,
I think they were from that farm below the hill. I've heard they have been training their women to fight. We've lost the advantage of surprise. Grab their guns and ammo, and let's take their Humvees back to camp. Move it.
One of the men said,
What about the women who escaped? We can always use some more females.
The leader laughed.
Those girls would shoot you on sight. Let's go to our base and come back with a much larger force.
The leader was only a few feet from Karen. She held her breath and cupped a hand over the soldier's mouth to keep him from moaning. The raiders left, and Karen took the time to check his wounds. He had a gouge in the side of his head and some buckshot in his butt. The buckshot wasn't much of a problem, but she thought the head wound might be severe. He was too large to carry and too heavy to drag. She checked her backpack for her first aid kit and poured the blood-clotting agent on his head wound. The man lay on his side, so Karen loosened the man's belt and worked his pants and underwear down. She saw the 3 bloody holes in the man's butt and knew she had to remove the lead. She took a pair of tweezers from the first aid kit, doused them with alcohol, and then poured the rest of the small bottle over the 3 wounds. The man lurched and moaned before settling down again. She stuck the tweezers into a wound and found the slug was only about a half-inch deep. She clamped down on the pellet and removed it. The other 2 were a bit deeper, and he moved again while she probed for the lead shot. Now, with the buckshot removed, she squirted antiseptic salve into each hole and placed a large Band-Aid over both wounds. She was out of the blood-clotting agent and kept the pressure on his wounds. She chuckled to herself when she realized she was hiding in a pile of downed trees with her hand on a man's ass. It reminded her of her teenage years with the farm boys next door, when they'd wanted to play doctor with her in the hayloft. Karen fell asleep and didn't hear the search team from the raiders come looking for them. The men slipped up on them and scoured the entire area before one had the bright idea to probe the tangled mess of tree limbs and leaves.
Hey, I found a foot. There's a man attached to it.
Remove those branches.
The soldier's head and shoulders were now uncovered, and the men were astounded to find a woman with her head resting on the man's back.
This guy has been shot, and the woman treated his wound.
Karen had woken up but was able to keep her composure and listen to the thugs discuss her and the soldier. The men thought she was unconscious and carried her and the soldier to their vehicle. The leader said,
"Put them in the back of the truck. Norm, you drive them back to the base while Harvey watches them in case they wake up. We'll keep searching the area."
The men loaded the soldier onto the truck's bed first and then picked Karen up and carried her to the bed. Their hands were roaming about her body, but she remained calm. She knew she'd slipped her knife under her shirt and would deal with these guys later. They pitched her next to the soldier, knocking her head against the inside of the truck's bed, which knocked her out. They drove southeast, heading to Chattanooga. Karen came to a few minutes later and wanted to make sure they were far away from the other men before she dealt with the asshats in the truck. Her head pounded with pain from hitting the truck bed. She stayed calm and tried to stay awake as sleep taunted her when the truck rocked back and forth on the old dirt road. She screwed up and fell asleep.
"We heard the battle raging up on the hillside, and I ordered the team to prepare for a fight. That almost has to be our guys in that fight. Grab your guns, ammo, and backpacks. Prepare for a long fight."
10 minutes later, we drove our trucks across the farmland to the foothills. We were almost to the bottom of the hillside when I saw several people heading our way. I recognized Missy and Chrissy right away. Missy had bloody wounds, and we tended to her while Chrissy told them about the fight in the woods. Chrissy told us her story while tears flowed down her cheeks.
"We took Sid home, and on the way to the lake, we heard gunfire. There were soldiers under attack by a bunch of those raider guys. The soldiers were outnumbered, and Mom thought we could take out a bunch of the raiders before they knew what hit them. She was wrong. We killed about 8 of them, but many more came from the woods and overwhelmed us. We had to retreat. Mom disappeared about the time we turned to run down the hill. I think she stayed back to give us covering fire."
I asked, "Beth, did you see anything? What about Maggie?"
Beth joined Chrissy as tears flowed.
"I saw Maggie get shot in the chest. The bullet came out her back. It was too much to take. I panicked and ran."
Cat, Billy, and I tried to say. Maria interrupted.
"Jason, let me go up the hill. You haven't recovered from the lion attack, much less the bullet wound," she said.
Maria, I need you to lead the farm's defenses. No argument, just go.
"Please."
Maria rolled her eyes.
"Okay, boss."
Now, Cat, Billy, Alex, Ross, and I will go up the hill to see what happened. I don't intend to engage the enemy at this time. We'll look for Karen and try to retrieve Maggie's body. Maria, if the coast is clear, we'll send for one of the trucks to go up the hill the long way. There were only a few hours of daylight left, and I wanted to be home by dark. The going was slow up the hillside because we had to watch out for ambushes and traps. The normal 20-minute hike up the hillside became a 2-hour ordeal. We were close to the ambush site when I halted the team and had them spread out before progressing closer. Billy signaled that she had found something, and then held up a handful of spent brass. We'd arrived at the site of the battle. All of us found brass, broken limbs, and bodies. Yes, the raiders hadn't gathered their dead. That surprised us. I whispered to Cat, "What kind of people are these? Leaving their dead to be eaten by coyotes and scavengers is barbaric." A few minutes later, Ross motioned for the rest of us to join him. Maggie's body lay where she had fallen. A bullet had pierced her chest and snuffed out her young life. Not far from her, we found a brush and log pile that had been disturbed. Cat said,
"Oh my God, There's blood on Karen's hat. Wait. There were 2 people in here. There's a soldier's hat and a combat knife. It's not Karen's. Someone used their handkerchief to stop a wound from bleeding.
Billy called out.
Hey! Someone was dragged from here. There's a bunch of footprints. Let's follow them.
I waved to get their attention and placed my finger over my lips. My signal for them to follow was seen by all, and we moved out. This was where Max would come in handy, but he still needed time to recover from his wounds. Yeah, I know I needed to recover from my wounds also, but we had to find Karen soon, or forget her. We followed the footprints to the driveway to Sidney's house and stopped when we saw the footprints end and the tire tracks begin. Now tears came from my eyes as I remembered that Karen and I almost hooked up during the early days. I still thought of her as a great friend and mother to 2 wonderful young ladies. Now I had to tell Missy and Chrissy we didn't find their mother. I sent Ross down the hill to bring a truck up to the driveway, and the rest of us searched the area for Karen. It was still light enough for me to see Sidney walking down the driveway toward us. She saw me and waved frantically. I said, "Cat, go see what she wants." Cat grinned and touched my arm as she passed me. Cat came back a few minutes later.
Sidney captured one of the raiders. He's tied up in the front porch.
The man had a gash on his head and struggled at his bindings when we walked up the steps to the porch. I asked, "Sid, how did you capture him?"
He was wounded in the gunfight and a bit woozy. I brought him some water, tried to look at his head wound. Then when he tried to run his hand up my shirt, I hit him on the head. Had a flashlight to get a better look at his wound and slugged him with it. That's how he received a broken nose.
Cat laughed and held a 9mm pistol out in front of her.
The bastard got what he deserved. Here, take this, Sidney. I have a spare. We won't always be around to help you. I'll take over his interrogation.
She made the captured raider spill his guts. The tough guy wouldn't speak until Cat cut his pants off him and ran her blade. Well, you get the picture. The man didn't want a sex change operation, so he squealed like a pig. After he was done talking, I took him into the woods and ended his miserable life. Yeah. I know it sounds barbaric, and I'll have to answer to God one day, but for now, surviving was on my mind. The thug would have gone straight to his gang and made more trouble for us. I must add, we did have a 30-second trial for him before the execution. The raiders were a conglomeration of biker gangs, drug gangs, and crooked politicians. Yeah, they were the scum of the earth. The big difference in this group was the leaders were actually intelligent, and most had military experience. The only thing that held them back was they only had a small handful of men who'd actually fought in combat. The leaders were harmy desk jockeys who knew strategy but couldn't train their subordinates. They controlled the area bounded by Atlanta, Knoxville, and Chattanooga. They were expanding every week into new territory as they took in smaller gangs, criminals, and weakling survivors. Their secondary leaders were based in each of the larger cities under their control. They ruled through fear with an iron fist. No one survived after challenging them. Cat and I met with Missy and Chrissy to tell them about their mother. It was an ugly situation. We did our best to explain that we had no way to know where they had taken her and would only get more people killed, sending teams fanning out over the area. Missy calmed down, but Chrissy had a meltdown and had to be sedated. Father James and Sister Grace stayed with the girls for the next few days. I doubled our guards and posted lookouts on the roads around the farm. We now had enough trained folks to increase our little army and security guards. Needed about 20 more trained fighters to make me feel safe. We also needed some more firepower. I desperately wanted some mortars and frag grenades. Chapter 17. Southeast of Beech Grove, Tennessee.
The old truck rattled along the narrow road, with the rear fenders flapping and blue smoke rolling from the exhaust. Old Highway 41 wasn't in great shape before the shit hit the fan, and now the road had one pothole after another. The left side tires hit a rather deep hole, causing the rear tire to blow out. The truck swerved off the road. The driver almost gained control, but he overcorrected and whipped the truck off the road and into a copse of small saplings. Dirt and dust filled the air just before the truck slammed into the trees. Trunks shattered and limbs fell from the canopy above before the vehicle abruptly stopped. The guard was thrown screaming over the cab, and his body had wrapped around a small tree trunk. The driver didn't have a seatbelt. He'd been shredded as he shattered the windshield with his head. He lay half in the cab, bleeding out on the hood of the truck. Karen and the soldier were in the bed of the 1949 Chevy pickup and were tossed about like bingo balls. Neither of the two received any serious injuries, but were battered. Karen woke first and checked the soldier's pulse. He was alive, so she moved on to the raiders. The windshield guy had bled out, but the other one moaned for help. Karen walked over to him and snickered.
Are you okay?
No. I'm wrapped around this tree. I think my arms and back are broke. Help me?
Karen used her toe to push against the man's bloody arm. She saw the bones sticking out and pushed just above the break. The man cried out, "Stop! You're killing me!"
No, the crash killed you. You're just a dead man who doesn't know he's dead. You'll live another hour or so, in horrible pain.
Aren't you going to help me?
No. I was going to kill you, but your friend in that truck did me a favor. I'm taking your gun belt and cig. I hope this doesn't hurt too much.
Karen unfastened his belt buckle and yanked the belt from under him. He screamed out in pain, waking the soldier. Karen found a bottle of water in the cab and gave the soldier a drink. He was groggy and a bit disoriented.
Where am I? Who are you?
I don't know you,
and could never forget your face.
Karen said,
Slow down. I'm Karen, and I was captured with you. We tried to run the raiders off who attacked you. They had many more men than we thought, and they shot my team to pieces. They had to retreat. I was separated and tended to you. I thought we'd escape, but more of them came back and found us.
The soldiers said,
Now, your turn to slow up. I'm John, and I'm glad to meet you. Thanks for trying to save me. My ass feels like I've been shot.
Karen laughed.
You had 3 double-aught buckshot pellets in your butt. I removed them and stopped the bleeding.
So, I was knocked out when a beautiful lady had her hands on my butt. That's bad luck.
Karen smiled.
A good-looking man like you shouldn't have any trouble with getting ladies to place their hands on your butt.
Karen realized what she had just said and covered her face.
I meant,
John said,
I hope you meant exactly what you said.
And then held her hand in his. Karen's face betrayed her when it turned crimson.
I'm not interested in a relationship right now. My boyfriend was killed by a madman several weeks back.
But you're not attached, and you are flirting with me. I would never tempt a woman in a committed relationship, but the beautiful lady who's out fighting the bad guys deserves my attention.
Karen dropped his hand.
We need to gather their weapons and get the heck out of here before someone comes looking for these guys.
A broad smile crept across John's face.
So when the fighting's done for a while, you won't mind me coming to see you?
We'll see,
John said.
Help me up.
Karen tugged on his arms and assisted him while he pushed against the truck. They struggled, but got him to his feet. That's when Karen saw the other side of his face for the first time. He had a horrible gash that had healed with jagged edges. She almost gasped, but held back. He said,
Damn, my head is pounding and my ass hurts. I can barely lift my leg.
Karen said,
And all you can think about is flirting with me.
John answered in his best romantic voice.
Dear, you are special.
I knew it when I first saw you killing one of those bastards. Karen ignored his last words.
Sorry, but I had to use a pair of tweezers to probe the holes in your butt to find the double-aught buckshot. We didn't have any painkillers. Wait!
She propped him up against the back of the truck. She went to the front of the truck and searched the cab for any painkillers. She found a first aid kit under the seat.
Look here, there's some ibuprofen. You're in luck. This will dull the pain a bit.
He took 2 of the pills and washed them down with a swig of water. Karen placed an M4 over his shoulder and strapped a gun belt to his waist. She didn't want to lose her AR-15, so she put it alongside the M4 on her shoulder. She tucked the extra SIG 9mm into her waistband. Now, she had to help John. She placed his arm over her shoulder and walked north along Old Highway 41. John had seen her wince when she'd seen his whole face. He was used to it by now, but her reaction still hurt him to the bone. They arrived on the outskirts of Beech Grove as the sun rose for the day. Karen overcame John's objections, and they found an empty house to hold up in until dark. Karen knew the raiders would find the crashed truck and search for them. Moving during daylight, with a man who could hardly walk, was a sure way to be found. Karen helped John to bed, and he slept most of the day while Karen kept watching for the raiders. She searched the house for food and only found a few cans of pork and beans on the back of a top shelf. She placed them in a pillowcase and looked out the window to the house next door. She had observed the neighborhood from the windows and hadn't seen any people stirring around. She snuck out the back door while John slept and entered the next-door house. The house was an older 4-bedroom 2-story with a detached garage in the backyard. She searched the home and found some clothes that fit her. She checked the hot water tank and drained some clean water to use for washing. She took a sponge bath and then changed clothes. The bathroom mirror showed her hair looked like a haystack, so she rinsed a comb she'd found and combed her locks. She smiled in the mirror, and she saw how much better she looked. There was no food to be found in the house. She walked outside to the garage and forced the man door open. She exclaimed, "Damn! What a beautiful car!" Before her eyes was a 1932 Ford 2-window coupe. It was bright orange with shiny chrome wheels. The engine overflowed from the small engine compartment and had the words 429 Cobra Jet on the valve covers. She hoped it would start so they could drive home. She found the keys in a mechanic's tool chest and then tried to start the car. The battery was dead. Next to the Ford was an old Dodge truck with the head off the old flathead engine. She saw a new-looking battery in the engine compartment and the key in the ignition. She turned the key, and the old 6-cylinder cranked over. The half-inch open-end wrench she needed was in the toolbox, and she took the cables from the battery. Karen placed her hands on the battery strap, gritted her teeth, and lifted the battery about an inch. "Shit, that's heavy." Karen surveyed the situation and realized she was trying to lift a 50-pound battery that was 2 feet away from her chest. The battery had to be raised about 10 inches before it would move to her. She cursed a string of obscenities and then saw the engine lift off in a corner. It had a greasy engine hanging from a chain. Karen inspected the small crane and found the hydraulic valve that lowered the crane. She turned the valve, and the engine fell to the ground and almost crushed her foot. She jumped away when the engine dropped, saving her foot. The small crane was easy to roll over to the truck. She lowered the boom down to a few inches from the battery and fixed the chain hook on the battery strap. She jacked the lift's handle up and down, lifting the battery out of the truck. She clapped her hands and then rolled the battery over to the hot rod. She soon had the battery swapped and crossed her fingers before twisting the key. The engine cranked slowly, sputtered, and then roared to life with a loud rumble that shook the garage and area nearby. She quickly shut the engine off and ran back to the house, just in case she had woken John up. John woke up about 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he heard the rolling thunder and the house shake. Then it abruptly stopped. John had never been deep into hot rods, but he did know the sound a big block engine made when it roared to life. Before he could pull himself upright, Karen burst through the door. He said,
"Let me guess. You found a car that runs, but it's a tad noisy, right?"
"Oh no, that was my stomach growling, Sherlock. Damn! I busted my ass to change the batteries and didn't notice the sucker didn't have a muffler. I'll look again while you sleep."
"Karen, we need to get as far from here as possible. That engine starting was heard by everyone for miles. Please, help me up," said John.
"Okay. I guess you're right, and we can't take that ear-splitting hot rod. Crap! My feet can't stand much more of this."
They gathered their things, and Karen strapped some water jugs around her neck. They snuck between houses and used alleyways until they were a couple of miles northwest of Beech Grove. This took several hours, and Karen was exhausted when they found an empty barn. Karen propped John up in a chair with his M4 and found some hay bales to sleep on. Her sleep was dominated by nightmares about never seeing her girls again. Karen woke up with a fight-or-flight mentality. Jason had taught her to lay still with her eyes closed. Of course, she forgot this most of the time, but not today. Her body ached from the rough treatment she had received from the gang and the wreck. Her muscles ached from helping John walk. She didn't know why, but she'd liked this guy from the first time she'd seen him helpless in the pile of brush and limbs. She heard someone breathing close by and knew it was John. She heard a faint noise in the background and struggled to hear what it was. She opened her eyes and then saw John looking into them. Karen said,
"You do know it's rude to watch someone sleep?"
John said, "No, it's not. I could have looked in many different directions, but I chose the one with the most beautiful scenery."
"Look, bub, that kind of line might work on a starry-eyed young woman, but I've had experience with smooth-talking guys like you."
John said, "Apparently they were bad experiences. I might be a smooth talker, but I'd never hurt you."
"Said the snake to the frog,"
she answered with a grin. John noticed she kept looking away and wouldn't look him in the eye. "Karen, I was wounded in a fight. My face took a beating. I don't blame you for looking the other way." Karen lied to him.
"John, it's not your face. I'm just not used to the flirting and flattery."
John said, "Thanks for being nice. We need to find a way to help me walk by myself. You're getting worn out helping me. I need a horse, car, or at least a set of good crutches."
"We could have taken the hot rod,"
Karen said. "The engine's noise would have had every raider within 10 miles chasing our butts." Karen nodded her head.
"I can't argue with that. It'll be hard to do and stay hidden from the gang members. Do you really think you could ride a horse with 3 holes in your butt?"
John said, "There have to be 100 older cars, hot rods, or projects in the garages and barns. Let's search every one of them on our way back to Smyrna."
"Hold on there, Buster. I'm going back to Walter Hill, where my 2 girls and friends are living."
"Hey, it was worth a try. You've already found one suitable but loud vehicle. We can find another. We're about 12 miles southeast of the outskirts of Murfreesboro, and houses are sparse out here, but will be more densely packed close to Murfreesboro. We need to cut north about 2 miles southeast of the city, so we can avoid any raider or local gang issues." Karen said,
"I thought the General's men had control of Murfreesboro. Aren't you one of the General's men?"
"Yes, but you knew that." Karen fished.
"What do you do for the General?"
John said, "Anything my officer tells me to do. In the military, you jump when they say jump, and it's wise not to ask questions." Karen said,
"The General wants us to join his group. Would that be a good move for us? Hey, why does the General want a small group like us to join his team?"
John said, "I'm just a little fish in that group, but I think it could be safety in numbers that drives the General. Or perhaps the General set out to conquer the world and found out he'd bit off more than he could chew and needed help. We troops fight every day and can't grow crops to feed ourselves." Karen asked,
But will he force us to grow crops for him?
John answered, No, I don't think so. Look at Russia. They had some of the best farmland in the world, but couldn't feed their own people. Forced labor works for a short time, but never succeeds. Karen said,
I don't know much about how the world works. I was a high school chemistry teacher when the crap hit the fan. I just wish I could be a teacher again.
One of the general's highest priorities is to get the schools open again. He said the world can't afford to lose a generation of learning. Karen thought for a few seconds.
You're showing me a different side to the general than I've heard before.
Perhaps we all change and adapt. Now, let's keep moving and find an old car with a muffler this time. Karen couldn't remember, but something nagged at her about the man with the disfigured face. Chapter 18. East of the Walker Farm. The only family Karen had was her girls after Murph had been murdered by that madman. She wasn't interested in anyone and had focused on her training and her daughters. Kat and I tried to get her out of her shell without success. But for the grace of God, I would have been with Karen instead of Kat. I didn't love her, but rather, I cared for her and the girls, like an uncle. That's the best way to describe my feelings for Karen and the girls. Over the next several days, I drove Max to the site of the gunfight and had him search for Karen. Every search ended the same way, at the driveway by the tire tracks where Karen had been loaded into a vehicle. I even drove Max down every road going away from the area to see if he could pick up the scent. Max didn't alert on anything. On the third day, I gave up the search at Mom and Kat's urging. I was confident I'd never see Karen again. Kat, losing someone this way is much harder to take than knowing they're dead. I can't help but wonder what might be happening to her. Naturally, I always think the worst. Kat gave me a hug.
Try to keep your mind busy with something else. We have dozens of projects that... Hey, there's that Miller guy and a dozen soldiers with Mom.
Max had alerted with his low growl. I slung my rifle and walked over to join them. Sergeant Miller, what can we do for you? Staff Sergeant Miller handed me a bag. I looked into the bag and was happy to see several boxes of antibiotics, wound-clotting agents, and assorted medical supplies. I said, Thanks. We really need these. What can we do for you? Miller said,
We have a truckload of supplies, ammunition, and a few M4s and 6 for you. We want you to join us. But more importantly, we need you to survive and trade food for other trade goods. This is just a goodwill gift from the General.
With strings attached? How does the General know that we won't use them against him?
We aren't a threat to you, and have common enemies. We want you to live and thrive. Could I talk to you alone?
I started to move toward his troops, but he pulled me off away from everyone.
Jason, I want to talk straight with you. We know there was a fight east of here in the hills. One of our soldiers escaped the fight and told us about the raiders attacking our scouts. He also said that some of your people saved him, and might have saved others. So, do you have any of our people?
I was shaken by these words. No. In fact, we had one lady killed and another kidnapped. We searched and lost the trail when they loaded her into a vehicle.
Jason, we don't have search dogs. Could you use yours to see if our man was also taken?
I nodded. Of course. If you bring a piece of clothing, I can have Max search for your man. Miller raised his arm to signal his men. One soldier stepped forward with a plastic bag and handed it to me. I opened the bag and removed an Army OD green shirt. It had several large blood spots. Oh, crap. It's John's shirt. Your general was on a scouting mission in the hills above our farm. He was spying on us, and the raiders were about to attack us and got caught up with the general's scouting team. Miller frowned.
That about sums it up.
I shook my head. Why didn't he just ask for a tour? We don't have anything to hide. Crap. Well, let's forget our differences and see if Max can alert on the scent. I placed a shirt in front of Max, and he became very excited. We got Miller's Humvee and drove to the battle site. I put the shirt under his nose, and he sniffed the air and then ran around the area in a big circle until suddenly he took off toward the woodpile where we had found the hat and bloodstains. Then he inhaled deeply several times, sniffing around the woodpile, and ran towards the driveway. He stopped and sat, looking down the driveway. Miller and I had the same thought at the same time. The raiders captured them together. I said, Karen and Long were taken by the same group of raiders. John had better not let them know he is the leader of their enemy. Miller said,
What can we do? The raiders have large bases in Chattanooga, Atlanta, and Huntsville. They own all the towns in southeast Tennessee. I have no idea where to look.
Man, I've taken Max down every road for miles trying to get him to alert on an odor. And today was the day I had planned to tell Karen's 2 daughters that were giving up on finding their mother, I said. Miller said,
I don't envy you on that task. Now, we need to discuss a mutual issue.
I said, How can we have a mutual issue beyond the raiders and gangs trying to kill us? Miller said,
The General has softened a lot on his approach to building a new safe world. He started out using only brute force and eliminating those who opposed him. Now, he's attempting to work with groups like yours to build a new world where everyone contributes, and they are treated fairly. The problem is that his second-in-command agrees with him to his face, but actually wants to run roughshod over the surrounding communities.
I shook my head and said something I never believed would part my lips. We have to find the General now. Hell, sooner than now. Miller said,
Don't panic. We have a few weeks before the Colonel will attempt to take full command. I'm in charge of finding the General, and will feed him positive reports on our progress searching for the General.
I replied, That gives us a week or so to either find the General or make other plans. Miller said,
Very few officers or enlisted like or support the Colonel. So, we need to quickly have a doomsday plan. Let's set up search parties. And that gives us cover to work together.
Is there a good guy available who's competent and could take over for the General?
Yes. Major Tidwell.
Miller and his crew dropped Max and me off and left. Most of the community wanted to know the results of our search. I said, Hold it down for a second, and I'll fill you in on my short trip. The soldiers who Karen's team helped were from the General's team. Staff Sergeant Miller asked for our help in searching for one of their officers. It appears that Karen and their officer were taken by the same group. I need to meet with our leadership team and figure out what to do and how we could help. One of the new people said,
Why should we help them?
Missy yelled,
Because finding their man could also find my mom.
I calmed the man down. We plan to join the General's group, and you know it. We can double the amount of effort searching for Karen by working with them. Now, I need the Leadership Council at Mom's kitchen. Michelle, Maria, Billy, Kat, and I sat around the kitchen table, waiting on Mom to join us. Mom started every meeting with a glass of her super sweet tea for everyone. I took a drink and almost spit it out on everyone, and judging from the looks on the others' faces, I wasn't the only one surprised by the awful taste of the tea. Mom, the tea tastes a bit different. Mom placed her hands on her hips.
I ran out of tea and made this brew from a mixture of sassafras, birch bark, and wintergreen. From the ugly looks on your faces, I'll pitch that recipe.
Mom dumped the tea and poured us all a glass of a different beverage.
Here, try this, and tell me what you think. You should like this better.
Kat took a drink.
Mom, this is great. Doesn't taste like tea, but it's got a wonderful flavor.
Honey, my recipe is 2 cups of boiling water, 1 cup of berries. This tea had wild blueberries. Strain after thoroughly mixing, and then add honey to sweeten it. You could add milk to taste if you like it that way.
I tasted the tea and said, This is great. Now, let's get down to business. Mom ignored me, and the women traded their favorite tea recipes for another 10 minutes. Cat kicked my foot every time I even thought about opening my mouth. Finally, Mom said,
Now to the second item on our agenda. The impatient Jason Walker will tell us about his meeting with the General's people.
If this had been anyone but my mom, I would have fried her ass with sarcastic comments. I think I need another glass of tea to wet my throat before delving into the number 2 item on our agenda. Mom sneered.
Get it yourself.
Okay, so that was the best I could do. I moved quickly to inform them about the General and Karen being kidnapped together, and our dilemma if the General goes away. Frowns were on all faces, and heads shook side to side as I rolled out the situation. Cat asked the best question of the day.
Does this mean we're actually going to search for Karen and the General? Or just delay until we have a plan to get rid of Colonel Griggs?
I said, both. We use their up-armored Humvees and firepower to go places we wouldn't dare to go. We'll raid their outposts and hunt them down like dogs, just hoping we find Karen and the General. At the same time, Miller and I will figure out how to get rid of Griggs, even if the General comes back. Oh, I just remembered. Many of the men I led against the original fake FEMA leaders and commander of the Army troops are serving under the General. I trust the men I worked with to kill that scum. Mom said,
That's a game changer in several ways. 1, we keep looking for Karen. I, for one, didn't want to break the bad news to the girls. This should draw the General's men closer to you, son. This plays right into our hands. Let's tell Miller we have voted, and are asking to join the General now.
I grinned as I looked around the table. I'm glad you said that, because I told Miller that I was sure we would be joining them this week. Michelle asked the next question, and perhaps the most difficult to answer.
It just dawned on me. We don't have any soldiers. Doesn't this mean most of us will be out there attacking the raiders' camps? Even if we're very successful, won't we lose some of our people?
That simple question deserved a very complicated answer. Yes, we face some losses, but we can minimize the losses since we'll only perform surprise ambushes and attacks. We'll hit and run them to death, much like the Viet Cong did to us back in the 1970s in Vietnam. I have some ideas, but need some time with Maria before getting the rest of you involved. As a matter of fact, I think Maria should join us at the next meeting after I brief her. Everyone agreed on bringing Maria into the resistance team. They weren't so sure I could deliver on keeping casualties to a minimum. I knew we could do it if we never met them head-on and bled them to death, one base camp at a time. We had to cut their lines of communication and kill every raider without killing Karen and John. That last one was the toughest one to do. I'd already been thinking about increasing our firepower and mobility. I invited Maria out to the tool shed along with Kat to have a private conversation about increasing our firepower and strategy for wiping out the Raiders gang. I started the conversation by giving Maria an update on the situation. She listened. Her eyes popped open wide, and her nostrils flared several times. I finished, and she rubbed her knuckles on her chin.
I agree on the hit-and-run strategy, but want to add one thing. Let's vary our tactics and hit them and run, but let them chase us into a trap. The key is that no one survives from their group to give our tactics away. We need a way to cause mass casualties with little danger to us. Perhaps we draw them into a building that's been booby-trapped with jugs of gasoline. We don't have explosives.
Kat interrupted.
I'm all for killing them. But do you think our crew can stand up to the screams and burning flesh?
I said, I think we'll have to work them up to that during our training sessions and see who balks. I want us ready for our first attack in 4 days. Miller has scouts out in the field, seeking our first few targets. The short version of our plan is to hit a half-dozen of their outposts and base camps in a concise period. I know you and I can handle the tactics for the attack. I need some fresh thinking about developing more firepower and weapons of mass destruction. Kat said,
You both know we do have a spy in our group.
I said, We don't have proof.
Don't be stupid, husband. We took in 24 refugees in the last 2 months, with no way to check them for loyalty to our group.
I say we only use the people we are certain will follow through, and not rat us out.
I faked tears. You called me stupid. I guess the honeymoon is over. They ignored me, so I said, okay, I agree. Now put together a list of everyone who will fight on the attacking team, and who will be the home team protecting the farm. Maria asked a great question.
Couldn't Miller assign a couple of Humvees with twin saws to help protect us, since we're now part of their team?
My face turned hot, probably red as hell for missing the obvious.
That's a great idea. I'll post 2 squads of soldiers with 6 Humvees to your command. You were a staff sergeant, weren't you?
I was shocked by Miller's generosity. Thank you very much. That'll help to keep everyone safe while my team is out attacking the raiders. Yes, I was a staff sergeant.
Good. Our squads are 11 troops and a buck sergeant. The 2 I pick will take orders and work well with you.
I said, I hate to push you, but could you let me have 2 of the sergeants who worked with me when we overthrew the fake FEMA leaders? The only name I remember is Sergeant Brown, but he'll know the other sergeant. Miller said,
Done. It's always good to work with people you know. Major Tidwell will help us all he can, but don't count on much more without Griggs getting his panties in a wad.
I snapped to attention. The same Major Tidwell from the camp?
Why, yes. Do you know him?
Hell yes. He led the team that killed most of the bad FEMA officers, while my team killed the enlisted traitors. Why in the world did Long keep him around? He's one of the good guys.
Remember, I joined up after the FEMA disaster, so I don't know. I'd heard the rumors that Tidwell had led the revolt, but couldn't believe it since Long values his opinion. I'll sniff around a bit,
Miller replied. I brought up a couple of concerns. We'll need the ability to inflict mass chaos and casualties, but only have M4s and SIGs. We'll need to make some explosives and some kind of firebombs. Miller's face scrunched up a bit, and then he said,
We have one ex-Navy SEAL who is some kind of unconventional war expert. I'll loan him to you for a couple of weeks. Next.
Our thinking is to avoid directly engaging any large enemy force. We'll hit them quick, retreat, and then ambush them when they follow us. That's where the bombs will come in handy. We have to kill them all, or our strategy will spread to all of the raiders. We need bombs and reliable transportation. The Humvees will cover most of that. But do you have any running motorcycles? Miller smiled and said,
I can beat that. One of our scavenging teams found several metal overseas shipping containers filled with ATVs. They can speed along at 50 miles per hour or better. They're fast enough to escape the enemy, or break your neck escaping.
I was happy. Good. We can find a couple of trailers to haul them with, and we will have solved the transportation issue. Miller said,
We'll bring them here on trailers. Just leave them on. Keep them after the fight is over.
I said, I guess you don't have any hand grenades, howitzers, or mortars, do you?
Sorry. We only have a few hand grenades and about a dozen laws. We're saving them for an emergency.
Darn. Need a way to kill a bunch of them in one explosion. I guess our original thoughts on trapping the bastards and pouring gas on them is the best idea, I said.
Check with our explosives expert when he arrives in the morning. He is Charlie Walters. He was a SEAL for 15 years, and then performed Black Ops for another 3. If anyone can increase your killing power, he can.
Chapter 19. The Walker Farm, Walter Hill, Tennessee. I tried to sleep after a bathroom trip at 4 in the morning. I snuggled up to Kat and tried to sleep, but her hair smelled so good, and her body felt... And my thoughts of romance were killed by a sound coming from the barn. Put, 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 put filled the air. Kat rubbed her eyes.
What in the world is that sound? Are we under attack?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out. Grab your weapons. Let's go. I jumped into my pants, grabbed my M4, and snuck out the kitchen door to see a crowd around the front of the barn. The noise came from the other side of the group. It got louder as I threaded my way through the people. Then I saw Father James and Alex with big grins
and some kind of contraption making the noise while it turned a shaft that had a belt driving a generator. Father James flipped a switch, and the inside of the barn lit up like daylight. Mom saw me and said,
"Jason, what are you doing out here half-dressed? Go get some clothes on."
She saw Cat and added,
"You too, Cat?"
Cat asked.
What kind of engine is that?
Father James replied, "We found these old hit-and-miss engines, and Alex helped me get them running. Your dad had a small one in the shop to run the power saws and other equipment. That gave us the idea to search for more. These things were all over the countryside before the rural electrification project in the early part of the 1930s. They can run on any fuel that can be atomized. Some need to be started on gasoline and then switched to the other fuel. These things will run forever. This large one is a 1917 Fairbanks Morse Z 6-horsepower hit-and-miss engine, and I'm running it on old stale gas. The others range from 1 horsepower to 4.5. I'll get them all running." Father James hardly took a breath as he explained his new toys. I'd forgotten about my dad's small hit-and-miss engine, and had never thought about it powering generators. I interrupted the father. "I guess we can drain the gas from any of the old junk cars and trucks sitting around the farms and junkyards to using these engines." "Yes, but keep the gas separate until I check it out. I want to train everyone to check farms, fairgrounds, and museums for engines like these. They'll be a big part of our recovery and future. I also want any old gasoline and diesel engines. We need engines to help power our recovery," said Father James. Cat and I went into the house and finished dressing before joining the others for breakfast. I was pleasantly surprised to see Billy, her son Mark, Chrissy, and Missy already sitting at the table. Mom passed the scrambled eggs and gravy, and everyone started stuffing their faces. Missy said,
Mark, did you set a new record with the slingshot?
My ears perked up. I was worried they might hurt themselves. Mark finished chewing.
Yes, the weight cleared the back fence. I think if I add some more of those stretchy bands, it will shoot much farther. I also need a way to know how far it will shoot per number of turns.
The talk stirred my interest. Mark, is this a handheld slingshot? All three laughed. Mark said,
No, it's a big one I mounted on an old cargo trailer.
Mark, how big is it? Where are you shooting from to clear the back fence?
The uprights are 4 feet tall, and the gap between them is about 3 feet. Jason, we're not doing anything wrong, are we?
Mark asked. No, not at all. How heavy is the projectile? Mark grinned.
A gallon milk jug full of water. You should see the explosion of water when it comes down.
Wait a cotton-picking minute. You didn't say where it's located when you clear the back fence.
Sorry, it's just behind the barn. Father James wanted it out of the way.
I opened my mouth before thinking, you're shitting me. Where? Mom slapped my hand with a spoon.
Language, son. There are children present.
Sorry, Mom. Mark, that must be about 100 yards. I can't believe that. Missy said,
We measured it, and it was exactly 317 feet. Father James helped us move an old VW bus back there, and Mark can hit it most of the time.
My mind swirled with the possibilities. Let's go take a look at it after breakfast. Billy, is this the project you wanted me to help Mark with?
Yes, that one and the crossbow project. He'd heard you talking about needing more firepower, but didn't have explosives and wanted to help, Billy said. We studied ancient warfare in my 7th grade history class, and I really liked the catapults, trebuchets, and giant crossbows, Mark said.
I scooped the last of my eggs into my mouth and rushed Mark out the door to the barn. I was a bit overwhelmed by the number of catapults, trebuchets, and giant crossbows shoved up into a pile against the barn. I stopped and marveled at each one. Mark watched me with interest.
Those are the failures. We found out early in our project that catapults and trebuchets had to be enormous in size to throw anything very far. The crossbows worked much better to deliver a kinetic impact, and we kept improving them until we made the one over there. It's pretty much the same one you hold in your hands, but has leaf springs from an old sports car for the bowstrings. It'll hurl a 10-pound spear or 10 smaller bolts about 600 feet.
Mark, why didn't I know about your projects? His mom said,
You were busy working with the other communities and making the world safe for us. Mark has been working with Father James and Rick on the projects. Missy and Chrissy were the rest of the team. I've been the safety coordinator. It scares me to see them shoot large arrows 2 football fields in length that could go through 10 men.
I walked over to the slingshot and checked it out for a few minutes.
Mark, this is fantastic. Where did you get the large rubber tubes and flat rubber sheets?
Mark beamed at my interest.
The tubes are surgical rubber Ross found in a warehouse. The bright-colored rubber sheets were found at a physical therapy building. They had patients that used the rubber strips to help increase the patient's strength and flexibility.
The device to pull the leather pocket, which would hold the rock or jug, was made from a boat trailer's winch. The winch pulled the pocket back, and then Mark had a tether to pull a linchpin out, letting the slingshot propel the projectile downrange. I walked around the device several times and said,
Missy, please go into Dad's shop and look behind the door. There are a bunch of those wooden yardsticks. Bring one here, please. Also, bring us Dad's carpenter toolbox. Mark, please go to the shed and fetch 3 2x4s about 4 feet long. I think we can solve the reproducibility issue.
They were only gone for a few minutes, and then I only took about 30 minutes to nail a 2x4 to the side closest to the path of the projectile. I secured one of the yardsticks to the 2x4 and said, Mark, shoot the same bullet 3 times by pulling the linchpin back to the 10-inch mark. We can calibrate the slingshot by repeating this process for every 4 inches on the yardstick. Mark shot the projectile, which was actually a big 8-pound rock, 3 times, and to our surprise, the rock landed within a 10-foot circle every time. It went only 180 feet, which was disappointing. I moved the yardstick, so it started at 0 where the 10-inch mark had been. I didn't think we would use it for any shots much closer than that. I had him pull the linchpin back to the new 10-inch mark, and the rocks hit the ground at 420 feet, which was quite a bit past the fence. The last group was at 30 inches of pull, and the rock soared over the fence at over 100 feet in the air and landed 740 feet downrange. I could see the 2 uprights needed to be strengthened if we wanted to shoot rocks any farther. Billy was bored with our effort and had left about midway through the exercise. I patted Mark and the girls on the back and said, We have to finish calibration and find about 1,000 of those milk jugs so we can practice with them. Mark asked,
Why use the milk jugs? Rocks or chunks of metal would hurt more.
Don't be upset with what I'm about to say. We need the ability to drop gasoline and napalm on these raiders' heads. We're outnumbered and need an edge to wipe them out. Chrissy's face turned red and her eyes glared.
Kill them all. They took my mom. I'll help burn the bastards.
She broke down and cried in my arms. Missy patted me on the back and said,
Jason, either we kill all of them, or they'll make slaves out of us. I can guess what Chrissy and I would be used for.
I drew Missy close and said, Over my dead body. You 2 are like my own daughters, and I won't let anything happen to you. Chrissy said,
Jason, I know you mean that, but even you couldn't keep Mom safe. We have to be able to protect ourselves.
I'm glad you 2 are on board with my plan. I'm going to fetch Father James to see about him making a steel version of this fine weapon. I don't want to count on 2x4s in a battle. You 2 gather some milk jugs and fill them while I get the priest. And Father James knew about Mark's project, but hadn't taken it seriously until he saw a water-filled milk jug sail through the air and crash down 600 feet downrange in the pasture. He sent for Rick and Ross to join us to pick their brains for improvements. They joined us a few minutes later, while Mark and the girls continued to launch jugs. They swarmed over the slingshot while making copious notes. Father James said,
This is a fantastic machine, but will disintegrate after a dozen more shots. Mark, you did a great job. Now I can have Rick and Ross weld up a steel model that'll take much more force. I'll add some elevation and windage adjusters, along with some type of aiming device.
I shook Mark, Chrissy, and Missy's hands, and we all thanked them profusely for their work. The man left us to go build the next generation of slingshots, while Mark and the girls showed me their crossbow. The crossbow was mounted on a picnic table and aimed out into the woods. I asked Missy to get some help to move the livestock to the west pasture so we could have a much longer range to place targets. While the livestock was being moved, we shoved the VW bus to a spot about 300 feet away. I then made some man-sized targets from some old barnwood and placed them around the bus. Mark drew the bowstring back and placed his large homemade bolt into the slide. He made sure the bolt was nocked and then aimed the crossbow at the bus. Mark said,
As you can see, I use a boat trailer winch to draw the string back. The locking latch on the winch holds the string back, and the string is released when we trip the homemade trigger. It should hit the bus.
I examined the weapon and saw the springs were only drawn back about a fourth of their possible travel. Mark waved at me to move to safety and then tugged on the trigger lanyard. The springs snapped the bolt forward, the whole picnic table bucked, and we saw the bolt sail a couple of feet over the bus.
Mark, that was fantastic. How many bolts do you have?
Mark pointed to an old ammo can and said,
We only have 3 of the larger 10-pound ones made from steel rods, and 6 small ones made from big spikes. I used your dad's tools to solder fins on the back and to sharpen the points.
I said, Mark, I'd like you to shoot all of the big bolts at the man-sized targets one at a time. Then we'll see how far we can shoot them. We quickly found out the crossbow wasn't that accurate, but delivered a devastating blow when it did hit the targets. The 1-pound bolts quickly passed 800 feet and buried themselves into the ground. I changed the targets back to the original direction and made a canister to hold 10 pounds of the large nails. We aimed the crossbow upward and found we could rain nails down on targets from above. I thanked Mark, Missy, and Chrissy and went to see how much Father James had progressed. He had retrieved one of our steel landscaping trailers and used it as a base for the supersized slingshot. They still had much work to do, but I could see where they were heading. Ross showed me the slingshot frame was made from 4-inch diameter thick-wall steel tubing and mounted on a platform that could swivel about 90 degrees. Rick showed me a simple slide-like device that could hold 10 of the milk jugs and feed them down the rails to the slide they were launched from. Father James had sketched out the aiming device and elevation and windage controls. I was amazed at their progress. I might be wrong, but this looks like the automatic gun version of the old slingshot. Father James chuckled and said, Yes, but wait until you see the electric motor-driven winch to draw the sling back. This can be a one-man operation without wearing the guy out. We're also adding plenty of ammunition racks, so the loader can replenish the auto feed. I said, Now we just need some help in figuring out what kind of bombs and explosives we can launch at our enemies. Before Father James could say anything, Cat brought a stranger into the barn.
This is Charlie Walters. Miller sent him.
I shook his hand and introduced everyone. Charlie, we could sure use your explosive expertise. As Sergeant Miller probably told you, we only have M4s and pistols. Need to be able to kill more thugs much faster. We're making delivery devices, but need some sting when our bombs land on the enemy. The best we can come up with is hurling jugs of gasoline and igniting them. Charlie frowned as he watched the guys work on the slingshot.
I can show you how to make bombs and even better napalm bombs, but I doubt if a big slingshot will do more than drop the bomb at your feet.
I said, Cat, round up Mark and the girls. Tell them to be ready to demonstrate the first slingshot with the jugs. Cat saluted me and said,
Aye, aye, my captain.
Charlie watched her walk away.
I could use some soldiers like that.
I said, Sorry, but that's my wife, and she'll cut your nuts off if you try anything. Charlie said,
Sorry, but you have excellent taste. There aren't many women in our group, and the women soldiers are a bit crusty.
I thought we needed to get back to bombs. Charlie, come with me and see if our delivery system meets your needs. Charlie and I walked around the corner of the barn, engaged in conversation, when I heard the snap of the sling and swoosh on the jug heading down range. Charlie's jaw dropped when he saw the jug launch skyward and then hit the target about 400 feet away.
Holy shit!
I eat my words and apologize. How did you come up with this?
I said, our young warriors made the prototypes based on ancient weapons from a history class. Our mechanics are busy making more robust versions. Charlie examined the slingshot.
Is that as far as it will shoot?
Mark snickered, winched the leather pocket back, and raised the elevation slightly. He tripped the trigger, and the jug sailed 50 feet above the previous target and was still climbing. Charlie stood there, shaking his head in disbelief. I said, now, fill the jugs with gasoline and add a way to ignite them when they hit the ground, and we'll have real bombs. Charlie grinned.
I have a bunch of bombs made up and can quickly add igniters to your milk jugs. I can make fertilizer bombs, too. 8 pounds of ammonium nitrate and diesel fuel will blow a bunch of raiders to hell. The general will be pleased you have these slingshots. They could solve one of our largest issues.
I said, we'll have to find a better test range. I can't bomb the pasture where my cows and horses graze. Charlie rubbed his chin.
I have the perfect place to test the artillery. We have some major issues with a gang in South Nashville. I think the locals call it Antioch. How soon can we take one of these up there and test it out on our mutual enemy up there?
I said, I don't think we have the time. The next generation slingshot isn't ready. We need to head south to find one of your soldiers and one of our ladies the raiders kidnapped. Charlie said,
What if we haul this one up there and get it ready to shoot this afternoon and use it to blast the bastards before we send the troops in before dark? I have some bombs already made up and can fix something to ignite the gasoline bombs very quickly.
Okay, but give us an hour to brace the uprights so they don't break and kill someone. Then Charlie said,
Hey, do you have any single women like yours?
I said, none like mine, but we do have some lovely ladies around the camp. In fact, the lady who was kidnapped would be perfect for you. That gives us another reason to find her.
That's great, because I'm assigned to your group for quite some time.
Missy asked a rather astute question.
Charlie, your group controlled Fort Campbell after the fall, didn't you?
Yes. What's your real question?
What happened to the howitzers and cannons?
Charlie laughed.
It's really not funny, but in the fort commander's wisdom, he decided to protect the artillery and ammunition from falling into rogue hands. He placed all of the artillery and ammo in the center of the fort. We were attacked, and one little bullet hit a 105 HE shell and blew the whole damn warehouse full of ammo to smithereens. The explosion set the other warehouses on fire, and we lost most of our equipment and supplies.
Chapter 20. The Walker Farm, Walter Hill, Tennessee. I took Charlie to Mom's deck for lunch with our resistance team. Of course, we didn't tell him about the group's goals, and spent the time filling him in on our exploits. He told us his story, what started on the night the lights went out. He was on a small commuter plane when the propellers stopped turning. The pilot was able to land the aircraft on Highway 109, north of Lebanon, without crashing. His girlfriend and her parents were on the plane with him, and they walked into Lebanon and spent the night in a barn. First couple of days were just seeking food and finding a safe place to survive the collapse. Charlie knew what was coming. His girlfriend's father didn't believe the situation was that bad, and had almost gotten him killed. He'd left the barn and asked a gang member for help. Several gangbangers joined the conversation and forced his girlfriend's father to take them to his family. Charlie saw them coming and told his girlfriend and her mom to follow him to safety. Her mom wouldn't leave her husband, and his girlfriend wouldn't leave her mom and dad. Even though Charlie knew he didn't have a chance, he picked up a pipe and met the thugs on the way into the barn. Charlie crushed the skull of the first man and broke the arms of the next one. The remaining two started shooting and killed her dad and mom before Charlie could kill them. He disarmed them and beat them to a pulp. With no one left to fight, Charlie turned to his girlfriend and found she'd been hit by a stray bullet, and she died in his arms. He started drinking that evening and woke up in the FEMA camp in Kentucky, where he met John Long. Since then, he'd been fighting the gangs and raiders with John's soldiers. Mom looked at Charlie in awe.
That's one hell of a story of survival. I'm afraid we'll all have more suffering before this disaster is over.
Maria waited for a few minutes and said,
Jason tells us that we're going to attack a gang up in Antioch this evening. Do you have enough firepower to make this happen? We've heard there are some large gangs up that way.
Charlie said, Don't worry, little lady. The General's men are up to the task. I have to admit I was a bit worried until I saw that overgrown slingshot. It'll give us an edge.
Maria gritted her teeth, and her fists were clenched.
I'm not your little lady, and you'd better be worried. From what we hear, the General has very few battle-tested men and women.
Charlie took another look at Maria and saw her tats on her arms.
Did you serve?
Still serving. Jason, Corporal John Long and I were on the last flight out of Iceland, and one of the last flights from Europe. We fought together from Afghanistan to England, she said.
Oh, shit! You're that feisty Latin beauty that the General talks about all the time.
Maria forgot who was around the table and said,
If John had spent as much time soldiering as he did trying to get in my pants, he would have been a great soldier instead of a screw-up.
Mom laughed and didn't chastise Maria.
Charlie, do you think you can help us improve our ability to kill the enemy faster and more thoroughly?
Mom's question surprised Charlie as he watched Mom serve lunch.
Ma'am, your crew has a jump on the rest of us on how to deliver explosives to the enemy. I can deliver the explosives to you to drop on the bastards.
Mom smiled.
Good. I like dead bastards.
I said, Charlie, shouldn't we be on our way to Antioch?
Yes, just waiting on my guys to hitch up the trailer with the slingshot and fill the ammo jugs with gasoline. Maria, why don't you join us?
Mom saw that Maria wanted to go, so she said,
Maria's in charge of our defenses here. Could you leave a sergeant and a couple of men to help protect us while she's gone?
Yes, that's a good idea. I'd like Maria and Jason to see how we handle these people who've been attacking our farmers in Laverne and Smyrna.
I said, I've asked Mark, Father James, Alex, and Ross to load up some maintenance supplies, just in case we need to fix a slingshot. They and a couple of my people will join us. Cat and Michelle, you'll come with Billy and me. Ross, stay here and watch over the farm. Let's roll. Antioch, Tennessee. 90 minutes later, we arrived where Highway 24 crossed Bell Road and took the first Bell Road exit. We started hearing sporadic gunfire coming from the northeast when Charlie said,
George, drive on up to Hickory Hollow Pike and stop.
Charlie pulled a small walkie-talkie from his pocket and keyed the mic.
Bravo 1, this is Dragon 1. Sit rep.
Bravo 2 and 3 have fallen back as planned, and the gang thinks they have routed us. They are around the building with the blue metal roof. Our men are in the first building east of their location. You're clear to fire. I'll call if the situation changes.
Charlie turned to us and said,
Get the Dragon ready to belt some fire.
I said, Cat, keep Max in the Humvee. I don't think you want to see this. Cat reluctantly got back in the vehicle as I told her, but didn't stay there long. We aimed the back of the trailer to the target, and Charlie handed Mark a gasoline-filled jug. Mark asked,
Is that a fuse?
Charlie lit the fuse and said,
It's about 450 feet to the building. Get ready to lob this one dead center, and the next 8 are to be shot long and wide by 25 feet each way. Let's shoot and keep shooting until my forward observer says to stop. We want to blanket the area. No one survives to give away our new weapon.
Mark had drawn the jug back to the mark on the yardstick for 450 feet and yanked the lanyard. Charlie handed him another jug, lit the fuse, and Mark launched the second. The jugs took off with the fuse sputtering. Then, the first jug hit the back side of the building on the roof, which burst in flames. Mark saw the fire leap skyward and froze for a few seconds. He was in awe that his slingshot had actually worked, but was horrified when he thought about burning people alive. The second jug was the short one and hit in the parking lot a few feet from the front door. Again, the jug shattered with gas spewing everywhere. There was a small explosion as the vaporized gas ignited, which shattered the building's windows.
Charlie said,
"Mark, wake up. Yes, it's terrible. But please remember what these thugs would do to your mom and girlfriend if they captured them."
I watched through my binoculars and could see the enemy troops running from the first blast, only to be covered in burning gas. There were dozens of men and women trying to flee the burning building and parking lot. I could see their burning clothes and mouths open to scream, but I was too far away to hear them. 3 more jugs were launched before Charlie handed Mark a jug with a fuse and a blasting cap attached.
"I'll light it as soon as you have it ready. We'll have to try a couple before we can get an air burst. Aim for 500 feet.
The first jug blew up 100 feet from the target and was close enough to the general's men to push them back toward us. The second and third jugs were on target and rained burning napalm down on about a dozen of the enemy hiding behind cars. I yelled,
"You made napalm! We wanted to make some for our new slingshot."
Charlie smiled. "I have a few more tricks up my sleeves." At any one time, there were 3 jugs in the air, and Charlie's troops fed them more jugs from the back of a pickup. Charlie yelled,
"Now, some HE!"
The man handed Charlie a thing that looked like a pipe bomb. Mark placed it in the leather pocket while Charlie lit the fuse. The pipe tumbled end over end and didn't go as far as the jugs. It exploded at the front door of the building and blew down half of the front wall. Mark added 100 feet to his guess on distance, and Charlie loaded another pipe bomb into the device. Mark yanked the lanyard 5 more times, shooting more of the bombs over to the building. The first one hit the ground behind the building and exploded, throwing 2 cars tumbling across the parking lot. We increased the range and finished off the remaining raiders who were trying to flee north. We stopped lobbing pipe bombs, and Charlie gave his troops orders.
"Sweep the area for survivors and kill them. Men, gather any weapons and ammo that aren't burned all to hell."
Max lay at his human's feet while the thing made all the noise, and the other humans cheered. He'd almost fallen asleep when the wind picked up, and he caught the smell of an unknown human. Max stood up, snuck around the trailer, and scanned the side of the road for danger. He saw some weeds move and then saw a glint of light coming from the grass. Max barked loudly, leaped over the guardrail, and ran down the drainage ditch. By staying in the ditch, the man couldn't see Max advancing to the man's position. Max came up behind the man and soared to the man's throat with his mighty jaws. Max sank his teeth deep into the man when suddenly there was an explosion of fire and Max rolled down the hill with his fur singed. Before Max stopped rolling, there was an explosion about 100 feet past his human. Max saw his human was still standing and ran up the hill to him. The attacker's throat had been ripped open, and he had bled to death. Max stopped beside Jason and licked the blood from his lips. I heard the bark and saw Max take off down the ditch. I looked for any danger as the slingshot kept lobbing hell down on the raiders. I heard a whoosh above his head and turned to see the RPG slam into the side of a building. I knew Max had saved them from certain death, even though I still didn't see the dead man. Max ran to my side. "Good boy. You saved us." The others saw the explosion, but didn't know how close to death they'd been. Charlie's men cleared the area and confirmed that all the combatants were dead. We drove over to the target building, and even I was horrified at the carnage. Kat walked around, pointing out what she called crispy critters, but Mark and Father James vomited, and I had to try to keep from hurling my lunch. Men and women were burned beyond recognition. The area smelled like a burned pork roast, and the building and several cars were still on fire. I had to give myself a mental pep talk to justify this slaughter. I'd always convinced myself that I was killing the enemy of my country before, but now I was killing criminals who would slit my throat and do unspeakable things to Kat and the other women. It had to be done, whether it was a bullet, knife, or fire. We wouldn't let the animals take over the world and make it unfit for regular God-fearing people. Charlie gathered my people together.
"Look, we all know this was a terrible way to die. These people were killing or enslaving the local people. It was kill or be killed. We killed them."
Father James said,
"I know this has to be done, but I won't help with making any more weapons of war."
The ride back to the farm was silent. Max lay across my lap and tried to make me feel better. Even he knew I was sad and feeling bad. Kat put her head on my shoulder and didn't say anything. I kept my thoughts to myself until we jumped out of the Humvees in our driveway. I said, I want everyone to put a smile on their face and celebrate this major victory. Father, you can do what you want. But there are now about 70 less rapists, criminals, and thugs in this world. It doesn't matter how we killed them. It only matters that we did kill them, and have hundreds more to kill before this is over. We have to get better at killing, or we will be killed. I don't want to lose any more of our people. Not one. Everyone agreed, but all had frowns. I must add that during the attack on the enemy, Max saved our lives by stopping a raider from shooting an RPG into our group. We owe Max our lives. Charlie added, while we were busy lobbing fire down on the bastards' heads, one man slipped through our guards with an RPG. Max is now my hero. I had planned to lead a mission to seek out and destroy the raiders' forward base over toward Las Casas the next morning, after we'd torched the invaders up in Antioch, but the slingshot wasn't ready. Ross and Rick had worked through the night to have it operating on time, but had some last-minute hitches to fix. They had a crew busy cutting the pieces to fabricate 2 more of the monster slingshots, so we could trade them to the General's men for ammo and other items we needed at the farm. Mom invited Charlie to breakfast, along with the resistance team. I'd asked everyone to avoid talking about the burned enemy and the devastation we rained down on the gang. It was okay to talk about our upcoming mission, but no crispy critter talk. The group was uncharacteristically quiet that morning, until Mark said, I don't care what people think. Killing those creeps before they kidnap or kill any more of our people was a good thing. Kat got up and hugged Mark from behind. Mark's right. You all know I was attacked by some evil men early on, after the lights went out. I'd kill every one of the bastards. And I don't care if they died in agony. I banged my spoon on my glass. Of course, Mark and Kat are right about killing them. The only problem is that we can't bomb them from 30,000 feet or 15 miles away with artillery. The ancient weapons make the killing very personal. I've killed hundreds of the enemy with my rifle or knife, but never more than a couple at a time. Killing 75 in a few minutes made me sick. I don't want our young folks exposed to this mass killing. Missy said, That ship has sailed, Jason. We've all lived through constant attacks by thugs and raiders. We've all killed to survive. Hell, we survived that psychopath who tracked Billy to the farm. He butchered several of our loved ones, and even killed our dog, Tina. The best we can hope for is killing every asshat now, and saving our unborn children from this nightmare. I say kill them all now, and save our future generations. Stab, shoot, or burn them all. Missy's speech woke us up to reality, and we all clapped. Charlie gave her a pat on the back and said, We need strong women like Missy and the others around this table in the General's group to survive. This war will take a generation to win. Father James had walked up just before Missy had spoken. He listened, and he found new resolve to protect his flock. Everyone, I was sickened by the horrendous scene yesterday and swore I'd never help make that happen again. That was probably the right thing to do as a priest. However, it won't keep my flock alive. From now on, I'll help design and fabricate weapons, but won't kill anyone myself. I will also train others to make the weapons so I won't have to, unless it's an emergency. Missy is right. We have to end this madness before the next generation is old enough to know this horror. Chapter 21. Highway 41, south of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. The home was one of those cheaply built 3D structures with 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and an attached two-car garage that was built in the mid-2020s. The mixture of wood pulp and plastic made for a very durable structure, but it just didn't look right to the eye. There were no crisp, sharp lines. Every corner was rounded, since the walls were a continuous print. There was no outline of bricks or siding. The contractor had added a brick-like texture by rolling red-hot rollers over the outside, thus burning a pattern into the brick. The house yelled, "I'm a cheap 3D printed home," to all who saw it. Karen helped John through the door to the home and then helped him sit on the couch.
"I'm going to search the home and then the garage. Please sit and rest."
John gazed at Karen and felt a longing for her company. He missed her when she wasn't by his side and wanted to be with her forever. He had fallen in love with the tough but gentle woman who had saved his life more than once. John was a bit confused because he'd never felt love before. Lust, he knew very well, and knew he'd let it get the best of him on several occasions. He wanted Karen to like him more than he wanted to have sex with her. This was new to John. This was the fourth home they had entered that morning. Karen was surprised the house hadn't been ransacked, but was then surprised there was very little food in the home. The cupboards were practically bare. 2 boxes of cereal, a jar of peanut butter, and a dozen cans of soup were all she found. There was a 6-pack of beer and 2 bottles of wine in the refrigerator, but she hid them from John. He was flirting enough without alcohol. She didn't want to have to hurt the only friend she had. The master bedroom had plenty of clothes that would fit her, but none looked large enough for John. Karen opened one of the nightstands and grinned. There lay a Celtic P11 9mm and 2 full magazines. She tucked the 9mm into her gun belt and covered the weapon with her shirt. The 2 mags went into her back pocket. Karen opened the walk-in closet door and found some clean jeans, panties, shirts, and some hiking boots. She grabbed what she needed and turned to see a 12-gauge pump shotgun in the corner. It had a bandolier with 16 shells. Karen dropped the clothes, picked up the shotgun, and jacked the shell into the chamber. She held it with her right hand and made a fist pump with her left hand. A noise caught her attention. It was a thumping sound coming down the hallway. She heard a thump outside the bedroom door and dropped behind the bed with the shotgun aimed at the doorway. She saw a leg in the doorway and heard, "Karen, I found—" John stopped talking when he saw the shotgun aimed at his chest. His eyes grew large, and he didn't blink. He said, "You wouldn't shoot a crippled man just for trying to charm you, would you?" Karen saw John had found a crutch and lowered the shotgun.
"I see you found a crutch,"
he said. "I see you found a shotgun and some very sexy panties."
"I found clothes to wear. Mine stink and are covered in dirt. You don't smell so good yourself. I'll lay some clothes out on the bed, and you can change into them the best you can."
John flirted again. "It would be much quicker if you helped me change my clothes." Karen frowned. She liked John, but this was more than enough.
"John, you seem like a good man, but you don't know when to stop with the flirting. That might work on young ladies or ditzy women, but it turns me off. Just try to be yourself and not a lady killer, and we'll get along much better."
John's face turned red. He worked himself onto the bed. "Please, just help me take my shoes off and put them back on later." Karen untied his boots.
"I'm going out to the garage to see if I can find some transportation. Here, take the shotgun."
John said, "No, you need it more than I do. I have the M4. Karen lifted her shirt and handed the 9mm to John.
"The M4 only has 4 to 5 bullets. I'll take the shotgun. You take the pistol."
The attached garage told the rest of the story about why the home was so bare. There was a realtor's sold sign leaning against a pile of furniture, unopened boxes, and sporting goods. The people had obviously just started moving into the house. Karen saw a couple of backpacks, some walking sticks, and bicycles. Her eyes lit up, seeing the bikes, but she knew John couldn't ride. The unopened boxes were soon opened, and the contents strewn around the garage. There were a lot of things she wanted, but nothing she needed. Karen left the garage and walked to the door to the outside. She slowly opened the door and checked for any dangers before moving on to the pole barn. She glanced up and saw a sign over the middle garage door. Red's Welding and Auto Repair. The building was 30 feet wide by 60 feet long. The sides were tan with a dark green roof like most pole barns in the South. The door wasn't locked, so Karen entered cautiously, with the shotgun barrel leading the way. It took a minute for her eyes to adjust when something hit her chest, almost knocking her to the ground. She grabbed the furry object and held it at arm's length with one hand. A black house cat had scared 8 of her 9 lives to death. She held the cat to her breast and stroked its fur. Karen's eyes had adjusted to the dimly lit garage. She unlocked one of the overhead doors and opened it to let some light into the dark room. She turned away from the door and grinned like a boy at Christmas with a new BB gun. There was a machine shop at the front of the garage, but both sides were lined with cars and trucks. These weren't new 2038 cars and trucks, but much older. Some were very old. Karen didn't know cars, but she'd seen some documentaries about old car manufacturing and recognized the 1957 Thunderbird, the 1960-something Corvette, and the Model T. This was an automobile restoration shop. The only new vehicle in the shop was a 2032 F-150 Raptor that had a body wrap with a T-Rex on its side. It also had a sign on the doors advertising the shop's work. This was a fancy shop truck. The rest must have been the clients' cars. There were 5 work bays per side, and all but one contained a vehicle. Karen walked down the right side and wanted so desperately to find a running vehicle. The engines were out of most of the cars. A couple of the bodies were on a rotisserie frame, so the body could be turned to make repairs much more accessible. An old Ford truck was all there, but the steering wheel lay on the front seat. Karen's heart felt heavy as she thought about walking home again. She glanced around the shop and saw there was an overhead door at the far end of the building. She raised the door only to see a pitch-black room. Karen went to one of the mechanic's bays and found a working flashlight. She walked back to the dark cavern and turned the flashlight on to see a large showroom with 6 cars. These were the oldest cars in the building. All but one of the cars was raised off the floor on jacks. The old Model T pickup truck sat in the middle of the showroom and looked like it had just come off the assembly line. Karen wondered if John knew anything about old cars. John struggled but was able to change clothes through the pain. By the time he finished, his butt and head throbbed. He experienced extreme pain when he bent to tie his shoes. He bore the pain and got the job done. Now, finished dressing, he was worried that Karen had been gone too long. He hadn't worried about anyone but himself in his entire life. John was anxious about Karen's safety and forced himself to walk one painful step at a time to the garage. She wasn't there, so he walked on to the pole barn and entered the door. John saw the shop with all of the cars and cheered up, thinking one might take them home. He saw movement about halfway down the right side of the shop. His body tingled, and the hair on his neck stood up when the person's actions alarmed him. The dark figure was stalking a person walking in his direction. John raised the crutch to avoid the bumping sound and ran to the dark-clad person. Karen didn't see the stalker, but saw John running at her. Her mind went wild as she drew her pistol to protect herself. Just before she moved her finger to the trigger, she saw a person step out from behind a vehicle with a spear-like weapon. John crashed into the attacker before the person could stab Karen. There was a crash of bodies, and John fell on top of the much smaller figure. Karen heard,
"Don't hurt me! You can have the cars! Please let me go!"
Karen shined the flashlight on the person and saw a young man under John. John had his arm around the man's neck, and the guy gasped for breath. Karen pointed her pistol at the man.
"John, let him up. Mister, If you try anything, you will be dead before you take a step.
John allowed the guy to stand up, and Karen searched him after kicking the spear away.
Now, help my friend to his feet. John, that was very brave of you to save me from this thug.
They got John to his feet when the young man said,
I'm not a thug. You broke into my dad's home and garage to steal a car. You are the thugs.
Karen said,
Sorry. But how do we know this is your dad's place? Here's my driver's license. Check my address, and you'll see I live here with my dad.
Karen looked at the address, and sure enough, it matched the street. She asked,
Where is your dad? We need help.
Karen could now see the boy was in his late teens or maybe early 20s. He had tears in his eyes.
Dad left to go on a fishing trip with his buddies the day before the war started. He never came back. My dad is a great outdoorsman and would be here by now if he wasn't dead. My name is Karen, and this is John. We were kidnapped by some bad people and need a car to get back to Walter Hill. The bad people shot John, and he can't walk. Do any of these cars run? Why should I help you? You'll just take my car and leave me here to fend for myself.
John said, Why don't you come with us? I'm sure you'll be safer with one of our groups. Karen's community also has some young ladies that'll be glad to see you. The man was a bit scared.
I've been getting along very well on my own.
Karen checked the man out and said,
You've lost 20 pounds since the shit hit the fan, and are scared to death the raiders will find you. You've had some friends killed or disappear, and you can't sleep at night. Come with us, where you can get a good night's sleep and be safe.
The young man said,
Did you all see any of the tigers?
Karen frowned.
No, but we killed several lions over the past several weeks. I'm Bobby Jones, and I want to come with you. Only the Model T pickup runs. It won't go very fast, and we'll have to avoid potholes.
John shook Bobby's hand and said, Gather your belongings and load them in the bed. I plan to leave tonight to avoid as many people as possible. Do you know a shortcut to Walter Hill? We can't go through Murfreesboro.
I know how to get there on the back roads. I buy parts for my car from a guy who lives just north of Walter Hill on Lebanon Highway. I don't have much, but I've got some food and a couple of guns.
Karen and Bobby helped John back to the couch, where Karen had to hold pressure on John's wounds again to stop the bleeding. John opened his mouth to say thanks when Karen said,
Don't make a wisecrack about me playing with your ass, or I'll hit you where it hurts.
John chose his words carefully. I was only going to thank you for doctoring me. I would be dead without you, and I know it. Thanks. Karen held her hand pressed against the wound for much longer than was needed as she tried to make up her mind about John. Since she chastised him for flirting so much, he'd behaved himself. It was much better to be around now. She found herself attracted to him and felt a strong magnetic force drawing her to him. She kept the pressure on the wound until she fell asleep, with her head on his back. The sky was clear without any clouds, and the stars twinkled with unbelievable clarity above them. There was only the faint light of a candle or campfire every now and then, to remind Karen there were still people left on the earth. The night was warm, but not too humid in Middle Tennessee for that time of the year. Summer was just around the corner. There were no sounds of modern society in the air, but it wasn't silent. Sounds of tree frogs, crickets, and the screech of an occasional owl filled the night air. The cab of the 112-year-old pickup was very narrow compared to modern trucks. The three of them could barely fit in the truck, and Karen was plastered to John's left side since she was in the middle. Bobby drove while John and Karen kept watching for anything dangerous. Karen knew John was miserable sitting in the cab, but the bed was full of their supplies and Bobby's things.
John, I know this is uncomfortable for you. Maybe I could try to fit in the bed with the cargo to give you more room.
John chuckled. "No, I'm fine. You would be miserable back there. I can stand this as long as you can." Karen missed his meaning.
John, I'm fairly comfortable, and not in pain like you are.
John said, "I'll be okay. I like having my nurse beside me to take care of me." Karen realized John wanted her against him, and probably felt about her as she felt about him. She yawned, and her head bobbed. John said, "I wish you could lay your head on my shoulder and sleep, but we both need to stay vigilant. This bucket of bolts hasn't got enough power to get out of its own way, much less outrun another vehicle." The engine turned faster, and the vehicle picked up speed, as if it had heard John's last words. Bobby said,
You know this Tin Lizzie is the only thing keeping you from walking back to Walter Hill.
John said, "Keep driving. I'll watch the complaints. You're doing the best you can under the circumstances." John moved his arm off the top of the seat and placed it on top of Karen's shoulder. Karen didn't say anything, and they drove on into the dark. The roads had numerous twists and turns as they snaked their way north to Walter Hill. Bobby was surprised by a few of the turns, and the motion threw Karen against John. John wrapped his arm around Karen and held her tight against him. She slid her arm behind him and held his side. Both had smiles on their faces, and the little truck chugged on through the night. Karen didn't want to like this man so much, but couldn't help herself. The old pickup hit something and bounced in the air. Bobby slammed the almost useless brake pedal to the floor and slowed the vehicle. Then, before they came to a halt, something hit the ragtop over their head and screamed an unearthly yell. Karen pushed the button on the flashlight only to see the outline of a dark object with long white teeth in the dark. She drew her pistol and took a shot at the beast. Another black cat took a swipe at Bobby from above, narrowly missing his face. John drew his pistol, swung it across Karen's front, and shot twice as fast as he could. He yelled, "Floor it, Bobby! We've got panthers after us!" The truck picked up speed, and their pistols belched fire through the night as the big cats tried to catch their prey. The old truck finally pulled away from the cats and turned a sharp corner at full speed. There ahead was a roadblock. John recognized the sergeant in charge, thanks to the light from the fire in the 55-gallon drum. "Don't shoot! I'm a soldier with the general's group." John got out of the truck and walked to the sergeant with his hands held high. John spoke softly. "Don't address me as general. Treat me like your other soldiers and take us to the Walter Hill folks' farm. You'll get credit for saving me if you play along."
"Yes, sir."
The sergeant saluted. John said, "Son, you don't salute a regular soldier."
"Yes, sir."
John then said, "Thanks. We'll follow you to the Walker farm." John hobbled back to the truck. "They're the general's men, and will take us to your home. Karen, you'll sleep in your bed tonight. Do you think I could stay with you until I can walk a bit better?" Karen said,
"Surely, the General has better medical facilities than we do."
John said, "I've tried not to flirt with you, so don't take this the wrong way. The General's hospital doesn't have a nurse like you. I'm kind of fond of how you've treated my wounds." Karen squeezed his side and laid her head on his shoulder. She felt safe with John. John was nervous and wanted to make sure he told Karen that he was the general before Maria or Jason squealed on him. He pushed his head against hers enough to wake her. "Darling, I need to tell you that I'm—" Suddenly, lights surrounded the vehicles, but the commotion ended without gunfire. Then Karen heard my voice.
"Ain't y'all out here a bit late?"
The sergeant said,
"We're escorting one of your people and one of our wounded to you to tend to tonight. I hope it's not too inconvenient."
Billy, Ross, two of the ladies, and I had lowered our barrels when Ross said,
"It's Karen in the truck."
Karen practically climbed over John to get out to her friends. They mobbed her and asked where she'd been for the past few days. Karen was about to speak when John came up behind her and said, "This beautiful lady saved my life several times and has been nursing me since the fight up on that hill over there."
Bobby looked on as Karen placed her arm around John to help steady him when I said, "Well, well, well. One of my people saved your sorry ass. Sounds just like over in Europe." I extended my hand. "My friends, this poor excuse for a human being is the general we've all been cussing and discussing." Karen's arm snapped to her side.
You're that asshole general. Why didn't you tell me? You lying son of a bitch,
she said as she walked away. Maria and Jan had walked up while I spoke. Karen stormed past them. Maria said,
"So, John, nothing's changed. You still piss off women better than anyone else I know."
The general ran after Karen, while the others' jaws dropped. Chapter 22. The Walker Farm, Walter Hill, Tennessee. Missy and Chrissy saw their mom walking in their direction and screamed in delight as they jumped on her. They didn't notice the general behind her. I could see him go to the barn when the girls mobbed their mom. He stood patiently, waiting for his chance to talk with her. Charlie had watched the general run behind the woman and shook his head as I walked up behind him. "Charlie, the general has fallen for our Karen. She's the one I'd hoped to introduce you to when she was rescued." Charlie replied,
"Since I don't want my throat slit in the middle of the night, you'd better introduce me to one of your other ladies. As a matter of fact, who's the lady in the pasture practicing with the bow?"
I scanned the pasture and saw Kira, placing arrow after arrow in the bullseye. "That's Kira. She's a bit young for you. She joined us a couple of months ago and was on her high school archery team. She's never been married and isn't attached at the moment." Charlie said,
"Who's the lady who just joined her?"
"That's Marge. She's more your age, and a divorced cop from somewhere north of here. She's not attached either. Hell, 80% of our women aren't attached." I saw Mom walking toward Kira and saw Charlie watching her with a grin on his face. "Oh, hell no. You know that's Jan, my mom. She's closer to your age, but would never be interested in you." Charlie said,
"Maybe. Maybe not."
I punched him on the arm and saw the walkie-talkie on his belt. "Y'all got any more walkie-talkies? We really need a couple."
"Damn, I meant to give you half a dozen of them last trip. Here, take this one, and I'll get another from one of the men."
I left Charlie standing by the barn lusting after our women, and felt he was just yanking my chain about Mom. I stayed near Karen's trailer to make sure John didn't bother her. John saw me and came to me. "Jason, I know we've never been friends, but I genuinely want, I need your group to join us. Together we can make this area safe again for people like Karen and her kids." I was skeptical. "And you get to be our king and rule over the peasants?" John looked down at his feet. "That was my intention when I left the FEMA camp with over 200 soldiers. I lost half to the raiders when I didn't prepare my men for war. The next ones left because I was a bully and a jerk to them. Soldiers like Miller and Charlie helped me realize I was in over my head and needed help. I spent the last several months trying to make up for my mistakes. I really do need you and your people. My men can fight and protect the area with some of the local groups' help, but we can't farm and guard the area full time. We need an entire community of farmers, storekeepers, and soldiers." John seemed to have changed. I needed time to process this new information about John, so I changed the subject. "I see you like Karen. She must like you too to be so mad at you. What's the scoop?" John filled me in on what had happened and how brave Karen had been. He told me she'd saved his ass several times, and how he'd grown close to her, and she to him. John ended with, "I just started to tell her who I was when you jumped out of the bushes and screwed up me telling her." I saw the sorrow in his eyes and said, "I'll get Karen to talk with you when she visits with her daughters
and calms down. Thanks, Jason. That's all I ask. I need to get back to my headquarters before there's a coup, and I get replaced. I said, John, we're joining your group, and you'd better keep your word. John said, I promise I'll keep my word. I know that might not carry much weight now, but it will, over time. I said, we'll see. Can we take the wooden slingshot with us, so my guys can use it to help us make more like it? Of course, I replied. John walked away and motioned for Charlie to join him. Several of the soldiers joined them in 2 Humvees, and they left. As soon as they were gone, Karen opened the door and yelled at me to come to her. She hugged me and sat down on the small porch.
Jason, I'm glad to be back. It was terrible. If we hadn't escaped from the gang, well, I don't know. But I can imagine my fate.
I went out on a limb to say, John filled me in on some of your exploits. He said you were a hero and saved his life several times.
I guess he told you about me having my hand on his ass for several hours?
My face got hot. Do what? No. Why would he make you hold your hand on his ass? Karen laughed.
No. He was shot in the butt, and I had to keep the pressure on his wounds. He kidded me about getting fresh with him.
I said, you like him, don't you?
I did, until I found out he'd lied to me.
I asked, what'd he lie about?
He didn't tell me he was the asshole general. That's one, and I'll think of another in a minute. The gall of him to get me liking him and then turn out to be the damn general?
I could tell she was about to cry and pulled her in my arms. Karen, John isn't the man Maria and I knew back in the Army. He really likes you, and it's killing him that you're mad at him. Could you at least talk with him when he comes back?
Maybe.
I said, thanks. Changing the subject, I said, what's Bobby's story? Do you feel comfortable with him around the girls? Karen said,
he seems to be a good boy, and I like him. We'll keep an eye on him. I've asked the girls not to get too close to him until we know more about him. Billy will add him into the farming group and see what he's made of.
I filled Kat and Mom in on what happened to John and Karen, and let them know John and Karen had grown fond of each other. Mom said,
Honey, if you think John has changed, please help him and Karen get together. Being lonely these days is a horrible thing. Everyone needs someone to love and care for.
I hadn't thought of my mom needing anyone besides my dad, but realized even your parents can be lonely. Mom, this world is really screwed up and won't get back to normal anytime soon. If you meet someone you like, go for it. Everyone needs someone, and you're no exception. Dad would want you to move on with your life. Mom gave me a hug and said,
Thanks for the talk, son.
And left the room to go tend to her gardens. Kat said,
That was very good of you to release her from any guilt. Mom needs to find a good man, like I did.
Well, I did my duty with the mushy stuff. And now back to the fighting, killing, and surviving stuff. Max and I went out to the barn and found Father James testing the new slingshot. This one looked similar, but it was constructed from steel with everything welded solidly together. The trailer winch had been replaced with a motorized winch. The jugs or other projectiles were placed on a long slide that kept the projectile from falling out of the pocket. It also yielded more accuracy by ensuring a consistent pullback. The bombs were fed down to the sling and leather pocket by a rack that could hold 6 jugs or a dozen pipe bombs. There was a scale scribed into a long piece of angle iron with labels for the various distances. The frame was welded to a landscaping trailer with a steel bed. The slingshot was at the back end of the 16-foot trailer to give plenty of room to draw the pocket back for more distance. I didn't understand the layout,
"Why is the fork at the end of the trailer instead of the middle?" Father James replied, "We were only getting 700 feet with an 8-pound bomb. There was a toy on the market that could launch a water balloon 900 feet many years ago. We lengthened the main rubber tubes and added 2 more lengths to the longer bands at half length and 3/4 length. We think the short, powerful bands will help accelerate the jugs faster and give us more distance. We can also crank the sucker back almost 12 feet now, so just that should add distance. Just pray the rubbers don't break." I quipped, "I always pray my rubbers don't break." I said it with a straight face, and it sailed over his head. The rest of the crew, including Missy, almost choked at my misdirected joke. I was happy that Mom wasn't around to smack me on the back of the head. Billy said,
Father, let's move along and try this magnificent rock chucker. Please show us what it will do.
Father James said, "Mark and Missy will do the honors. Please, set it up with a mixture of jugs and pipe bombs, and let her rip." Mark turned the slingshot to the right about 15 degrees and said,
This is as far as we can swing the slingshot. We'll move the trailer to aim more to the left or right. Do you see that 2038 Cadillac Escalade, about 1,000 yards out?
Mark loaded and aimed the slingshot while Missy held the button down to draw the pocket containing the water-filled jug back. She stopped at about 2/3 of the possible travel and yelled,
Ready!
Mark yelled,
Fire!
and pulled the lanyard, releasing the jug to fly down range. The trailer bucked a bit, and the jug whooshed through the air and hit within 10 feet of the SUV. Before the jug hit, they had loaded and fired another jug and a pipe bomb before ceasing fire. The jug sailed over the SUV by 20 feet, but the pipe bomb smashed the window and stopped inside the car. I was amazed at the accuracy of the different projectiles.
How did you adjust so quickly for the 2 different bombs?
Mark beamed.
Missy and I have shot the darn thing 100 times, and have used the data to make an extra scale for the pipe bombs, and overlaid it on the jug scale. The jug scale is in red print, and the pipe bomb scale is in white print, for the distance and elevation.
I looked over to the barn and saw a truck pulling another slingshot to the testing range. "How many of these have you made?" Father James said, "2 for us, and Sergeant Miller gets the next 2. Then we stop and gather more raw materials while you, field test these death machines. After you give feedback, we'll make updates and improvements to them. We're also making several small mortars that can lob the same projectiles 100 to 300 feet. This will allow you to lob bombs over buildings and other obstacles. Mark has a project to make a slingshot mortar that would save gunpowder. Don't know if either will work, but they're worth a try." While I checked out our fledgling weapons factory, Mom, Kira, and Kat prepared a feast to welcome Karen back. I asked the sergeant in charge of the troop stationed with us to contact Miller and invite him, Charlie, and the general to our celebration. He radioed their headquarters and told me that all of them were tied up in meetings. I hope John survived any coup attempt, because the devil you know is usually better than the one you don't. About an hour later, the sergeant ran up to me and said they had to leave and didn't know when they'd be back. I knew the shit had to be hitting the fan for Miller to pull them back, and wished them well. I joined the feast in honor of Karen and forgot about the general, coups, and the apocalypse for a couple of hours. Homemade wine flowed, and Kat and I went for a walk in the moonlight. Chapter 23. Smyrna Golf Course Clubhouse, Smyrna, Tennessee. John Long jumped out of the Humvee, ignoring the pain, and returned the salute from Staff Sergeant Miller and Major Tidwell. "Where is Colonel Griggs?" Major Tidwell replied, "Sir, when he saw you in the Humvee, he spoke to his men, and they left, heading toward Nashville." John had a puzzled look. "I know he's not my biggest supporter, but has he gone AWOL?" Sergeant Miller interrupted.
Sir, I just learned that he had been working with the Raiders, and was responsible for giving them information that led to the attack on you and the squad guarding you.
John asked. "How did you find out about this information?" Miller said,
"One of my trusted men came to me and said that Griggs tried to get the men to revolt and make him their new leader. My guy captured Captain Beasley and brought him to me an hour ago. It took some persuasion, but he finally broke and gave us Griggs's plan. Apparently, Griggs had been with the raiders all along and just stayed with us to smuggle arms and ammunition to them."
John slammed his fist on the doorway. "Damn! This complicates things." "Did he know about Walker's slingshot?" Tidwell replied,
"Honestly, we don't know."
Charlie had been in the background.
"General, I don't see how they could, since we purposefully kept the men guarding the slingshot away from the rest of the troops."
Miller said,
"But our troops on the ground who had been in the fight with the gang saw firebombs rain hell on the gang. Are any of them missing?"
John said, "I want the answer to that question now. Charlie, you need to take a couple of squads to the Walker compound now to help protect them, in case Griggs tries to steal the weapon." Tidwell said,
"But you brought the slingshot weapon back here. If they know about it, won't they attack us to get it? Or destroy it?"
John said, "They don't know it's here. That's what I'm afraid of now. And they think the Walker clan has the weapon." Chapter 24. The Walker Farm, Walter Hill, Tennessee. Kat and I left the party to walk in the moonlight. I steered her toward our guard posts so I could make sure John's and our guards were performing their duties. We checked the western and northern guards, and all was going as it should. We steered east and then south along the hillside below Sid's home. We were challenged by Mark about halfway back to the house.
"Jason, I saw some lights dancing on the trees up the hill over there."
He pointed in the direction of Sid's home.
"I swear I heard some voices, but it's been quiet for about 10 minutes. I was just going to head to the house to alert the rest of you."
"Mark, stay here and be ready to go for help if you hear any gunfire, or we're not back in half an hour." Kat and I walked in the direction Mark pointed. We tried not to make too much noise, and must have done a good job because we heard a man talking to someone.
"So, the general is back, but he was wounded, and Walker's joining the general's team. You have to get closer to Walker to get more info. Screw him if you have to get him talking."
Then Sid said,
"He hates me, and that bitch Cat would cut my throat if I tried to make love to him."
"And Griggs will cut my throat if I don't come back with more information. You had sex with him sometime to have had his son."
"Mitch, Jay isn't his son. Jay belongs to his brother Michael. I lied to make sure the bastard would take me into his camp."
"Does the boy know who his father is?"
"No. I never wanted to have anything to do with those white trash people again. I just had sex with Michael to get even with Jason for leaving me."
The man said,
"So, you can't get any more information for me?"
Sid replied,
"Baby, I love you and want to go with you tonight. Jay can stay with the Walkers. It will be just... What are you doing with the knife? No, don't!"
Sid screamed, and we charged into the clearing. The man had his boot on Sid's chest and pulled his knife from her breast. "Drop the knife or die," I said. The man whirled around to confront me, and I kicked the knife from his hand. He went for his gun, and a blast from behind me took off half his head. Kat stepped forward.
"Sorry. I didn't want him to kill Jay's father."
I looked at her and was very confused. "You just heard that I'm not his father." Kat came to me and wrapped her arms around me.
"Look, Ding-a-ling, poor Jay never had a father. And now he thinks you're his father. His worthless mother is dead. The boy is your blood. You must claim him and make him ours. He deserves a good home."
I squeezed her and said, "Kat, this is why I love you. I didn't want to lie to the boy. The truth could ruin his life. Jay is my son, and you're his new mom," Kat cautioned.
"Lay low on the new mom thing until he's ready. I'll mother him as much as he'll let me. Now let's figure out how to make this traitorous whore a hero to her son."
"Do what?"
"Now I know you're a ding-a-ling. What are you going to do? walk up and say, "Your mom had her throat slit after screwing our enemy and giving away our secrets," Kat said.
I get it. The boy should have fond memories of the bitch. Kat hit me on the chest.
Practice what I'm saying. My son and his hero mom, not the boy and the bitch.
I knew she was right, and I already liked the boy in spite of who his mom was. We trekked down the hill to Mark and said, "We'll get about 6 people to help carry a body down from the hillside." We were attacked, and Sid shot the man and saved our lives. Sid was killed during the fight, along with the attacker. Don't let Jay find out. I want to tell him myself. We practiced our story until the others showed up. I sent John's guards back to their posts, and we placed Sid's body on a stretcher and headed home. I told the concocted story along the way. Michelle whispered to me,
"Brother, the attacker didn't have his shoes or underwear on, and Sid's panties are back there on the ground. Do you want to tell me the real story about the bitch?"
I said, "Please let the boy think his lying, traitorous whore of a mother was a good person and a hero. I'll fill you in later, after I break the news to my son." Michelle said,
"Are you sure he's yours? That woman probably got knocked up in Europe."
"Michelle, he's my son, and I'm sure of it."
"Okay, Mr. Grouchy."
I ran ahead of the rest of the group and filled Mom in before we both went to Jay. Jay was in his room playing with his puppy Moose as we entered the room.
"Dad, I'm sorry. I know I should be in bed, but he looks so lonely. Can he start sleeping with me?"
"Yes, he can sleep with you. Jay, I have some bad news for you," I said, and then stopped to look into his eyes. "Your mom saved Kat and me from a bad man tonight. She was a real hero, but she was hurt during the fight and died." Jay kept playing with the puppy and said,
"Can Kat be my new mommy?"
I was surprised by this reaction. "Of course she can be your new mommy. We'll have a funeral for your mom in the morning."
"Okay,"
was all he said. Max lay beside Jay on the floor and laid his head on my son's lap. He licked his puppy and then spent the night with Jay and Moose. Max was still there in the morning when I checked on him on the way to the bathroom. I finished in the bathroom and went back to bed only to find Jay snuggled up to Kat with Moose in the middle of the bed. Kat stroked his hair and hummed a child's song. I could only guess why Jay wasn't upset by his mom's death, but I was pleased he'd latched on to Kat. They became inseparable, and Jay and Moose followed Kat everywhere. Jay loved me, but Kat was very special to him. I know I might appear to be heartless, but I'm glad Sid was now out of my son's life. I didn't want her dead, just gone. Chapter 25. Smyrna Police Station, Smyrna, Tennessee. 2 days later, Major Tidwell joined John for breakfast at their new headquarters in Smyrna. They'd set up their headquarters in the abandoned police station and used the houses in the neighborhood behind them to house the officers and enlisted men. The general's men and local people loyal to the general controlled the area for miles around Smyrna. Staff Sergeant Miller and Charlie were already seated. John greeted the major. "What do the troops have to say this morning?" Tidwell said. "The raiders have pulled out of lower Nashville, and probably all of Nashville." Miller said,
"Our officers southeast of Murfreesboro and west of Gladesville report the same. They've disappeared."
John asked, "What do you hear from the Walker clan?"
"They haven't seen any enemy activity. They reached out as far as the southern Tennessee border, and there's no sign of them. There was an incident where a woman was killed by a scavenger."
John's head snapped around. "What was the woman's name?" Miller replied,
"It was Sid. I don't know her last name, but she was one of Walker's old girlfriends, and she showed up with a child, claiming it was Walker's."
John silently thanked God, then asked his team to put a plan together.
I want the plan no later than 1100. What the hell do we do now? I think they're regrouping for a major attack. Is there any reason why I shouldn't visit the Walker community to welcome them into our group? The others looked at each other without a reply on their lips. Don't everyone answer at the same time. Charlie spoke up. I think with the proper support it'll work. Miller and I can bring some of our troops while Major Tidwell holds down the fort. Don't let anyone other than this group know where you're going. The Walker Farm, Walter Hill, Tennessee. Mom called me to her bedroom after breakfast, but didn't say why. She had a bunch of old family albums laid out on her bed. I walked in and saw 2 spreads of pictures by the albums. One group had pictures of me from a baby to my early high school years. I looked and thought I'd just gotten more handsome over the years. Then I looked at the other group, which was the same spread of my brother's pictures. Mom had 2 pictures in her hand, one of Michael and the other of me when we were about Jay's age. She pushed them closer to my face. When did you figure it out? I asked. Mom laughed.
The first day I saw Jay, I knew he was Michael's son. Look closely at the pictures. Michael always had softer features, while you had a bit of an edge to your looks. Even back then, you looked more like a warrior than Michael did. Your jaw is square, and you look ready to tackle the world. Michael looks more like tackling a good book.
I hugged her and said, So, I guess you think we should tell Jay his father is Michael?
Oh, heavens, no. The boy needs some stability in his life. He loves you and adores Cat. You can bring him up with your other kids when they come.
I hugged my mom and said, I guess we better not tell anyone. She said,
Only Cat, Michelle, you and I know. Let's keep it that way.
I went out to the barn to check on Father James's operation and found them to be turning out the last of the 4 mobile slingshots. Hello, Father. I see you're ahead of schedule. He said, Yes. Next, we're going to try to make a better cannon. We need a tank-buster weapon for Humvees and homemade armored trucks. The mortars are great for dropping bombs on troops, but we need something to aim at a truck driving straight at us. Something with enough velocity to hit the truck before hitting the ground is what we need. We didn't finish the conversation because I heard my walkie-talkie squawk. I keyed the mic. Charlie, I can hear you. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Don't shoot. I alerted the rest of the community to be on guard, and that company was about to arrive. I wanted us to look sharp for Charlie. I also didn't fully trust General John Long. Ross called me on his new walkie-talkie and said,
Several men in uniforms are sneaking in from the road.
Don't shoot unless you're threatened, I replied. It's Charlie testing our defenses. I motioned for Sergeant Brown to join me. I believe Charlie is coming down the drive right now. Be prepared in case it's not him. 3 soldiers walked down the driveway, scanning ahead of them for ambushes. Behind them were 3 Humvees following at a distance. They stopped in front of the barn, and 1 soldier per vehicle stepped down and then signaled the others to join them. John got out of the middle Humvee and appeared to look for something. Then I remembered he had a thing for Karen. I looked back at her trailer and saw Missy and Chrissy come out the door. I also saw the blinds shake at one of the windows. John said, Hello, Jason. I'd like to meet the key people in your group today and see what the priest has done to improve the weapons. I shook his hand and spoke softly. So, you don't want to see the woman who saved your ass? John grinned. You know I do. I want to thank her for saving me and being such a great person. She is special. I also want to meet your wife, Kat, and see Max, the super dog, again. I see Max has already alerted on me. I said, Max, sit. And then after Max sat, I said, Max doesn't know what to make of you. He's a good judge of character, and you confuse him. John laughed and said, I hear he likes to play with big cats and wild dogs. I replied, We've had our fill of cats and wild dog packs. John said. I've instructed my men and our community to kill every large cat they see, and we set traps for the dogs. Any that can't be friendly are disposed of humanely. Could you take me to Karen before I meet with your leadership? I'll give you a summary of what I'll tell them before speaking to them. I'll be glad to take you to her. I can't guarantee Karen will see you. She's been out of sorts for a while. John said, I don't think any woman would want me with my... I interrupted. Your face. I can't say I'm sorry that happened. The lady bashed your head in to save my life. John said, and I hated you for a while and dreamed about killing you. And then I changed, when I actually got out in the world away from the security of hundreds of soldiers and plenty of food. It was then I saw myself for what I was and decided to change. I blindly followed the FEMA bullshit and never realized they weren't from our government, but rogues out for their own good. I'm sorry for what I put you and Anne through during the first few days of the apocalypse. By the way, she told me to say hello. Huh? Anne's dead. I saw her body all crushed up in the Humvee. John grinned. No. That wasn't Anne. At the last minute, she was pulled back from the mission and left her jacket in the Humvee. You should have seen the look on her face when several of our soldiers reported that she died in the fight. They'd escaped the ambush, not knowing that Captain Joan Tidwell was Major Anthony Tidwell's wife. Anthony married Joan a week before the mission. You saw her name on the uniform and jacket. I was now in a fog. The woman I'd once loved was still alive and working with John, who'd once been our enemy. My mind was dizzy thinking about what must have happened. You're not playing a cruel joke on me, are you? John said. Anthony is Anne's ex-husband. You didn't know? Kat had walked closer when she saw me react and heard most of the conversation about Anne. She turned away and walked to Mom's kitchen. At the time, I didn't know why she'd left my side. I took John over to Karen's trailer and introduced him to Missy and Chrissy, who were polite but not very friendly. We stopped by the doorway to Karen's home, and John said, "Her girls don't like me." John, Karen really liked you. Then she found out you're the head of a group we thought was our enemy. What do you think she's going through? Even now we don't know what to think about your group. Are you a friend, or just the enemy of my enemy type friend? John's head hung down. I just ask you to keep an open mind. I care for Karen more than I've cared for any woman before. Jason, we both never kept a girlfriend more than a month in the good old days. Karen is the woman I'd like to be with the rest of my life. She's funny, a bit sarcastic, and smart. She's also gorgeous. The door opened, and Karen said,
Jason, let the General in and go find something to do for a while. I need to give him a piece of my mind.
I walked away, but could hear their voices through the open window. Shit. Karen had heard everything we'd said. I went to Mom's and stopped when Mom and Michelle met me on the deck. They looked worried, but when I asked, I heard everything was okay. Mom, John wants to meet with our leadership team. Mom asked,
Can we trust him? You told us he was the enemy, but now no one can remember anything they actually saw him or his men do that was bad after they left the FEMA camp. Yes, we heard from several people about how terrible the General's men were, but I think they meant the original General who led the FEMA soldiers.
John Long did horrible things when he worked for the first General. He almost killed me. I still don't totally trust him, but we need him and the protection he can offer. He tried his best to convince me he's changed for good. I told him it would take time for him to gain our trust. We'll join his group and work with him, as long as he keeps his word. Michelle said,
I think that's the right thing to do.
You need to go see what upset Kat.
I saw her take off to Mom's, but I don't know of any reason why she'd be upset. I was certain Kat hadn't liked John's and my conversation, so I went to find her. She was in our old room in Mom's home.
I opened the door and saw her lying on the bed with her back to me. Cat, darling, are you okay?
I know you loved Anne before me. Do you still love her?
Crap. I wasn't good at this crying female problem. I just knew that sex with Anne was great, but I loved Cat more than my own life. And sex was amazing. I answered quickly because pausing could be construed wrong. I said, Cat, I love you. Anne and I dated, but broke up the week we left for the farm. Anne is a great person and a good friend. You are my lover, best friend, and wife. I can't make you believe anything, but I hope my actions have backed up my words. Cat rolled over and started undressing me. Needless to say, we were late for the meeting with John. Did you really think I would give you the details? This is my story about the apocalypse, not a porn story. Cat and I lumbered in late to the meeting, and eyebrows were raised, to say the least. John gave his pitch about the benefits of joining his group. He then told his own story as he glanced several times across the room in Karen's direction. He told us about serving with Maria and me in the Middle East and Europe, and then gave an accurate but not complete story of the mistakes he'd made along the way. Some of the people actually felt sorry for him. Maria caught Cat and me while John was glad-handing the rest of our team.
Jason, I don't know the man who gave that speech. The John we knew was a womanizer and lazy asshole. Cat, he was always likable, but a regular screw-up.
Cat asked,
And what about Jason? I know he didn't chase women because he says he was an angel.
And he was an angel. He was a saint. The Pope might actually make him a saint,
Maria said, with her fingers crossed in front of her. I said, Let's get serious. We need to show John the improved slingshots and then get all the military supplies we can from him. We'll trade some of the vegetables that have ripened. Cat said,
Jan needs to show John the gardens and field crops. I think that'll impress him.
Father James gave John a great tour, and the team put on a live-fire demonstration that astounded John. Then the priest showed him some of the prototype weapons, such as the mortars, cannons, and huge crossbows. We talked as I took him over to Mom and the gardens. John said, Jason, we'll eventually run out of gunpowder. Old-time weapons will be needed to keep the groups like the Raiders at bay. I said, Gunpowder won't be a problem. We can make gunpowder. The lack of primers will be the issue. We can find the lead and reload empty cartridges. John, we need to scavenge every gun shop and gun manufacturing facility for raw materials before someone else has the idea. We could also use some artillery pieces to convert some muzzle-loading cannons. We're going to go back 150 years in weapons and ammunition a few years down the road. We need to prepare for that. People like the father need to be looking at making some steam-powered cars and trucks. We won't be distilling any gasoline anytime soon. John turned and patted me on the back. You're the man to make this happen. We have to defeat the Raiders, and then turn the father and your attention to those kinds of projects. Like you, I know where this is heading. The difference is, you can visualize solutions. We need more dreamers and inventors. Mom stood at the garden closest to the house and talked with Charlie. I lost interest in what John said when I saw Mom give Charlie a hug. They separated when Charlie saw us coming down the path to the garden. Charlie said, Jason, your mom has a great sense of humor. She told me about Max pissing on those bad guys. I thought the story was weak, and Charlie and I followed Mom and John around the garden while she told John about the beets, broccoli, carrots, and such that had ripened. Mom went on to say,
We have many times what we need to get us through the winter. Our plan always was to grow more than needed and find other groups to trade with. Perhaps you can set up a safe central place to have a market?
John turned to me. Do you have anyone who could take on that project and others? We need to start delegating these ideas and the ones the other groups develop. Yes, I have several people who could take on added work. Karen, Ross, Alex, Barry, and Marge have the skills to take on the community building stuff. Maria can take on training men and women for guard duty and fighting. John was happy the merger had come together so quickly.
Jason, thanks for having faith in me. I know we won't agree on everything, but I'll do my best for the community.
I do need a favor, though. I asked, "What's the favor?" and held my breath. John said,
I need you to come to my weekly staff meeting to represent the southeastern quadrant of this new, larger community. I'd also like a few folks from your group to lead or serve on some of our community improvement teams.
You mentioned the teams the other day. My people will gladly serve on teams to promote the welfare of the area. I'll serve on your team and attend meetings.
John said, You don't have to wear a uniform, but I'm promoting you to captain's rank in my army.
I said, Change that to the People's Army, and I accept, and we'll wear the uniform to the meetings. John motioned, and an aide came over with 2 sets of BDUs with my name and captain's rank on the lapels. I was now an officer, but maybe not a gentleman. Our plan to work into John's group to change it from a dictatorship to a democracy was proceeding at warp speed, since John had already paved the way. I was optimistic for the first time in months. Mom led the way as we walked through the fields. She showed off the massive fields of grain and vegetables that came from our team's great work in the spring. The vast fields of corn and vegetable gardens greatly impressed the general. I started thinking of him as the general since I'd been promoted. Damn, the guy was slick. My impression of him was much more positive, but I still had doubts. I heard yelling behind me. At the same time, Miller's radio squawked. Chapter 26. The Walker Farm, Walter Hill, Tennessee. Major Tidwell was on the other end of the radio.
General, we're under attack by a superior force at the new headquarters in Smyrna. We've killed dozens, but they keep trying to swarm over us. We need reinforcements soon, or we're lost.
John said, We're on the way. Tidwell responded,
Watch for traps. This started as an assassination attempt. A special ops team infiltrated our command post and blew up your quarters and the wooden slingshot. We lost 12 men, but killed all of theirs. The enemy currently occupies most of the homes south of our headquarters.
John turned to me.
Jason, we need your help. Can you loan us the 2 working slingshots so we can have an edge on the enemy? I'll also need to pull my men to fight up in Smyrna.
I turned to Father James. Can you get the slingshots ready to go? Please load the trailers with gas jugs and pipe bombs. The priest said, We actually have 4 of the weapons ready to go, and they all have full ammo loads. I have 2 more in production, but they won't be ready until we can scavenge some more rubber tubes and sheets. I motioned for Maria and John. John, you need a tested field leader. Maria, please go with John and lead one of his platoons. John, I'd go, but I need to stay here and get ready for an attack here if they overrun your group. Stay in touch with the radios. Can you leave us 1 Humvee with twin saws? Maria told us she'd be glad to help John, and then John shook my hand. Thanks for Maria. And of course you can keep the Humvee. Good luck. They roared up the driveway and out of sight. Father James had us pray for them before letting us prepare for the potential fight. As soon as the prayers were completed, I rounded up our resistance group and the other community leaders. The meeting started with a brief update on the enemy's attack on the general's headquarters. I moved on to tell them that if I was the enemy and had some extra troops, I would also attack us once the general's troops left to go to their base. Karen asked,
What can we do to prepare?
I said, I'm going to give each of you a piece of our defense plan. It has 3 main parts, and if everyone completes their assignment, we'll stop them and perhaps decimate their ranks. Ross, you'll be in charge of the slingshots. Mom, you'll be responsible for the safety of the non-combatants. Marge, you and Billy will take charge of our defenses of the farm. Michelle, you'll be over our firefighters. I'll oversee the entire operation. I want to meet with you in 1 hour on Mom's back deck. Ross, come with me. Michelle asked,
What firefighters? And why do we need them?
I'll explain later. We scurried around for the next hour, putting my plans in place. The smartest thing I did was to place spies around the area to alert me to any enemy movements. All of them had walkie-talkies, and I stayed in touch with them. Chrissy was the first spy to tell me about enemy movement.
They're slowly filtering in from the forest across the road at the front of the house. There's one behind every tree,
said Chrissy. I called for Kira. Any activity, Kira? Kira replied.
No, not yet, but I'm worried. I don't see anyone moving by the Humvee behind the house yet.
Replied, don't worry. That's why I parked it there. Just keep an eye peeled. I pushed the talk button. Chrissy, when they get about 200 feet from the house, call me, and then run up the hill to Sid's home to safety.
I need to stay and fight.
I raised my voice. No! Your orders are to go to Sid's house and prepare to defend it in 10 minutes if you don't see any enemy. Then, after regaining my composure, I asked, do any of you beside Chrissy see any enemy movement? No one saw any more of the enemy but Kira. She said,
It's obvious the enemy is also attacking the front of the property from the northwest. They're not slowing, even though we have the numerous foxholes with the dummy fighters. Wait. They have those RPG things you warned us about. They have a lot of them.
I replied, Kira, escape and duck into the culvert as planned. The culvert in front of the house diverted rainwater from the dirty ditches north of the farm into the large creek below the farm. It was 5 feet in diameter and over 30 feet long as it cut diagonally under the road. Kira low-crawled through the grass and bushes, but found a raider between her and safety. She took her bow from her back, knocked an arrow, and hit the man in the throat. He stood there, gasping for air, and then collapsed without a word spoken. Kira continued to crawl until she could slide into the ditch, and she ducked as she walked into the mouth of the drain and joined Mom, our children, and other non-combatants. Father James welcomed her and pulled her deep into the tunnel. The enemy was almost close enough to use their RPGs. I waved at Ross and Mark. Begin firing! Now! Both slingshots lobbed gallon jugs of gasoline that landed about 100 feet in front of our home. The jugs exploded, hurling burning gas in all directions. Each explosion sent thick black smoke up into the air. The attackers were caught in the open, and several ran back with their clothes on fire. They screamed, which panicked the men to their rear. The sight of a 20-foot-tall wall of fire scared the daylights out of them. Many turned to run. Men ran into each other, dropping their weapons as they sought to escape the fire. No one helped their blazing comrades, and only one of them thought to stop, drop, and roll. This ended their advance on the farm, but didn't stop them from shooting wildly at the farmhouse and barn. Ross and Mark shot 4 each of the gas bombs, and then Ross began lobbing the large pipe bombs behind the enemy as they turned to escape. The large pipe bombs blew up and threw men and body parts onto their comrades. The clusters of 6 small pipe bombs blew up and peppered the ones left standing with shrapnel. Mark lobbed the napalm bombs into the middle of the mass confusion. The burning napalm stuck to the men's clothing, and the smell of burning flesh filled the wind. Thick black smoke covered the slaughtered men who had planned to kill or capture my friends and family. I scanned the flaming battlefield, and no one was left standing. Most of the bodies were burned beyond recognition. Some of the bodies were twisted into grotesque shapes with arms stretched out, begging for help. Their mouths wide open, silently screaming in pain. I estimated over 60 men were trapped in this Dante's Inferno. Most were dead, and the others burned alive. A bullet ricocheted off one of the slingshot's armor and hit me in the chest, but my tactical vest stopped it from harming me. Father James had added the half-inch thick shields when Mark mentioned they'd be sitting ducks when a fight started. The armor wrapped around the sides and gave protection from 3 sides. More bullets came from the trees where the raiders' leaders were hiding. I turned my attention to their leaders, hiding a couple 100 feet behind them. I radioed Marge and Billy to flank them from a safe distance and pick off anyone who tried to escape the next bombardment. Men, your targets are 950 feet away. Get ready. Aim. Fire!
The second-generation slingshots easily dropped napalm jugs and pipe bombs down on the gang's leaders. As before, the leaders turned tail to escape. Mark and Ross performed a masterful job of dropping napalm and pipe bombs around them, penning them in until napalm could be lobbed into their midst. Only a few escaped by leaving early. However, Billy's team captured them. My biggest worries now were the burning trees and brush only 25 yards from Mom's home in our barn. Father James had prepared for the fires by wetting down the home and the entire front yard. He'd left the pipes in place that carried water from the lake up in the hill. The attached garden hoses had enough pressure to spray about 20 feet, and Michelle's team quickly put out the last of the fires. Marge had the east side of the raiders' position. Most of her people were well trained but had little experience. They had a variety of hunting rifles and shotguns. Several of the leaders ran toward her people. They hid until the last second and then ambushed the raiders, who died fleeing for their lives. Marge signaled that there were no survivors. Billy called to say all of the ones trying to escape were killed or captured. She added that she had 2 high-value captives ready to spill what they knew about the coordinated attacks on the General's HQ and our community. While several teams searched for and dispatched survivors, Kat, Karen, and I took the 2 captives into the barn. One turned out to be the number 2 leader. After a short session with Kat and Karen, he told us everything he knew. Apparently having a rat under a bucket over your gonads made one talkative. The ladies were very effective interrogators. While they did their thing with him, I called my troops together and had the slingshots brought down the hill and reloaded. The captives told us that Colonel Griggs had been the leader of the raiders all along, and he was to attack the General's headquarters 3 hours after the attack had begun on our farm and the General's HQ. They wanted to pin the General's team down, so he couldn't help us. Griggs didn't think it would take more than an hour to overwhelm us, and then head north to take part in the attack on the General's men. I shot both captives in the head and asked Ross to bury the vermin far away from the farm. Then I gathered the community and said, "It's not over. The rest of the raiders are going to attack the General's headquarters in an hour and a half. I'm taking our fighters up there to help the General's people eliminate the raiders once and for all. I need volunteers for this mission." Thank God, Mark, Karen, and Ross volunteered along with all but a few of our people. I asked Billy to stay behind and protect against any aggressors while we were gone. Hell, just the smell of the burnt flesh and burning napalm would make most men turn tail and run. I gave them a brief overview of my plan, and then we loaded up into our 2 Humvees and the rest of our trucks. We only had an hour to travel the 9 miles to the Smyrna police building before the fight would be starting. I tried to radio the General to let him know we were on our way, but no one answered. Our radios didn't have much range on purpose. We didn't want to attract unwanted attention, but that hindered communication. Our convoy took Holly Grove Road over to Lebanon Pike, and then we worked our way over to Jefferson Pike, which took us most of the way to the General's headquarters on Enon Springs Road. I tried the walkie-talkie several times, but didn't reach anyone, until I heard Sergeant Miller finally reply. I said, "There was an attack on our farm. We killed about 80. We're a mile away. Do you have enemy contact?" Miller responded, "No contact for over an hour. They made several large attacks and then melted away. Our scouts reported them filtering in toward us from the north through the woods and the subdivision." I replied, "We'll come down Nissan Drive and come back south of you to guard your rear and west side. We brought our slingshots, cannons, and a small army." Miller said, "I think we can handle them. The General is set to ambush their left flank in 10 minutes. That should distract them, and they shouldn't see you getting into place." Enon Springs Road, Smyrna, Tennessee. We hauled ass south on Nissan Drive, then cut east around the Walmart and cut through a subdivision until we were only 200 feet south of the General's HQ and the police station. We could hear a fierce fight going on north of the HQ, but didn't have any spotters to help aim our weapons. I sent several scouts east of our position to find targets in the woods. Then, I called Miller. Miller, we're behind you in the woods. We have no targets. How can we help? Miller sounded panicked.
Lob some HE and napalm due north over our heads, in range from 8 to 1,000 feet. Then, the same distance and 15 degrees left and right of center. I'll direct your fire.
Will do. What happened to your slingshots?
Sabotage.
Ross and Mark fired 2 jugs each and waited. Miller called back.
Add 100 and fire for effect.
They started lobbing a mixture of gas, napalm, and pipe bombs with Miller giving directions. We could only see the smoke rising and hear muffled explosions. I was glad I didn't have to see the burning men today. That didn't last long, because Missy called in on her radio.
There's a large group of men massing to attack from the park on the other side of the woods.
Mark asked.
Ask her for an approximate range.
Missy, can you guess the range from us to the men?
Jason, the men are at least at the outer range of the slingshots. They'll be charging you in a few minutes. A man is standing on the back of a truck yelling at them. Tell Mark to fire a jug 1,000 feet and straight down Williamsburg Drive.
Mark's crew lined up the slingshot, and Mark pushed the button to draw back the jug in the pocket. He pulled the lanyard and crossed his fingers as the fuse on the napalm jug sparked through the air. Missy watched and waited. Then the jug exploded above the west side of the parking lot. Missy yelled into the mic.
Drop 100, shoot 5 napalm jugs, then drop 200 and fire 10 more. Then, blow the bastards up that are trapped between the fire.
I told the lady warriors manning the mortars to pound the area 200 yards from the police station and make a curtain of explosions to ward off any raiders who survived the slingshot bombardment. They began firing as fast as they could, with only 4 ladies manning the 4 mortars. Mark fired the jugs for the drop 100 range, and Ross fired the ones to drop 200 feet. The scene was the same as earlier at the farm, but this time, a large group surged south toward Missy. She called,
Swing left about 10 degrees and shoot.
I yelled in my mic.
That's on top of you.
Missy yelled,
Fire, now.
I trusted her and yelled,
Shoot per Missy's instructions.
Napalm jugs and pipe bombs rained down on the surging men and cut their escape off. Missy called back in and said,
We've got a mess on aisle 3. Looks like crispy critters and well-done raiders.
I had the speaker on, and most of my people laughed. Some later told me that killing people should never be funny. I calmed them down and told them everyone had their own way of coping with this kind of horror. Of course, I chuckled and agreed with Missy. I sent Karen's and Marge's teams out to mop up any survivors. I told her to run back here if she saw any large enemy force. She was also told not to veer north and get into the battle still raging north of our position. We kept lobbing explosives and napalm for several hours in support of the general's troops. We staved off several small attacks on the headquarters during the remaining fight, and only suffered 2 wounded fighters during the battle. I was pleased we'd accomplished my goal of not losing a single friend while giving maximum support to the general. Yes, we were fortunate, and made some of our luck by thinking outside of the box to develop some antique weapons. Missy had avoided danger by running further south and jumping in a creek that fed Stone River. Some napalm landed close enough to burn her, but she stayed under an outcropping and ducked under the water to stay safe. She'd known the creek was there, and knew she could run fast enough to reach it before the bombs arrived. The only weapon that didn't live up to expectations was the huge crossbow. One 10-pound arrow killed one soldier, the other 20 just scared the crap out of a few more. We needed exploding warheads to make them effective killing machines. The general and Miller had a much worse day. Chapter 27. Enon Springs Road, Smyrna, Tennessee. John saw the men charging his position from the large mansion across Enon Springs Road. He cursed because his slingshots could have massacred them as they charged through the hedgerows into the homes in front of him. One of his trusted guards had sliced the rubber tubes that gave the slingshot its power to lob the explosives and napalm. John's Humvee had run out of 50 caliber BMG bullets, so he was stuck fighting hand to hand. Maria looked at the broad street and yelled,
Miller, take some Semtex and poke it in those bowling balls we were going to test the slingshots with. We can roll them at the enemy when they try to cross Enon Springs.
John scrambled to gain any advantage over this unrelenting enemy. He radioed Sergeant Brown. "Brown, pour gas and diesel fuel in the ditch in front of us. Maybe we can slow them down a bit." A few minutes later, he smelled the stench of the gasoline and diesel mixture when it flowed down the ditch. John was only a short time from panicking. He had never studied tactics beyond what a sergeant in the army learned in the field. He was now painfully aware that this battle was close to being lost. He was sure the next massive charge would overrun his command, and all would be killed. He pondered surrendering. But then Miller shouted in glee,
"General, Walker and his people are only a mile away, and they brought the artillery."
John was pleased, but he knew they had to survive until help arrived. He saw another mass attack crossing the street and told his men to hold fire until the raiders were to the ditch. He tossed a match onto the puddle of gas at his feet, and the flames raced to the ditch, engulfing the men as they surged forward. John didn't realize his plan had worked much better than he'd hoped for because the fuel had run under the street through a culvert. Now, both sides of the street were on fire. The attacking force had run through the fuel to cross the street, and now their boots caught on fire. They panicked and ran in all directions. John snickered when he saw the men and women on fire. They screamed in agony as some tried to roll on the ground to put the fire out. The flames joined in the middle of the road and consumed all the oxygen. The raiders' lungs were seared when they sucked in the flames. John saw the flesh melt and run down a woman's chin. This sickened him. John's men were faced with a turkey shoot, and they mowed the dying men down. Maria saw men running east toward them on Enon Springs Road and had several men hurl the Semtex-packed bowling ball bombs down the street. The first bomb bounced from curb to curb, and one exploded too soon, but the rest rolled into the men and exploded. The attack ended, and it was quiet for a few minutes. Just as the large mass of men charged John's position, the napalm jugs and pipe bombs began decimating the enemy. His men picked off the ones who broke out of the carnage, and the battle was soon over. The general went from inevitable defeat to victory in less than an hour. It took another 2 hours to mop up the survivors and to gather any usable weapons and ammo. Then the general went behind the headquarters and looked for Jason Walker. John thought his feeling about Jason were much like the battle, when it had changed from doom to joy. His feelings had turned from hate to neutral to needing Jason and his friends.
"Jason, hello. I can't thank you and your team enough for saving us. Those crazy slingshots really worked. Give a medal to the man who came up with that idea."
I said,
"Mark, come here and meet John Long. General, this is the man who thought of and made the first prototype of the slingshot."
John was taken aback by Mark's youth.
"Son,
I would be proud to serve with you in any army."
well done."
They shook hands, and John said, "We still owe you a debt of gratitude."
"John, we couldn't have survived the recent attacks without the ammo and rifles you gave us. We've saved each other. That's what working together is all about."
John walked up closer to me and said,
"I don't see Karen. Is she okay? I need to talk to her."
I looked around and then asked Ross,
"Have you seen Karen?"
She's leading the scavenging teams out to pick up weapons. It appears that only about half aren't damaged, but many parts can be used from the damaged and burnt weapons.
I just finished speaking when a truck pulled into the area with guns, ammo, and other supplies, piled high on the flatbed. I saw Karen in the passenger seat. She waved at me and then saw John. She jumped out of the cab of the truck and ran to Missy and Chrissy.
"Mom, we're okay. Go see John." "No, I don't want the general in your lives," Karen said.
Missy said,
"You've been acting like a lovesick schoolgirl since you found out he was the general. He's turned out to be a nice guy, and without him and his man, we'd be in a pile of crap."
Chrissy said,
"Mom, we'll be married and have kids soon, and you need someone to love and care for. Go to John."
Karen slowly walked over to John. She said,
"John, I like you and want to give you a chance to show me that you've changed."
"Darling, I love you and will do anything to prove I'm worthy of your trust." A grin came over her face, and she leaped into his arms. She knocked him down and fell on top of him. John grimaced in pain when his butt hit the ground.
"Oh, I forgot you're wounded."
John took her in his arms and kissed her. We didn't talk too much on the way home. I thought it was odd that Charlie, Miller, and several of their soldiers who had served at our farm came back with us in their own Humvee. I should have smelled a rat. I knew they had to have had a good reason to leave a great party with beer to come home with us. We arrived. Miller ran to Maria, and they embraced, then went to Maria's trailer. All the soldiers scattered to meet the women they had met while serving with us. The four of them ran straight to their sweethearts and disappeared. What surprised me was when a young, good-looking soldier walked up to me and said,
"Captain Walker, I love Kira, and want your permission to ask her to marry me. I know she loves me, and will say yes."
I started to screw with the boy just to mess with him, but said, "That's up to Kira. I'm not her father. She's a big girl and can choose her man as she sees fit. I just want you to know that I'll beat the dog shit out of you if you ever lay a finger on her." The soldier, Jim Wilkes, said,
"I love her, and would never hurt her. Besides, she'd kick my ass first."
I laughed and sent him to find Kira. I saw Charlie hanging around and said, "Go ahead and find your sweetheart." He stuttered and turned red. I heard Mom greeting and then hugging Kat. I turned to see Mom pass by me and embrace Charlie. I had a WTF moment. I thought, that's my mom, and my dad has only been dead a few months. Kat came up behind me while I stared holes in the back of Charlie's head. I asked, "Did you know Mom was seeing Charlie?" She said,
"Yes, everyone knew that. We need to get a shower and get naked in bed while we can still have fun. No sex for you in about 3 to 4 months until way after I deliver. Besides, leave your mother alone. She needs a bit of happiness."
In a daze, I said, "That's my mom. No sex. Do what? Are we pregnant?"
"No, dingaling. I'm pregnant. And you are a dingaling. Mom and Michelle knew 2 months ago."
I picked Kat up and raised her to my lips. We kissed passionately, and I held her close for a minute. Then I said, "But that's my mom with Charlie." "This ain't right," I said, while following Kat. Kat said,
"I guess I can go take a cold shower, and the sex can wait."
"No, let's go now," Kat asked.
"Do you want a boy or a girl?"
I said, "I just want a healthy baby. It'd be nice to have a bunch of boys, since there are 3 women to every man now." Chapter 28. The Walker Farm, Walter Hill, Tennessee, February 2042. Max pawed the bed beside me to wake me up. I ignored him until he pawed my arm. It was 4 in the morning, and little Jan cried her little head off for attention. I didn't have what she needed, since there wasn't any formula these days. I crawled out of bed, turned the light on, picked her up, and placed her on Kat's chest. Kat gave her what she needed, and Jan stopped squalling. Suddenly there was the blur behind me, and something jumped into my bed, followed by another blur. Max sat there, allowing the attack to continue. Michael and his puppy snuck under the covers by his mom and baby sister. The 3-year-old was a terror and kept the house hopping. I yawned when I heard footsteps. Jay said,
"Pop, do you want me to take Michael and Jake back to Michael's room?"
Jay was now 11 or 12, I thought, and was a big help to his mom and me. He tended the cows and hunted for squirrels and rabbits when he could. He was only 3 inches shorter than I was, and had already started filling out. He would be built more like my brother than me, but I made sure he'd have some strong muscles. "Son, the rascals are already snuggled up against Mom, so let's let it slide tonight. Thanks for checking on us." Jay asked,
"Dad, can you give me more lessons on driving the tractor tomorrow? Grandma Jan says I can help plow this spring."
"Go back to bed and get some sleep. I have to drive up to Nashville in the morning, but I'll be glad to give you some seat time on the tractor tomorrow. A little less than 4 years had passed since my plane crashed into the field over by Lebanon, and life improved every day since then. Yes, we'd fought and killed bad men and killed wild dogs and lions. We always took 3 steps forward for every step backward. We had rebuilt numerous old cars, trucks, tractors, and even some airplanes. We had electricity, indoor plumbing, and good government. Our army was second to none, and just our reputation for being fierce warriors kept the thugs away. Life wasn't back to normal, but it was our new normal, and life was good. Not great, but good. We struggled with disease that had been conquered over 100 years ago. The main difference was we knew the value of clean, safe water, proper disposal of waste, and proper food preparation. We used home remedies to treat fevers. Honey was applied to wounds to stop bacteria, and numerous herbs were prescribed to treat other maladies. I can't say that everyone lived happily ever after, but our community flourished over the years. John and Karen were married a few months after the last battle, and now have 2 young children. Mark and Chrissy married, and Missy and Bob are expecting her second baby this fall. Yeah, the Bob who helped John and Karen get home. He's a nerd, but a good worker. Never saw my brother Michael again. Mom always prayed for him and told us that he was doing well up in Kentucky. But I knew better. Michael would die trying to get home to Mom and me. Mom raised Michael's son as her own and told him what a hero his dad was. We didn't need the resistance plan because John promised to turn the government back over to the people after 1 year. He did, and we had a smooth transition. Mom was elected to be the mayor of Walter Hill. Karen was elected to be the governor of our southern area, and Ross was elected to govern the area north of Laverne. Sergeant Miller became the governor of Nashville, and I was elected to be the leader of all of our territories. We didn't use president for the name because we still hoped the USA would recover and go back to a regular constitutional government with a real president. Major Tidwell became the commander of our armed forces, with Captain Miller being his second in command. Maria is the leader of all military training, but would turn that duty over to Captain Brown in 3 months before her first baby is born. She married Captain Miller. Billy married Ross and said hell no to any more children. Kat and I had Michael 2.5 years ago, and Jan is only 8 months old. Our son Jay has grown into a good lad, helps around our farm and business. Father James and I are teaching him how to make weapons and gunpowder. My mom is teaching Jay how to farm and take care of the gardens. My presidential duties only take a couple of days a week, but we had to move to Smyrna to be close to the home of our new government. Charlie and Mom's relationship was the biggest surprise. They're madly in love and share that love with 4 adopted kids. They're a big part of our family. And Michelle and Barry bring their 2 brats over all the time for picnics and holidays with our big, blended family. Family life is much like you would have encountered back about 1890 or so. We have old technology, and even have an old steam locomotive making runs from Nashville to Murfreesboro and on down to the bottom of Tennessee. We haul crops down south and other supplies back north. The train only runs the full length once a week, but it's still a major accomplishment. The sad thing is that we finally have a network of radio contacts all over North America and a few contacts in Europe and South America. Most of the people we contact are worse off than we are, and for most people, things are getting worse, not better. The U.S. military disbanded when the majority of our troops went AWOL to go home to their families. A few groups trade information with us on how to improve our lot in life. Most of the people we talk with are hiding in holes and only come out at night once a week to get news. We're hesitant to give out our location and use the locomotive as a base for our long-distance radio to confuse anyone trying to trace our location. Paranoia is terrible, but keeps us from being found and attacked by other large groups. We obviously don't tell everyone how good we have it, but do share tips on how to survive. I guess that sums up our first 4 years after TSHTF, or as Mom said, when the lights went out. I was asked to write this document by my friends to chronicle our struggles.